Alas, poor Xianxia. I knew him, Horatio. I glanced around at the field of dead bodies and sighed. There was a charge in the air, and it wasn't a good one. There must be over 300 people dead here, spread out over a couple of square kilometers. They had tried to run, but a regular person running from even me would be laughable, much less those three that had higher levels of cultivation. Shaking my head, I walked over to the headless body and repeated my ritual of snagging the man's soul, spirit, and all before it tore free. I then asked, "So, how much trouble are we in?" On a scale from 0, which is none at all, to 10, which is courting death. I used a new idiom, courting death, and I quite liked it. It reminded me of the personification of death character in the Marvel Universe, who was a cute goth girl. Xiaoli looked abashed and a little unsure and said, "I'm not sure. Maybe a 4. 8, if they have any comrades close by." I nodded, bending over to pick up the severed head and held it up like it was Yorik's skull, just being careful not to get blood on my hands. I'll ask him. If they do, we'll have to leave right away. Can you go find where I fought those other two and loot them? Make sure to bring the body of the one that had the sword back, at least. He nodded. Although he appeared a little icked from the casual way I handled the severed head of his enemy, I'm a little curious how you'll ask a dead man questions, but I'm sure I'll see it next time. He had already looted the main guy here and held up a small pouch with a grin. "Oh, by the way, look here. It's a spatial pouch." Oh, lucky. Wait, why was he so sure we'd continue to murder people to the point where I would need to interrogate their shades or spirits? I couldn't ask him because he darted off. Sighing, I looked down at the ringleader's severed head and then sat him in the middle of a clear area of ground, producing some other of my ritual tools at the same time. "Well, let's see what you have to say." The spell Speak with the Dead didn't need the presence of the soul, and in fact, it didn't operate on that basis. That was the domain of a higher-level spell in the 5th level if you wanted to compel answers, or the 2nd level if you just wanted to speak with a contained soul, as I had when I spoke with Mrs. May the first time. If the souls were in the afterlife, it was tough cookies, though, unless you had an in with one of the divinities that operated the particular afterlife they were in. Otherwise, you couldn't speak to them at all. However, it was rumored that either a necromantic spell of the 9th or 10th level, or definitely the wish spell, could teleport a soul to you. Speak with the Dead was much simpler. Spiritually, you stored memories in both your spirit and your soul, and this spell was like a database query language for memories of the spirit, using a dead body as the medium. As such, you had to phrase your questions pretty carefully, as the animated body could not think. It was really your spell that was thinking for it. So it wasn't any more flexible than SQL, probably worse. And if one was curious how such a spell could work when I snatched his soul, spirit and all, in my trusty Athame, well, it was because there was always more spirit to go around inside your body. A soul's relative strength could be compared to a hard rock or a gem, perhaps a diamond, even. Your spirit, on the other hand, had the metaphysical consistency of, at best, fondue. That meant it acted like liquids and seeped into everything, with your body being the most obvious case, but it occurred even with things you touched. Many people who studied divinations wouldn't grasp this until much later, as the knowledge was very theory-based. But this was the fundamental principle behind the concept of both sympathetic magic and psychometry. So, his body was still full of spirit. It was also what made animating the dead possible. If someone hypothetically drained all of the spirit from a corpse and thusly created spiritually inert bones, then I wouldn't be able to animate them unless I studied traditional golem crafting. The spirit, or the soul in higher levels, was what almost all necromantic spells were designed to sink their teeth into, and that was mostly what separated necromancy from other schools of magic from an academic perspective. Even when you were working with skeletons, you were still working with the spirit. I finished casting the spell as a ritual, and Yorik's eyelids opened, but he regarded me with lifeless eyes. I asked it, "Who were you?" This was always a good question to ask first, sometimes even if you knew or expected the answer to get. It rasped, sounding pretty good for a head not connected to any set of lungs, in my opinion. Zhang? Shu. Outer.
Sect.
Disciple. Bloodsea. I tilted my head to the side. Bloodsea? It must be the sect they had belonged to. Quite an evocative name. Very corn-like. What was your business here? Harvest, blood, Essence. Well, I could have guessed that, but it was good to have verified. I nodded. Any more allies nearby, aside from you three? 3. Just 3. I hummed and considered my last 2 questions. Do you have any hidden valuables? My arm. Inheritance. Well, that wasn't too helpful, but I didn't mind being very thorough in that area. I was going to be dumping my set of big chungus bones for this guy's. After all, I thought about the way he called Xiaoli a dog of the Imperial court, and it was clear that this guy was one of the rebels. But was he a rebel because he was a gross blood cultivator, or the other way around? I decided to ask, why did you rebel? Imperial officials killed family. Well, that was a tragic story. His family was killed by corrupt officials, and in his grief, he stumbled upon the inheritance of a demon and vowed revenge. Not a bad plot, I thought. With that, the magic was finished, and Yorick's heir, Xianxia's eyes closed for the final time. I tossed his body and head out of the ritual circle and verified that the lines hadn't been damaged, nodding. I glanced around and carried one of the dead villagers into the circle at random, then spent only a couple of minutes modifying it. I cast a slightly modified animate dead, and the zombie shuffled to its feet. Stack all of the bodies together, right here. I indicated an arbitrary spot, and then, as I was going to grab another body, Xiaoli reappeared, lugging the body of the hand-to-hand fighter that I had used vampiric drain on. I was curious where the other guy was, but he casually pulled him out of his new spatial pouch. Surprised, I raised my eyebrows. How much can you store in that pouch? Well, I didn't just carry Mr. Prune here for fun, he explained, and I snorted. So at least 1 body, but not 2. I nodded. That was about normal with a low-level spatial pouch at our level. He glanced at the zombie that was dragging a body over and asked, both curious and also grossed out, "What are you going to do with all of these bodies of the villagers?" I blinked and cast Animate Dead again. "Bury them," I said, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. I had modified the Animate Dead spell in order to not create an undead that lasted forever. The energy needed to animate the dead came from what Merildwin would call the negative energy plane, and it was infinite. However, sabotaging your own spell so that the already corrosive energy spilt out a tiny bit more, damaging the spell form over time, was simple. These zombies would stay animated at most a week, but more likely only a day. I wasn't sure if there was an actual plane full of infinite aspect chi here, or if it just drew aspect chi out of the ether, separating chi from what was in the air, but the spells worked the same, so it was, ultimately, only an academic question. I tended to believe that the latter was probably the more likely scenario, and if there were planes filled with nothing but infinite chi, then they were a lot harder to access here. Otherwise, chi-concentrating formations wouldn't need to be powered by spirit stones or other energy sources. We'd have chi portal formations, or something that just spilt out infinite chi instead. Oh, Xiaoli looked relieved but then frowned at both all of the bodies around and how big of a hole it would take. Most of the resentment in the air faded when these 3 died, but not all of it. It's probably a good idea, I nodded, but I don't really want to sit around here doing that. So we'll leave my little helpers to accomplish most of it. I then used repeated castings of mold earth to unearth a suitably large mass grave. When my 2 zombies returned, I changed their orders to dumping anybody inside, and then, when there were no more bodies to be found, to jump inside themselves and wait quietly. The spell form animating them would eventually degrade to the point where they'd return to being entirely dead too. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to wait around and fill the grave, but we were right by the main road, and I was sure someone would notice it. I pulled out my trusty flay wand and deboned Yorick. Wait, I needed to stop referring to him that way, as that would just be painting myself as Hamlet, and he didn't have a good end, either. I dug his bones out of the rest of him and did notice something unusual on his ulna. I then glanced at Xiaoli and said, "Please burn the rest to ash." He was a lot better at firebolt than me. That experiment had been handily proven. He frowned, asking, why? "So someone can't use the rest of his remains to track us down," I said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. I'd spread the ash in a moving river next. The best solution would be using an 8th-level necromancy spell to completely destroy their souls, but I couldn't manage that, so I'd just trade them to Judge Wu. I didn't think he had any comrades nearby, but what if his sect elder came and investigated the site of his death a month from now? There was no reason to make things easy on them. That would just be seeking death on our part. Xiao Li's eyes flashed, and he nodded, enlightened, and began casting repeated fire bolts at the mess as I quickly moved upwind of his work. I glanced at the man's ulna and found a scroll wrapped around it. How the fuck did he get that there? Well, he had a lot of weird blood techniques, I supposed. I gave it a cursory examination. A lot more appeared to be written on it than one would expect for a single scroll. It detailed a demonic cultivation method that used harvested blood essence to advance. The scroll had already sucked up all the blood from being in such close contact with the man's bones. Not anything I was interested in, although there were a handful of simple blood-based spells included at the end. Those I might look at just because my list of Taoist-type spells were 0. Still, I wasn't very much impressed by this man's so-called inheritance, but I stuffed it into my hammer space anyway. We finished looting and destroying the bodies of the cultivators, except for the one with the incipient shadow that would form in a little while, and were about to leave when I noticed an area that still had a particularly heavy aura of resentment. I frowned when I saw that there was a soul that was in the process of transforming into a malicious, hungry ghost. When Xiaoli also noticed it, he looked at me as if I was an expert and asked, "What should we do?" I didn't know. I was a necromancer. I specialized in riling ghosts up, not calming them down. I eyeballed the ghost's size and cast Chain Spirit before it could fully form, then drew it into my amulet, where it used up almost all the space. I shrugged at him. I don't know. I don't put souls to rest. I put them to work. The truth was that I would prefer not to use a soul from an innocent person like this, but I wasn't sure what else to do. It would become a hazard if I just left it around. Maybe we can find some Buddhists, he mused, and I tilted my head to the side. Buddhism wasn't really well liked by any traditional Taoists, but apparently, one of their specialties was dealing with ghosts as well as other unclean things. Personally, I was a little concerned they might consider me in the same category, though, but I finally nodded, and we'd agreed to look for a Buddhist enclave or temple in the capital. As far as the looting was concerned, the main thing I got, aside from the collected spirit stones and miscellaneous items which we would split, was the malevolent sword that the one guy who was going to attack me never got to use. I used Identify on it, and got the information that the sword would cause minor madness when wielded. Other than that, it was a basic enchanted sword with the ability to cause vastly more damage if used to attack things that had blood. It was a low-grade mortal spirit tool, so it wasn't that amazing, but I would still keep it. I tested its curse of madness by having Xiaoli hold it, and he admitted he felt a little bit off, so I grabbed it from him before he went crazy. I didn't feel anything myself, so I just shrugged, returned it to its scabbard and strapped it to my waist. I didn't want to think too much about why this curse didn't affect me because I tended to, even now, get stunlocked if I really thought about. Haha, not today. I shifted my focus away from past memories adroitly. As we stopped for the evening, we first waited for the shadow to manifest in the last cultivator's body, and after I acquired its services, I set a second ritual circle to contact Judge Wu, following my practice of checking it thrice to ensure there were no mistakes. Xiaoli was watching curiously. Instead of reaching Judge Wu as I had last time, this time I got what was obviously a recorded message telling me to direct any questions or soul deliveries to my liaison, who would be the conduit of messages in either direction. It wasn't even in Judge Wu's voice. Frowning, I remembered that he said he assigned Mr. Chenlu as my liaison, but I fired him from being my familiar. I hoped that guy still wasn't considered my liaison, as I had no way to contact him. I then glanced sideways at my familiar, Crow, who was casually licking his paws after he managed to snag some meat bites from the demonic beast meat we pulled out to make dinner. I stomped over to him and grabbed him by the scruff, getting a yowl. "Do you have some messages for me? I will trade you in so quick," I threatened. The cat looked a little surprised himself, but as soon as I asked it for messages, it opened its mouth and looked like it was about to throw up or hawk up a hairball, so I dropped him. Ugh. It really did look like it was throwing up. However, instead of a bunch of the expected cat vomit, a pristine sheet of paper appeared in front of him. Even Crow looked really surprised. I tested it cautiously to make sure it wasn't covered in cat spit, but found it dry, as if it had just been teleported there. I picked it up and read it. It began, "Welcome to the Wu-Tang family. Step into the Wu." What the fuck? I glanced left and right, sure I was being punked. Was the RZA or the GZA going to appear? The old dirty bastard was already dead, so maybe he was the most likely to show up. The more I read, the more the sense of amused confusion shifted to dread. It claimed that my past actions of converting a soul into karmic credits was an implicit consent to shift my existing legacy contract into the Wu system. My bad feelings were confirmed when, later down the letter, it displayed an account balance of negative 4,500 karmics in units. I balled my fist and shook it at the sky. I was being screwed. Not only did I not buy that implied consent bullshit, but my brain had almost been leaking out of my ears during that conversation by the end. I couldn't be said to be in a position to provide informed consent even if it was explicit, much less implicit. Something like this was why I had attempted to pay off the entire debt in one go, but I had screwed up. I should have had at least a few more souls as a buffer. The letter had a bunch to say about the benefits that I could expect, so long as I had the karmics and units to buy them, but there wasn't much about just what this unit meant until in the very fine print at the bottom, where it was defined as the average amount of sin received for committing an average huge massacre. What the fuck? What kind of ambiguous fucking unit was that? What the fuck was an average huge massacre? Even Crow noticed that I looked furious and had backed up. I wanted nothing more than to tear up or incinerate this letter, but the experience where I had to help my grandpa get out of an unwanted timeshare a few years before his death led me to keep all correspondence, so I just shifted it into my hammer space. "Come here," I told the cat, who shook his head and even opened his mouth to hiss at me. I reached out and grabbed him by the scruff again, and he yowled in protest once more. I pulled out my athame and fished one of the souls out of it, pushing the intangible thing to the cat, while ordering it, "Take it." At first, the cat seemed confused, but then he just swallowed the soul as if it were a cat treat, looking a bit surprised at his own action. As he swallowed it, I learned, through some manner of telepathic interface, that the soul was worth 0.4 karmics in units. I sighed. That's what I had been worried about. I fed the cat the rest of the souls, and it was only the main guy who had to be the leader of the three that was worth anything, and he was still only worth slightly above 3 units. Still, I felt really good that we had killed them. Who knows how many people they would have worked up to murder in the future. We got the karmic merit for stopping them, even if I was later feeding them to Judge Wu vis-a-vis my cat. Xiaoli was wise enough not to ask me any questions that evening, and I just meditated for a while before sleeping. I tried to think of ways to get out of the predicament, but I didn't even know if there was a way to object or to bring Judge Wu to court. Nor did I know if it was wise to do so. In some of the cities we had passed through, it might be possible for a peasant to bring a cause of action with an imperial official if you allege that you were wronged by a city official, but it wasn't anonymous. Even if you prevailed in your case, you still had to live in the city and would get smashed as a bug in retaliation somehow. I certainly didn't want to piss off the guy involved in judging souls after they died. I could see him arranging to hear my own case after I died and throwing the book at me. Even if I were a saint for the rest of my life, and who knows if that was possible here, I could see him sending me to hells anyway. It might be a sin to misjudge a soul, but why else was this guy running his own for-profit private hell in the first place if not to bank merit so that he can then do whatever he wants later? I shook my head. I couldn't do anything now, and perhaps not ever. I sighed. My goal was the peak, anyway. Perhaps I would get to the point where I could punch Judge Wu in the nose, settle matters that way, and take over the Netherworld Kingdom. Even if I didn't, then I just had to acquire about 1,500 more souls that were as big as a sinner as an average high-level demonic chi-gathering cultivator. No biggie, right? Right? I woke early for some cultivation under the still bright moon and found that my realm had loosened quite a bit, reaching the peak of the 2nd level, and it was a smooth breakthrough to the 3rd level in no time at all. I puzzled. Was this because I had resolved to punch Judge Wu in the nose, or as Xiaoli had suggested earlier that evening, that life and death encounters had a way of tempering a cultivator's spirit and Dao heart? I didn't know. Perhaps a little of both, but it was welcome nonetheless. Or was some other reason? Vampiric touch was designed to drain vitality and health, but I hadn't tested it on either an entity that already had chi inside, especially not to death I had earlier. Perhaps it acted like a water pump, and it would sputter and produce unpredictable behavior at the moment of death when what it was siphoning out ran dry. I hummed and inspected my spiritual sea, looking for impurities in the chi there. Such might be found if I had sucked up part of the other cultivator's cultivation base, but I couldn't find any. It was all uniformly the silver mist of a very pure yin chi, combined with the pure, unearthly white of my ghostly yin core. Well, at least that was something. I honestly didn't want to utilize such demonic techniques. Not because I had any kind of moral objection, but because I didn't believe most shortcuts were helpful in the long term, especially at this stage when my cultivation was still quick and easy. Perhaps someday, I might change my mind if I ever reached the stage where I ran out of talent and couldn't pursue my path any further, but I hope not, just because, like all people, I hoped my talent would be inexhaustible. Before Xiaoli woke up, I tossed away Big Chungus bones and replaced them with the strongest cultivator's bones in my hammer space. Xiaoli agreed to carry the remainder in his spatial pouch, but I wasn't sure I was going to keep them until I got some sort of spatial treasure of my own. Xiaoli was a little icked at carrying them, even if he agreed to do so. My hammer space was quite limited in the volume it stored, after all. However, if it was entirely empty, I really could carry a lot of bones in it, perhaps at least 5 or so people, depending on how well the bones stacked. When I found a stable home and could leave things at my place of residence, then I wouldn't need to carry everything with me, and I'd have more room for both frivolities as well as skeleton labor and guards. I was quite interested in how cultivator bones would differ from regular people's bones and Big Chungus bones, which I considered to be more of a monster, if anything. We were already fairly close by the time we went to sleep last night. It was just another 6-hour run before this nation's capital came into view. The gates to the capital were a lot better guarded than the smaller cities had been, that was sure. The walls were a good 30 meters tall, and were guarded not only by regular guards but cultivators that were about as strong as us, as well. We were also interrogated quite a deal more than was normal in the last cities we visited. The questioner was a guard captain who was in the Foundation establishment level, too. However, eventually, he acquiesced and let us through, and our story about catching an airship to another nation didn't change, no matter how many different ways he asked. Xiaoli grinned at me and said, "All we need to do is find a place to live and stay out of trouble for 4 or 5 months until our airship arrives." You just jinxed us. No lewd stuff. A seemingly normal young man was at the vestibule of a large villa, and he handed a small bag over to a larger, completely bald man wearing Daoist-style robes, saying, "Here are the spirit stones owed to your mistress." The second man replied before turning around and entering the villa, closing the door in the face of the first man. That man shuddered a little bit and muttered under his breath before leaving, "Something is a bit off about that guy. I hate dealing with him." Inside what I might refer to as a living room of the villa, both Xiaoli and I were eating breakfast. It was pretty odd. For as good as he was in alchemy, he was as poor in cooking. I had forced myself to learn when I started traveling with him, just so I wouldn't starve. We could have cooks in here, but neither of us really liked the idea of hired help, especially if they were temporary hires. The bald-headed man walked in and tossed the bag of spirit stones onto the breakfast table before turning around and walking over into one of the room's corners and standing still, very still. They were payments for me selling a number of low-grade talismans, as I had arranged a bulk selling arrangement rather than trying to get involved in the sales myself. Xiaoli finished a mouthful of the low-grade spirit rice I had bought to go with the demonic boar meat, and then shook his head with a shudder of his own. "I hate that thing. It doesn't really look right." I frowned and nodded. It was true. The illusions weren't quite there, with the skeleton almost reaching the uncanny valley. Xiaoli continued, "Plus, the illusion only works when you're around. Do you know how startling it is to turn my back on him, and when I glance back it is a skeleton again?" I sighed. I solved the issue of my ritual casting of Major Image, lasting only 10 minutes at my level. It was powered by a ritual and a spirit stone, and was so efficient that it should last until rapture, but I couldn't presently get around the fact that it still needed my concentration. If it were only a stationary illusion, like hiding the hidden door in my old village home, it would be fine. but needing it to move with the skeleton and interact with entities definitely required me to concentrate on the illusion. It was amazing that I had gotten it to enter into a dormant state when I lost concentration or left the range instead of the spell failing totally and needing to be recast. I need to get books or personal instruction on formations eventually. I have only seen a few up close, but I think that will help the verisimilitude of my illusions considerably, I said after swallowing the last of my own breakfast, and then grinned. This wise young miss has long ago learned that illusion is the one reality and that substance is the great imposter, after all. He scrunched his face up at me and asked, "What does that mean?" Well, imagine a supremely powerful entity with a cultivation so high that she could destroy the entire winding river's realm with the wave of one of her hooves, I said, humming. He nodded, then blinked. Wait, this potent cultivator is a cow? Well, hypothetically, let's say she is a goat, but it doesn't really matter, okay? I snapped back, and he held up his hands to me in supplication, so I continued. She would exist on such a different plane of existence that to her, her reality is so much more than ours. Our entire existence would have less substance, be more thin and wisp-like than her idle fantasies. Hence, her illusions or imaginations are more real than we are. Xiaoli sighed. I still don't entirely get it, but wouldn't that mean it was possible we were just imaginations, too, in someone's head? Maybe we are, I said, staring at him with Yandra girl eyes without blinking. Then I got a hold of myself, coughed and said, I mean, it's possible. It doesn't really change anything, though. He rolled his eyes, quickly finishing the last little bits in his bowl before he stood up. All right, we should get started with your sword training today. I have to take extra time to fill my bath the old-fashioned way afterwards. Isn't it a little weird the property managers couldn't find anyone to fix it in a week? I stood up. You don't have to worry about that. I already fixed the plumbing last night when I was bored. He looked at me strangely. It's a little weird that you know how to do that. It would be weird if I didn't. Much like rocket science, at least 80% of modern nuclear engineering for fission reactors was plumbing. Getting tools and replacement parts was the challenge, but the valve that broke near the cistern was easily mended with magic. Still, I shrugged, it's not too difficult. Still, you're right that it is weird. We're cultivators, so we should be pretty high on the list of priorities. My only guess is that things are not so good here in the Imperial capital, under the surface. Xiaoli considered that as we stepped into the courtyard and retrieved practice swords. I seem to remember the lady we brought those cinnamon pastries from last week complained about her son being forcibly taken by the military to become a soldier. I held my sword in the ready position, and then we never saw her again. I will be happy to put this place behind us. After about an hour of high-intensity practice and sparring, Xiaoli nodded. You've reached the first threshold, what my dad just called the basics or the foundation of the sword. You're not incredibly talented in the sword, but you still have better base skill and decision-making than the average mortal swordsman now. I frowned. I only know 13 moves. Some people know less. At least you really know these 13, he insisted and shrugged. Besides, these moves are specifically designed to be a good foundation for whatever sword arts you learn next. I nodded. If I am at the first threshold, where are you? He grinned. I've long ago reached the one with the sword level. I didn't know what that meant, but it sounded cool and profound, and he said, if you ever reach the point where moving a sword is no more difficult than moving your hand or any other body part, then you'll know you've reached this stage too. I nodded. It sounded like to reach that level my proprioception had to include the sword in my hand, which sounded hard to manage. But I couldn't say that it was impossible. I had heard of special forces operators in my last life who could wield a rifle as though it were just an extension of their own bodies too. I sat the sword back on the rack and said, with a sigh, not particularly looking forward to our next training. All right, let's do it sitting down this time. Otherwise, we both tend to run away too quickly. He made a face but nodded. We then moved over to a large ritual circle I drew in one of the corners, and we both sat down in the lotus position. He said, okay, I'm ready. I nodded and energized the circle, and the fierce spell was cast on both of us. He had asked for this training, both to continue making him more resistant to illusions as well as to temper his Dao heart. That last reason actually sounded pretty good to me, and I decided to join him after judicious testing in private by myself. The fear spell would either project an all-senses illusion of your largest fear or, if that stopped working, just shove fear as an emotion into your head so that you never really got used to it unless you mastered fear itself. Surprisingly, my biggest fear wasn't my pet goat. It might be somewhat of a subtle nuance since it objectively caused a very similar physiological reaction, but my emotions when I thought about her were closer to either awe or devotion. It was why I couldn't take Judge Wu or any of the other so-called divinities of the celestial bureaucracy or even the gods and goddesses of Meryl's old world seriously. In fact, my personal biggest fear seemed to change with the day or my mood. I didn't think that was how it was supposed to work, but it wouldn't be the only way my brain was different. Today, it was a half-human, half-spider-drider male looming over me, already spinning me into a cocoon so he could devour me later. The fear spell wouldn't be so hard to resist if it didn't also try to make you think whatever you were seeing was real. Both of us scrambled to our feet and almost made it out of the ritual before the spell cut out. Scowling, we returned to our places so I could energize it again. Xiaoli always left these training sessions with tears running down his face and covered in sweat, although he never cried out. Although I was curious, I was not boorish enough to ask him what his fears were. My female intuition, which was growing stronger every month, suggested that it involved his dead parents or family situation in general, though. The local deacon for the Hidden Flowers Fairyland was not the dami-mommy type like Lu Rushue was. Instead, Qin Fei Fei was the exuberant girl-next-door type and looked young enough that she must be something of a talent due to her similar level of cultivation, somewhere in the early foundation establishment level. If she grew up in West Virginia, she would have been the captain of the cheer team. She wasn't really my type, so I was a little curious as to why she asked to meet with me privately. I mean, I definitely wouldn't kick her out of bed. You'd have to be insane to do that. I had been coming to the local branch of the Frolics, not solely for the lewd stuff. At least half of the time, I had been purchasing training in normal activities that a well-bred and well-educated young miss like I was trying to portray myself as would know. Tea ceremony, debate, musical instruments, games like Go and Xianxia, and general etiquette. It wasn't that I wanted to be a perfect young miss, but I wanted to be able to pretend to be. As a budding mistress of illusion, I had long ago learned that if you showed somebody what they expected, they often wouldn't look any deeper. Young Miss has been coming to my place quite often these days. She grinned mischievously at me, and I had the urge to smile despite myself. Her smile was infectious as if she was a tornado of fun. "I have a proposition for you," she said, cheerily. "I'm willing to refund all that you've paid and even allow you to have a beginner's level zither technique that we don't normally sell to outsiders, even if it is pretty common. It's a primer on basic zither-based illusion spells. All you have to do is help us with a particularly hard-to-please client."
Ich freunde her.
I wasn't that great with musical instruments yet, and even if I got sufficient proficiency, I didn't think I was the type of person to pull out a zither as a weapon. I wasn't a bard. Still, I was very interested in illusions. And I would be lying if I wasn't interested in how Lu Rushue affected a large number of people with her performance months ago. But it was impossible. I shook my head and said, "I'll have to decline. I'm afraid that I'm not interested in becoming a prostitute." She pouted prettily. "Ultimately, everyone is a prostitute, lovely girl. Especially cultivators. Especially female cultivators." Then she changed to her trademark smile. "However, what I'm interested in today is you whoring out your mind, not your body. You're better at Xianxia than I or any of my girls, and we have a very important client who is getting tired of destroying all of us. All he wants is to play Xianxia with beauties, nothing physical. Xianxia was a board game that somewhat resembled chess in my past life, and chess was something that I was really good at, to the point where I had multiple people suggest that I could play professionally. I hadn't been to tournaments often enough to get an official rank since I joined and left the Navy, but my yellow based on religious online play was in the 2,300 range. This yellow would easily qualify me as GM if it were accurate, although there were some inaccuracies inherent with rating purely online play, so I didn't take my rating to heart and let it give me a big head. Still, I was strong enough that I mainly played on private chess servers and had even played very famous chess GMs, including being blessed enough to be demolished by Magnus Carlsen on several occasions. I played Xianxia with a few of the girls and even Fei Fei herself after I paid for it to be taught to me, but it was wasted money when I realized that the rules were the same as Xianxia from my last life, and I steamrolled over my series of tutors. I had played Xianxia online in my past life when I wanted a change of pace, but I was never as good as I was with traditional chess. But I was still at a level where it would take a serious hobbyist to beat me. Xianxia was a much more complicated game than chess, with a larger board and about an order of magnitude more legal board positions, but the ideas in the game were much simpler. Overall, though, I felt it was a more complicated and difficult game, especially if I allowed it to reach the endgame stage. Since my endgame was relatively weaker than my chess endgame, I tried demolishing everyone I played from the start, seeking to win in the midgame. It wasn't even that I was that good, but while this world was at least 1,000,000 times larger than Earth, where it fell flat was its mass communication. The only way you got better at a game was to continually play with stronger players, and the internet made that possible, as well as widely distributed strategies that anyone could read. So it wasn't that I was just so much smarter than Fei Fei, but it was someone from the information age bullying someone from the medieval age. I beat her in Go, even if barely, and I was awful, comparatively, at that game. It's not strip Xianxia, is it? I asked, remembering the custom rules that my first tutor had jokingly offered, which I accepted instantly. I went out of my way to capture every piece she had, which was not really the way you generally played the game if you wanted to win, but it was worth it. So worth it. Fei Fei grinned and shook her head. No, and I'd asked that you didn't offer. Oh, interesting. Must be a real VIP if someone came to a brothel and was important enough not to be propositioned by her workers. I hummed and nodded. Sure. I'm interested in the zither spells. How many times do I have to play? Whenever requested. We'll send someone to your villa to pick you up, she said, but probably only once or at most a couple times a week. I raised an eyebrow. What if I'm busy? The only place you really come to is here. What would you be busy doing? She asked mildly. Don't worry. This won't keep you past when your airship is scheduled to arrive. I sighed and nodded. Fine. The first time they called me was the next day, and as I was led into the large salon, I saw my opponent for the first time. It was a boy who might have been 12, certainly too young to be in a brothel, even for this world, where they would consider him an adult by 14 or 15. Still, I was enlightened as to her request not to offer to play strip Xianxia, if a little bit offended that she thought I would ever consider it. Although, I was an independent cultivator who specialized in ensue, so it might be that she considered that me going 1E-san on a boy to be on the mild side of what I could be capable of. She noticed the shadows that I carried in my shadow, too, so she might consider what I was capable of to be a lot wider than what I actually felt morally okay doing. Whatever the case, I thought that children would always be safe from me, especially since his cultivation base was at least in the 6th level of the Qi gathering realm. The boy was dressed quite richly and grinned as I walked in, saying, I don't recognize you. Did they bring a ringer in? I nodded and did my best to glide over to take a seat across from him. They did. Would you like a teaching game? From what Fei Fei had said about the boy's abilities, in that she had gotten close to beating him on several occasions, I was pretty sure I had his number unless he was seriously sandbagging, which was always an option. So, I offered him a teaching game first. He snorted, amused, and said, I think not, chess tart. I don't know why, but I found that insult hilarious. I nodded, and then proceeded to open with a brazen blitzkrieg-style central cannon opening. Blitzkrieg-style play wasn't real popular in this game, and it suffered from weaknesses in the mid to late game, but this chess tart was out to make an object lesson on a brat today. He raised an eyebrow at my unconventional opening and tried a standard single-horse defense. I played as though we had a time clock, and this was speed Xianxia, although we didn't, and it wasn't. I was flexing. I systematically dismantled him, but he wasn't so arrogant that he refused to admit defeat. When it was obvious he lost, he surrendered with an exasperated sigh and said, Okay, that was good. Perhaps a teaching game might be nice. I smiled maliciously. This chess tart will be happy to provide. He looked a little abashed, blushing. I played the same game over, allowing him another opportunity to face all the decisions I made, and occasionally paused at key divergent paths. Here, look. Although this is just a game, and it is nothing like real battle, some similarities remain. I am amassing everything at your hub, your nexus of movement, your center of gravity. You sound like you've seen real battles, he said curiously. I hadn't, really. Not unless you counted the 2 cultivators I had recently killed, in which case I had been a party to one real battle. It would have been the end of the world if the submarines I served on in the Navy ever had to go to war. Merildwin had also been protected from out-and-out battles, too. Still, I had read enough from wise men to fake it, so I shrugged. We set up for a new game, and I played in a more relaxed manner. It was still a teaching game, so in these instances he told me what type of opening he wanted to play against, and I assumed it was styles of play that he was weakest. He asked, I have some people who say that recklessness in war is most dangerous, while others say that cautiousness is worse. What do you think? I raised an eyebrow. This goes beyond a chess tart's core competencies, young master. However, I paused and didn't mind plagiarizing from Clausewitz, as I had already been thinking about him earlier. Given the same amount of intelligence, timidity will do 1,000 times more damage to you than being audacious. Although if you are defensive, you can prevent yourself from losing, but you almost always have to attack if you want to win a war. The first part was from Clausewitz, for sure. I wasn't exactly sure where the last part was from, but I didn't think it was from him. It might have been a paraphrase of something Sun Tzu wrote for all I knew. To demonstrate this, I shifted into a game strategy that just countered everything he did without really making any moves of my own. It was a really frustrating way to play for both players, and after only a few minutes, he waved a hand and said, Okay. I grinned and decided to throw the most popular Clausewitz quote out there to him. Also, remember, the wise man said that war is just politics continued through different means. The brat frowned and said, Who was the wise man who said that? I've read a lot of books, and I haven't ever heard something said quite that way. I frowned and lied. You know, I can't remember. My father told me that one. As we set up for a different game, he arranged the board state into something akin to mid-game, and I noticed all of the boards he set up for me to play were all in a similar style on my side of the board. I finally realized something. Are you trying to beat a specific person? He blushed slightly and said, Maybe. I've reached the age where it's normal for me to be interested in girls. Now, so me coming here won't be remarked upon. He trailed off. I almost couldn't stop myself from laughing in his face, but I persevered. Still, I'm sure my lips were twitching uncontrollably. Not only was he trying to beat some specific, but it had to be someone in his family or close circle if he would seek secret practice sessions at a brothel instead of just inviting an Xianxia master to his house. Wherever he lived, he was clearly a rich brat, so I didn't think that would have been hard. He was stubborn enough that he'd rather people think he was visiting a brothel twice a week than getting help with his chess game. That was kind of adorable, even if I found it completely insane that his family would find it okay for him to go to a brothel at his apparent age. Although, perhaps he started cultivating really young. Even if he had, he still couldn't be older than even Shaoli. A little bit later, I said, All right, young master, this chess tart has to leave now. He snorted and inclined his head, affecting a snooty attitude. This young master thanks the chess tart. Hongli watched his new chess tutor leave the salon, and he hadn't been lying when he said he was interested in girls now. He had seen more beautiful women, of course, but they were all nice to look at, especially when they were leaving. Suddenly, he wasn't alone. His most trusted subordinate and protector appeared next to him, and Hongli gave him an amused look. See? You weren't necessary after all. She was harmless. She is extremely dangerous. An obvious demonic cultivator, he sniffed, offended. Hongli laughed. Every one of the girls here is a demonic cultivator. She didn't have any great sins weighing her down. Besides, her chi seemed pure enough. The fate of a nation was a very unusual cultivation method, and one based on the idea of karma, which was almost unheard of before the Foundation establishment. He was still thinking about one thing that she said, the words of the so-called wise man. He said, See if you can find a reference for that remark about war and politics. You know, it invites the obvious corollary. Oh? His protector asked. Hongli nodded. Yes, that politics would just be a continuation of war by political means. It sounds obvious when I say it out loud, but I don't think I've considered it, and I think that has been a huge mistake." He grinned viciously. "I think the next time I meet the Chancellor, I should keep in mind that he is waging war against me, but through political means." His protector merely hummed, as he was smart enough not to get involved in that one way or another. Finally, Hongli stood up and said, "Come, let's return home. I need to challenge my mother to a game. Women just slow the speed at which I draw my sword." I hummed as I studied the pages of a book. The pages resembled something like a combination of the Kama Sutra and circuit diagrams, and I had been studying off and on for weeks. It was kind of difficult to practice this sort of thing on my own, but I didn't have any desire to practice with another, so I would have to make do. I sat the book down on the table and thought about my time in the Imperial capital. It had been several months, and I focused mostly on my own cultivation and magical research. I noticed that if I shifted my sleep schedule to sleep during the day, then I only needed about 3 hours of sleep if I could cultivate underneath the moon that evening. That was quite nice, with both Merildwin and myself being more night owls. Anyway, it gave me more hours a day to do whatever I wanted. I wasn't a workaholic, though, so I mainly continued working the same amount and using the extra time for leisure. I was called to the frolics about twice a week to play chess with the young master. I finally had to admit that he was more talented than I was. I had been bullying him with my experience, but he had an intuitive understanding of the game, and each time he came, he was a bit better than the last time, with seemingly no diminishing returns that I had noticed thus far. I had barely beaten him last time. It wasn't that surprising. With the internet, I could play unlimited games with an unlimited number of people, and that was something that the young master couldn't do. So he still had a lot of talent in the game that hadn't been wrung out while I had mostly reached my peak years ago. It wasn't that I wasn't still improving, just a little, because I had always preferred traditional chess, but that wasn't an option here, so I found a new interest in playing it due to other options being unavailable, but it wasn't enough. Playing with people I could talk to was a new, nice bonus that increased my interest quite a bit. When I played this game on the internet, I almost never played with an English-speaking person, mainly Chinese, Japanese, or Vietnamese people. I had also finally gotten Shaoli to be able to cook rice without destroying it by writing the recipe in alchemy terms, which I barely understood. So I didn't have to cook all the time anymore. So I had to admit everything was going well. I didn't have any long-term goals aside from improving myself at present, and I didn't think that was bad. I was letting myself go with the flow, just following along with Shaoli as I knew he was safe. He wanted to go to this particular sword sect, so I was following him. I had decided to try to enlist, as well. I didn't have some desire to master the sword, but they had a lot of resources and a huge library of cultivation methods and spells that I was quite interested in. Also, if I continued down my path and managed to recreate my existing spells in the form of talismans, then I would need someone to hide behind to sell them. I didn't think that they'd be completely earth-shattering, but a few of them I hoped would be useful enough that it would be suicidal for a wandering, independent cultivator to release them for wide sale. From my perspective, one sect was as good as another, and I had begun to trust both the judgment and the luck of Shaoli. So to the Silver Serenities we would go. Shaoli walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice for the meat I had already cooked. I cheated by cooking it in large batches and then immediately storing it in my hammer space. If time passed there, it was so slow that calling it stasis wasn't misleading. I popped a good amount of meat into his rice bowl as he passed, and he narrowed his eyes at me. It had taken him a while to trust that the things I stored weren't in just one big storage area. As far as I could tell, they weren't. They were stored individually and isolated, but I just could not store an aggregate larger than the total volume limit. To Xiao, this was important, considering I often stored things like severed heads, people's bones, and the like. Stuff he didn't want to come in contact with cooked meat he was about to eat, in other words. Personally, I didn't think it mattered either way because if time was as good as stopped, there would be no time for the meat to become contaminated. As he sat down, he glanced at the cover of the book I had been reading. It was labeled Dragon Phoenix Synergy Art in bold calligraphy on the front cover, and Shaoli almost choked on a mouthful of rice before his face turned beet red, and he stammered, "Are you reading that? Where did you even get it?" I narrowed my eyes at him, causing the book to vanish into my storage. It wasn't that I didn't understand why he was asking, but I shook my head. I bought it last month. I had to spend 100 spirit stones to get it, and it's a part of one of my self-defense strategies. I do not wish to discuss it. When I said that studying this secret art was part of my self-defense strategy, Xiaoli looked at me like I was an insane person, but I didn't desire to clear up his confusion. Finally, he realized I wasn't going to elaborate and said, "Oh, I got that diamond dust you wanted." I grinned. "That's good. I had bought a bunch earlier in a small batch at the market, but had already used a lot of it." Xiaoli had said he could find a bulk supplier in the city since he didn't have anything much to do, and I appreciated the help. Material components for my spells were priced differently here. For example, the small diamond that I had used to revive Xiaoli was worth way more than I thought. Something like 1,000 taels of gold, as they were used in a number of ways in alchemy, weapon refining, and formations. However, diamond dust was actually much cheaper than in Borea because there were ways for the cultivation world to manufacture very small grit diamonds as a waste product when certain production methods were used. They also weren't used for much other than as a polishing or sanding agent for mortal blacksmiths, toolmakers, and goldsmiths. "How much did you get, and how much do I owe you?" "Something like 5 caddies, and I paid 1 spirit stone for it," he said, shrugging. I widened my eyes. That was like 2.5 kilos, more or less. A huge amount. I had a great need for it, too. A continuing one, as well. I didn't think there was a time in the future when I wouldn't need a lot of it. I slid a spirit stone across the table and gave him a thumbs up. He then glanced around and asked randomly, "Say, where's that cat of yours?" I frowned and shrugged. I haven't seen him for a week or so. He started tomming around the city. Still, I was curious and felt for the familiar bond. He was still alive. Otherwise, I would be able to resummon him, and I could still unsummon and even dismiss him if I wanted. I didn't really want to do any of those things, but this made me a bit curious. I was meaning to explore the city some more. I can use my bond to get a direction. If I don't have anything else to do, I'll go drag him back. Although we had been here months, I almost never went out. I would visit the frolics several times a week, but that was mostly to learn things of the non-lascivious variety, like music, or more recently, play chess with the young master. Besides that, I spent the rest of the time, which was the vast majority, cultivating, experimenting, and learning magic on my own or training with Xiaoli. I had almost fully stepped into what I would call a level 5 wizard, being able to cast every 3rd level spell that I knew, except those of the evocation and divination schools anyway. I was still working on those. Level 3 was when spells got really powerful, along with level 6 and level 9. The intermediate levels, like 3 to 5, represented a more gradual increase in power, while level 6 jumped a lot. This was just my opinion from playing spellcasters sometimes, even if they weren't my favorite class. For me, I always played human male, and my class was usually either fighter or paladin. Some might call that boring, but I was the one who had the longsword in my hand in the end. Xiaoli nodded. "I know it's not really a cat, but it is a little bit odd for him not to be here trying to get free meat bites from us." I grinned. I noticed in the past that Xiaoli always saved a couple of bites for him. Crow even laid in his lap a few times, sleeping. I left breakfast, returning to my room to pick out an outfit for the day. While I had bought additional outfits in the capital city, I only really had 2 styles, fancy and less fancy. Both were actually prioritized with how easy it would be to move in them, though, as I skipped anything that I couldn't run away from someone in, if necessary. I picked a silk Hanfu-style dress that was colored in pastels, pinks, and very light violets, including a pair of soft embroidered slippers. This one was a bit expensive. The dyes for these colors were an imported product, so it was on the fancier side. But it was also a change of pace from my usual outfits, which were more in dark and light blues. I made sure to strap my cursed sword onto my waist because it was very unusual for a lady displaying as much wealth as I did to travel alone. Where were my servants and guards? Also, my hair color was unusual, my ears were pointy, and my eyes colored brightly and round. I stood out like a sore thumb, in other words. I had gotten stopped and questioned before, but if I walked around conspicuously armed, then it was more evident that I was a cultivator or at least a martial artist, and not only would I not be bothered, but most everyone, including ne'er-do-wells, would give me a wide berth. I used flutter steps to glide, bounce, and jump my way through crowds of people on the streets today, being careful enough with my skirts not to flash anybody. which was kind of difficult. This was an even better way to ensure I wasn't mistaken as a lost young mistress and detained for my own safety, as the footwork technique was clearly supernatural even when I had only mastered it to a moderate degree. I could literally jump onto the roof of a single-story building in one bound or run across the side of the building as if I didn't weigh anything, and I had an almost built-in feather fall spell effect while I was using the technique, so it was quite useful, I thought. I was already at the level of the kung fu masters that I had seen in films like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This told me that those types of tricks, ultimately, were nothing, so I didn't want to overestimate myself. It tickled me quite a bit when young kids would stare and point at me, tugging their parents' sleeves and calling out at the fairy, so I didn't mind showing off a bit even if I was still as weak as I could be. A golden core cultivator was equivalent to a tactical nuke in power and, if left alone, could flatten entire areas of this enormous city or the whole thing if they had enough time and weren't stopped. A Foundation establishment cultivator was at least at the level of a main battle tank platoon. As for me, I could run on walls. I couldn't even cast Fireball yet, so I didn't have an outsized opinion of my own capabilities. Humming, I realized that it was unusually crowded today, and there appeared to be an exuberant mood. I wasn't going in any particular direction, just sort of in the general direction of where my familiar was. I fluttered down from the side of a wall in front of a middle-aged man manning a cart selling aromatic meat kebabs. The man's eyes went wide, and he said, "Fairy miss." Kebab? For you, it's free." I raised my eyebrows at the offered kebab, but even though I had eaten breakfast, I could eat again. The energy a cultivator's body uses wasn't entirely supernatural. It was normal for me to eat the equivalent of 6,000 or 7,000 calories a day. I generally didn't eat regular food in large amounts anymore, but these did smell good. I took the kebab and asked, "Why is there a celebration?" Rather than let him give it to me for free, I pulled out one of the few silver taels I had and dropped it into his hands. His wide-eyed grin told me I vastly overpaid, but I didn't actually have any specie of lower value. He grinned, "News from the front. On the Emperor's orders, the armies attacked and destroyed the seat of the rebellion, the former capital of the Yong province."
À coups de main, et
I used the French words out of habit, which got a confused look at the foreign-sounding words. I took a bite out of the kebab and found the meat spiced quite well and surprisingly tender. As for whether this was good news or bad news, it depended on what kind of rebellion this was. This was either the end of it or the beginning of the end, though, unless it was just propaganda that I was hearing. I didn't have any dog in this fight, so I was fundamentally on the side of those who would end the war with the fewest casualties and the least hardship to the people at large. From my perspective, if the Empire won, then the Emperor would remain in power, and if the rebels won, then there would be a new Emperor. Nothing else would change. It wasn't as though one side was fighting for democracy or something. Although, and this might be surprising for a once red-blooded American, I wasn't even a fan of democracy in the first place. Perhaps that was Merildwin's opinions and memories coloring my own to a degree, but I felt that gang rape was the purest expression of total democracy. The desires of the majority had to be restrained enough to protect an individual, and that was a lot of restraint, so you'd only ever end up with something democracy-ish in the first place. It made me wonder how Merildwin's plans for becoming the semi-benevolent dictator of Earth were progressing. I wished her well. I think she would make a good queen of the world, mainly because she probably had no real desire to do it. She was just worried about incompetent people near the levers of power when she discovered how powerful nuclear weapons were, so she figured she'd have to take over just for her own long-term self-preservation. As for this war, though, on the one hand, I had seen signs of repressive tactics here in the capital, but on the other hand, I had direct evidence that mass-murdering demonic cultivators worked with the rebels, or at least they thought they were working with the rebels. I shrugged. It didn't affect me, except that perhaps I wouldn't need to fix the plumbing the next time if all the plumbers and handymen weren't drafted to build siege engines, or whatever an ancient army would force somewhat educated tradesmen to do. I didn't even know how the presence of cultivators in the army would change things. Would catapults and other siege engines still be useful? "Do you like it?" the man asked, looking at my quarter-eaten kebab. I had been nibbling on it in silence for a minute or two while my mind wandered. I considered that and nodded. The spice is done just right, I think. It had a bit of an Indian curry-like flavor, quite strong with paprika and cinnamon. I liked it. And with that, I slowly started walking away. I didn't get 10 meters before the man started bellowing, "Best rat, very approved rat, best rat in Tong District." I instantly stopped chewing and caused a small handkerchief to appear in my hand, so I could spit the piece of meat I was eating into it. I then casually dropped both the handkerchief and the half-eaten kebab into the first wooden-barreled trash receptacle that I saw. To wash my mouth out, I took several large swigs of an apple cider-like juice drink that I kept with me as well before glancing left and right and running away before anyone could see me and associate me with the rat kebab cart. I wasn't sure why I was having this reaction because it really was a delicious rat. I was close enough to Crow now that I could somewhat triangulate where he was and get an idea of the rough distance, and my deductions left a bad taste in my mouth. He appeared to be in the large Buddhist temple that was taking up an entire block. A semi-spontaneous carnival had begun in the streets right next to it, and there were a group of lay brothers scowling at the acts. One of them was mean-mugging a comedy act so much that I couldn't help it. As soon as I got within range, I quietly cast hideous laughter on the man. I timed it perfectly, so he instantly fell over laughing just as the comedy act said the punchline. The comic looked shocked and then smirked as if he realized his hidden comedic talents. The monk's compatriots hurried over to him, but couldn't quite tell if anything was wrong besides the fact that it was likely extremely out of character for the sourpuss. I verified that these gentlemen weren't cultivators of any sort before I did this, but I still darted away at my max speed as soon as I finished casting, giggling. I wanted to get Xiaoli to come back with me before confronting the Buddhists to get my cat back. Not only was he stronger than me and would be helpful, but he had the devil's own luck. Seeing the Buddhist temple also reminded me that I had completely forgotten about the ghost I had in my amulet. Look, it had been busy when we first arrived, all right? I would have remembered soon. It was just luck that the incipient ghost took 5 slots in my amulet. If it had taken 6, then I wouldn't have been able to store all 3 of my shadows along with it, and would have immediately looked for some way to get rid of it. Sure, let me take a quick shower, and then we can head over. Buddhists can be a bit prickly, but I'm sure it will be fine, Xiaoli said. I nodded and waited. It would be the simplest and safest to just unsummon Crow, but even if I did it rapidly, I might still get a new Crow back. I wasn't willing to take enormous risks for the tormented soul, but I would at least talk to some Buddhists for him. Umitba, celebrators, but the temple is not open to the general public, one of the lay brothers said when we attempted to walk through the gates. I assumed they had some issues with the carnival goers wandering about. I nodded. We're not here celebrating. We'd like to speak with someone in charge. He frowned. I'm not sure if that will be possible, but you are welcome to inquire inside the main temple. Someone should be able to help you there. Before we entered, I called the 3 shadows back into my amulet. Then, as we walked past him and got closer to the temple, I finally reached the 100 feet necessary to see out of Crow's eyes and mentally communicate with him. My lips twitched. He was trapped in a bamboo cage, and there was a group of monks chanting sutras at him. He begged me to help free him from this place, yowling pitifully. This just caused the monks to think that they were making progress, and their chantings redoubled. How can I help you, Taoist visitors? One monk asked. This guy was a cultivator, but was only in the first level of Qi gathering. Still, while he probably couldn't detect our cultivation exactly, he would be able to tell what we were. I pointed the exact direction where Crow was, inside the temple, blocked by one of the walls, and said, I came here to get my cat back. He's black, with green eyes. This caused the young man to widen his eyes before saying, Visitors, please wait here. I will get the abbess. A nun was the leader of this temple? I arched an eyebrow, Xiaoli doing the same. He had recently stolen that gesture from me, as he said he considered it very evocative. It wasn't as though there weren't any female Buddhists, but there weren't a lot. We didn't have to wait too long. A middle-aged woman with a bald head and a slightly different color of kasaya approached us, smiling beatifically. Umitba, almsgivers. Brother Zhong mentioned you were here about the cat. I couldn't quite get a read on her cultivation, but she felt just a little bit weaker than Lu Rushue was, so I figured if she was in the Foundation realm, then it was the very beginning. She stared at me head-on and said firmly, You do realize it is not a cat, yes? Yes. Let me be more specific. Please return my tormented soul that is in the shape of a cat. Please, I said, but still respectfully. She didn't stop smiling but said, I don't think that's a very good idea. Such things shouldn't be out in the world. I sighed. It's not a ghost. Not in the sense that you can do anything about it. You can't put it to rest because it's already been judged. It isn't a protagonist like that. It's just awaiting dispensation of its sentence and reincarnation now. If your goal is to reduce overall suffering, if you refuse to give it back to me, I will have to just send it back to hell, and you'll be causing increased suffering. That sounds like sophistry, the abbess said musingly, but she seemed to be considering it. It literally cannot do anybody any harm, from what I can understand. Xiaoli popped up. Finally, she sighed. It's not like I didn't recognize it. I did tell the others that chanting at the thing wouldn't lay it to rest, but they've increased their diligence and capabilities a lot just in the last few days trying, so it's a shame to see it go. She looked at us both and said, You both seem wise for your age. Are you interested in joining Buddhism? Xiaoli coughed and said, sorry, ma'am, but I still have ambitions to lose my virginity in the future and cannot become a monk. The nun just smiled, nodded at him, and turned to me. I sniffed. Pleasures of the flesh would only slow the speed at which I draw my sword. The nun widened her eyes as if what I had said was profound and looked hopeful. Xiaoli widened his eyes too, but his expression was more disbelief that I could make such a bald-faced lie in front of a nun. He knew where I spent my free time. After all, still, I am not interested in changing my religion. I'm sorry, I finished. Xiaoli asked, You have a religion? Sort of. We don't proselytize, for which you can be grateful, I said mysteriously. The abbess sighed and nodded. I'll go and get your cat. I held up a hand. I do have another ghost you can actually put to rest, though. She raised an eyebrow at me. That's a little bit unusual. Perhaps I misjudged that type of Dao that you walked down. I don't think you did. However, we came across a slaughtered village while approaching the capital. I don't have any desire to use the ghost of a poor village girl. It would be better if she could return to samsara, but I don't really have any way to get rid of the resentment she had. I just had the capability to chain her and put her in stasis, I explained, spreading my hands as if to show my inability. Ghosts of evil people and my enemies, I would use every day, but she had barely been 10 years old. It would be much better if she just reincarnated as a human rather than stay as a malevolent spirit. She might never make it back to humanity if she did that. The nun nodded slowly and said, I see. Well, go ahead. You can bring her out. She's quite murderous, I warned. The nun smiled and said, Umitba, almsgiver, that you worry about my safety. It is kind but a bit naive. I shrugged, drew the ghost out of my amulet, and plopped her down right in front of the nun. She sniffed once and then did a delicate princess stomp, causing an explosion of purifying yang energy to explode out from her sandal, encompassing the ghost and, to a much lesser extent, both me and Xiaoli. Xiaoli didn't seem to be affected, but it gave me a slight headache and the uncomfortable feeling of needing to sneeze without actually being able to. The ravenous ghost, though, was instantly purified. In its place was the translucent outline of a little girl, who held up her hands in thanks and seemed to be talking, although she was inaudible. The little ghost girl faded and disappeared shortly thereafter. I swallowed a bit, as I think I may have misjudged this nun's relative strength. She smiled at me knowingly and said, You did a good thing today. After my cat was released, we walked back down the path to leave the temple. I tossed a handful of golden taels into the donation box. Women just slow the speed at which I draw my sword, Xiaoli said in a fake serious tone, obviously teasing me. I growled, Shut up.
No.
I'm going to steal that line, he claimed. I tilted my head to the side. I thought you were after a girlfriend. I am. But before I get one, I can say this, and it sounds really profound. After I get one, I won't say it anymore. Unless she dumps me, he explained his strategy. In a well-lit office, a slightly pudgy man slumped into a comfortable chair behind his desk and said ominously, Find out what has changed with the little emperor. A victorious war does not help our cause. We need a never-ending one. Yes, sir. An invisible man yelled before departing. Damsel, save thyself. I could see my defeat in about 5 moves, so I surrendered with a tisk. The young master I played against grinned and said, "We could play a game of Go instead?" "You know that I am even worse at that game," I muttered. I'd like to introduce a timed version of play, but for some reason, clockwork-based timekeeping devices like I would expect for a game clock weren't common despite the fact that the technology existed and were used in pocket watches that were popular for rich mortals. Almost no cultivator used them, though. I wasn't sure if it was just because we didn't have that much care about schedules, or if it was because the mechanisms in pocket watches were delicate and like to be broken by jumping around, though. Another game. This time, try to make a move in 10 seconds or less. This will help your snap decision-making, I said, but mainly because I was pretty good at this style of play and wanted to beat him again. He raised an eyebrow but reset the game board, and we played again. This game went really quickly, which wasn't surprising, and I trounced him. We played a few more games like that, talking mostly in between us during the game. We were both too focused on making quick moves. "It looks like things are improving around here in the capital," I said. While the celebrations had stopped, the optimism had continued quite a bit in daily life. There was talk that some of the armies that had been committed to the front were shifting inwards to focus more on keeping the peace for the interior of the empire. "I'm not so sure," the young master said cautiously. Then he paused and said, "Say, let me tell you something, and you give me your opinion." I smiled and inclined my head. "Sure, but I have minimal areas of competency, just so that you're aware. If it wasn't magic, nuclear reactors, or reading lots of books, most of which being fiction, then I wasn't sure I could provide any useful insights." He snorted, apparently not believing me, which I thought was kind of stupid, but said, "From what I have heard, the Emperor recalled one of his most trusted generals back to the capital and gave him the mission to attack the west flank amongst the front in front of his advisors." I looked appropriately curious as that wasn't what had allegedly happened, and he continued, "However, it wasn't until the general left the capital and opened sealed orders that he got his real mission, amassing a huge army and performing a quick strike against the enemy capital. This was successful." "Oh, something is rotten in the state of Qian," I said, stealing from the bard, and then asked curiously, "You seem well informed." He coughed, blushed, and said, "Well, my mother is very close to the Emperor." But then he smacked his closed fist into his open palm and said, "But, yes, exactly. It was only a handful of trusted advisors who knew of the fake orders, too. This was the first time the Emperor had given a direct order in the war, too. And guess what? I guess that after the successful attack, the armies that remained along the front detected huge enemy reinforcements along the western flank," I said, amused. He wouldn't be telling me this if it wasn't something like that. He nodded rapidly, and I spread my hands in front of me and asked, "It was wise of him, and daring too, to create this plan. But why are you mentioning it to me?" "How would you discover who the traitor is?" he asked, gripping his fists. I shrugged. Instead of telling all of his advisors at once, he could have spoken to them individually and privately. Depending on how many there were, he could tell when the attack was going to be on the west, the other the east, and so forth. I remember that was a basic intelligence leak detection strategy in my past life. For example, Elon Musk used a series of 1 or 2 spaces between sentences to create a binary number that was unique to every recipient of an email, which he said allegedly identified a leaking employee. The young master shook his head. "That's a good idea, except it would depend on him telling each advisor not to discuss it with any of their peers and the advisors listening to him. From what my mom tells me, they would have absolutely discussed it amongst themselves and realized that they were each told separate objectives and the gig would be up." I chuckled. "Then the Emperor has a lot bigger problem on his hands if the people he is running the nation for him do not obey him. Do you know what the job of an absolute monarch is, really?" "This sounds like the kind of trick questions I got a lot growing up," he said, and this time it was my turn to snort. "Growing up? You mean you're not still doing it, brat?" I shrugged, though, indicating he was kind of correct. Yes, the answer would change depending on whose perspective we're discussing. Let's discuss the most important perspective, the one of the everyday people that live their lives under the authority of his state. He nodded, and I continued, "Monarchs are supposed to be kind of like miniature gods, something that the average person can revere. It's a type of symbolism. Despite being real, Actual people. They're less of a person and more of a story to the average person living in their nation. The brat wasn't stupid, and he only thought about it for a second before nodding. Yes, that comports with what I think, too. So? I waved my hands around and asked, then, why, pray tell, do I know absolutely nothing about the emperor of the nation I am currently residing in? I don't even know what he looks like. Here, look. I closed my hand around a piece of fleece that I caused to appear in it, and with the other, made the complicated somatic gesture for minor illusion repeatedly. Like the light cantrip, I could cast this spell as many times as I wanted until I exhausted myself, making it one of the most useful cantrips there was. In this case, I created reproductions of a number of what I would categorize as propaganda posters that I had seen during the week of celebrations following the military victory. There were 4 different types that I saw in the common parts of the city, and they each glorified either the Imperial Army itself, the War Council, headed by a specific politician whose name I didn't recognize, or unstated generals. Even they did not get specifically mentioned by name. None of them mentioned the Emperor once, just the state and the unnamed apparatuses and cogs of it. It wasn't that all of the ordinary people didn't know what happened. For example, the rat kebab seller told me that the Emperor was behind the victory, but I had found that to be the exception rather than the rule, not one mention of the Emperor here. If I were the Emperor, I would be the most suspicious of whoever is behind him being cloistered away from the public eye. If the average person knew who the Emperor was, what he looked like, that he was looking out for them, they'd generally support him, so long as their basic physiological needs like food, safety, and sex were being met. I seem to remember a hierarchy of needs from my past life, but I couldn't really remember who created them or what they were after the basic physiological ones that I had mentioned. I shook my head and had a rueful expression. But how can they even support the Emperor now? They don't even know him. It's just a title, ripe for someone to slide right in. It would be like the new Emperor was there all along, as far as the people are concerned. If a bookmaker was taking bets on the subject, I would bet a lot of money on the traitor being whoever was behind keeping the current Emperor out of the public eye, which was likely the same person running the state for him and probably the only one mentioned by name in any of the propaganda posters that I saw, the leader of the War Council. Just calling them that was suspicious, as wouldn't the Emperor have to be on said council even if in a pro forma way? And how could anyone claim to be the leader of a council that also had the Emperor on it? I shrugged, amused. Now that we've talked about this, I now fully expect that I'll wake up one day and the stupid Emperor will be deposed. But would I even know? Unless you tell me in one of our future games. I don't think so. So, let me know, okay? Wait, were there lèse-majesté laws here? I seem to remember that there were, and the penalty was death. Perhaps I shouldn't say, stupid Emperor. The expression on the young master's face was of shock, and I realized that he told me his mother was close to the Emperor and frowned. I stuck my foot in it, I guess. I'm sure you and your mother will be fine, I said, although I actually wasn't sure about that at all. It wouldn't be weird for the new guy in charge to conduct a quiet purge of the former guy in charge's supporters. He tried to pick up one of the posters, but his hand went right through it, and I said, sorry, it's just a visual illusion only. He finally closed his mouth, which had been hanging open like a fish, and nodded. These are accurate? I shrugged and pushed my bangs out of my eyes. I needed a trimming, even if I had noticed my hair growing in a bit slower than usual. I would take control of my skeleton butler and perform it myself with some shears instead of going to a local salon. I don't have a perfect memory, but I have a very good one, especially for visual details like this. It's necessary for illusionists. When talking to people about what I specialized in, I had decided to subtly emphasize illusion while de-emphasizing necromancy, even if I actually intended to spend a little bit more time studying the latter. I reset the board, intending to play a couple more games before our time was up, but the young master suddenly stood up. And I mean, suddenly. He just shoved himself backwards and stood up, surprising me. He glanced at me and shook his head sadly. Sorry, chest-tart. I have to cut our game short today. I raised my eyebrows at him and considered that he might be rushing home to warn his mother, assuming he now thought the same thing I did. If so, a possible reaction might be to flee quietly. It occurred to me that this might be the last time I see him. I stood up, And since there was no cultural equivalent of actually shaking hands, nor casually touching skin to skin for the opposite sex, I did the traditional fist and palm salute that was common amongst cultivators and martial artists. He paused and then repeated the gesture, and I watched him leave with a complicated feeling. Nodding, I put everything away and left the room, returning to the main brothel salon. Not only could you pick out a courtesan you wanted, but they had one of the better restaurants in the city, at least those I had seen. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that a sect that focused so much on service would also have burgeoning immortal chefs. I didn't make a lot with selling my talismans, barely enough to pay for the materials for the subsequent ones I made, but I did make enough too, in addition to buying a large amount of spiritual rice by the kilogram, but also eat out now and then, especially when I already got reimbursed for all of my lessons and recreation here. I ate a nice, quiet lunch that I would probably call Sichuan pepper chicken, except the meat came from a thunderfowl, which was a type of flightless bird resembling a giant turkey that could shoot lightning bolts out of its tail feathers. That sounded pretty dangerous, except they were extremely stupid, so they were a pretty cheap type of demonic beast to eat, as you could easily ambush them before they had a chance to zap you. While I ate, I people-watched. It wasn't wrong to say that I didn't meet the average demographic for clients to this establishment, as mostly people of the gentlemanly persuasion were here. It wasn't that they didn't have male escorts, but even they were generally for the gentlemen too. Mostly, when I saw other women, she would be part of a husband-wife couple seeking to spice things up in the bedroom. So I occasionally got mistaken as a courtesan when I took my meals here, especially with my exotic looks, but I tried to take it complimentary. I thought that was what was about to happen. A man I didn't recognize stared at me for a long moment, but then, before I thought he was going to approach me, he glanced around again and left. I shrugged and just finished the tea that came with my meal in peace. Honestly, I never liked tea before I came to this world. I was a coffee sort of guy, but I suppose it was something of an acquired taste, as I kind of enjoyed the bitterness of the green tea now. I still, though, put honey in it anyway. I slid my tea service forward and was about to stand up when I saw something of a commotion happening downstairs. People were rushing about as though this was a speakeasy about to be raided by the revenuers. Wait, did I ever check to see if prostitution was legal? I mean, it must be. Shit, I was too pretty to make it in jail. I needed 3 pillows to sleep comfortably at night, and even in my old world, I was sure that they only gave you one. Maybe none here. God knows what I would have to do to earn 3. I didn't want to become the jailhouse girlfriend of Big Bertha or whoever ran the block. I reached around, ready to cast invisibility on myself and make a hasty escape like a number of patrons were doing. However, before I made the decision, I saw Fei walk in and bark to her minions in quick, clipped orders. Oh, I guess she could take charge if she needed to. After all, perhaps I saw her in the wrong light. Shaking my head, I glanced at her as she looked up at me. When she recognized me, she walked over, and I started to stand up politely, but she waved me back down. What's going on? I asked, curious. Some governmental raid? She shook her head and then paused. No, but the First Army has put a cordon around the entire capital, with assistance from the Imperial Guard cultivators. No one is entering or leaving the capital through any means. They just destroyed a flying boat owned by some Feuerdai child of a rich aristocrat just now that refused the order to return to the city. That's what caused all the commotion. I widened my eyes. I hoped very much the young master and his mother weren't on that flying boat. He could be somewhat called a rich second-generation silk pants, after all. Whoever was behind this had decided to stop playing around. On first guess, it should be the current emperor, shouldn't it? The First Army was specifically housed near the capital, and the commander always had to be a highly trusted relative of the emperor, one who wasn't in line to inherit, too. Also, the Imperial Guard were cultivators that only answered to him personally. However, perhaps the usurper had already taken control. If so, this could be the quiet or not-so-quiet purge of former loyalists. I hadn't expected it to happen this soon, though. It was like I had jinxed things by talking about this possibility with the young master. Suddenly, I had the unusual feeling that I was being really stupid for some reason, but I couldn't quite detect why. The feeling passed when Fei leaned down, and for a moment, all I could see was her impressive décolletage. What was I thinking about again? She smiled and said, You can stay here if you want until things quiet down. There are groups of soldiers that have been seen moving about the streets with a purpose. I then shook my head. No, I doubt very much they're after me. I'll just head back home right away and stay there until things blow over. Besides, I was sure that such a service wouldn't be free. I'd probably have to pay for the services of a companion for days to stay here that long. She nodded. You're probably right. But just be careful. She glanced back towards the door and then stomped off, seeing one of her minions not quite carrying out her will, I guessed. I stood up and took my leave, and to be safe, I cast invisibility on myself before I left the front door of the Frolics. The capital was quite large, but thankfully, our rental home was in the same district as a lot of the entertainment venues, like the Frolics, so I didn't have a huge walk to go home, especially as I flitted from rooftop to rooftop, stepping lightly and quickly. I got about halfway there before I had the sudden hint of oncoming danger, and just rolled to the left just before a dark shadow impacted the roof tiles where I had been stepping. I could barely see the enemy move, and if he was targeting me accurately while I was invisible, then he had to be using spiritual sense. A foundation establishment cultivator, in other words. My eyes went wide. I raised my hand and snap-cast web in the direction I saw a flicker of movement. It worked, and I saw a man briefly trapped in a large web. However, before I could even follow up, he just powered through it and was in front of me, punching me in the stomach. The last thing I noticed was bending over with all the air escaping from my lungs, and him casually tapping the back of my head with a knife-hand strike. I groaned as I woke up. My head hurt, and I think I had some cracked ribs, but I was alive. That was good. Okay, Maywin, what did Grandpa always say? Step 1, take stock. Where was I? I was in an almost European-style extra-large canopy bed, but I had just been dumped on top. Nobody had tucked me in or changed my clothes. That was good. I was missing my sword, but that was it. My 2 shadows were dead or gone. I hoped they were dead, considering how hazardous they were in the wild, but the one I had left in my amulet was still alive, as was my amulet still around my neck underneath my clothes. I felt for the presence of them through my daily casting of Chain Spirit and thought it was much more likely that they were dead. I would have been able to feel a direction, at least if they were still around, unless I had been unconscious for more than 18 hours. Anyway, the man who subdued me was also in the Foundation establishment realm, so it was very likely he would have noticed them, especially if he was using his spiritual sense to track me while I was invisible. Sorry, uno and dos. You were good homicidal maniacs and would be missed. A few beginner talismans that I carried in my pockets were gone, as well as the few spirit stones and mortal currency I held in my pockets, so I had been searched somewhat thoroughly, which gave me the creeps. I was alive, but I did not really know why. I hoped very much it wasn't the first thing that came to my mind. The world I found myself in was unusual and cruel in many ways. Sexual violence was, in many ways, fairly commonplace. My main defense against it was just to become strong. However, if that didn't work, I had an alternative, too. It was the Dragon Phoenix Synergy art. I had been studying this dual cultivation manual partly as a defense against that if all others failed. There were other reasons to study it, also. It was one of the few methods beyond my normal cultivation method that detailed methods of manipulating true qi and moving it around. A person's true qi was just regular qi after they assimilated into their physical and spiritual bodies using a cultivation method. It made all parts of you better, but it wasn't what was used when you used supernatural abilities or cast Taoist spells. Otherwise, you would use up your hard-earned cultivation to do anything. I guess there might be forbidden techniques that used it at a dire cost, but I didn't know any. Assimilating qi through cultivation methods and turning it into true qi meant it was half in the physical world and half in the spiritual world. I thought of it like dark matter. It influenced qi in the real world, but they couldn't directly touch, just like the gravity of dark matter influenced regular matter. But we, being comprised of regular matter, couldn't touch it. You could circulate your true qi, and it would attract regular qi into your body, and both would coexist in the same space paradoxically. It was this regular qi that you used when you used a cultivator's supernatural abilities, and it could run out. If so, you had to circulate your true qi again until you were refilled. You could only have as much chi as you had true chi in your cultivation base, and that was an ideal case. If your cultivation method was poor or unsuited to you, you would max out with a lot less. For example, I had 10 times as much effective chi that I could utilize when I was in second level compared to when I was using the 5 phases method. However, in dual cultivation, during coitus, a man and a woman would move their true chi through their partner as well, treating the two of each other as almost one entity. It was actually kind of romantic, but the idea was always to end up the same chi as when you started, not leave any of yours behind or take any of theirs. I was pretty sure that normal dual cultivation methods were a prerequisite for the type of demonic cultivation that the girls in the frolics practiced, though. They modified a normal dual cultivation method to take a man's yang energy, or if he was a cultivator, his true chi, and somehow used the act of sex to purify it and turn it usable for them, as otherwise, it would be a hindrance and not a help. If worse came to worse, and someone sexually assaulted me, then I would try to use the same principles to do the opposite, to shove my entire well of ghostly energy into the asshole. Not only was that a fair bit of energy, but unlike my cultivation base, it was a renewable resource. If I depleted it, more came out after a while. I was also almost certain that such a large amount of deathly energy shoved into a man's meridians would be instantly fatal, even if they were in the early Foundation establishment. I had hoped to mainly use the research as a way to, perhaps, lend some of either my true chi or ghostly chi to the undead I raised as a way to both keep them under my leash without casting animate dead daily, and also to increase their capabilities. I had already discovered that the bones of a cultivator produced a superior product, and they even had a hint of their speciality in life. The butler I was using used a pale imitation of the fist techniques of the man who half-beat me senseless, for example. I would only do this, though, if I could figure out a way to get that true chi back in me in the event the skeleton died. Otherwise, it would be a waste. It takes too long to accumulate to waste in mobs, even if it did increase their capabilities. The renewable ghostly chi seemed like a more likely bet, though, unless I could figure out a way to rubber band energy back to myself. Sighing, I stopped daydreaming, opened my eyes and sat up on the bed. I looked around the room. It wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. It was about the size of my master bedroom back on Earth, which meant it was probably a guest or servant's room in this world, given the high quality of the furniture. I wasn't up too long before the door swung open, and the man who knocked me out stepped in. He didn't seem that concerned that I was up and moving. I had the urge to cast Hold Person and then try to kill him in a minute, but I wasn't sure if it would work. A Foundation establishment cultivator had to have better saving throws, after all. If it didn't work, I would probably be dead. He also might have some entirely chi-based offensive technique that he could use even while completely paralyzed. We'll call that Plan Z for now. The man said, "You're going to answer some questions." He sighed and shook his head, committing the mortal sin of the villain, namely telling me too much. That was the plan. Anyway, then the brat emperor went off the deep end while I was hunting you down. Half the Imperial court has been named for arrest, including the boss. So, he actually doesn't have enough time or inclination to question a random whore like he did yesterday. Your choices are to stay here quietly until things quiet down, and he makes time for you, do the same thing but chained up in the basement, or die. I squinted and said, I do not like dying or being chained up in basements. Definitely not if he was the one involved in the chaining. Anyway, he nodded. That's wise of you. This room has an attached bath and restroom, and a servant will bring you food. Do not leave. Any attempt to escape will result in your immediate death. With that, he spun around, left, and slammed the door behind him. I realized why I had thought myself stupid earlier. I think that the young master I play chess with might be the Emperor. If so, then our conversation and his abrupt departure must have precipitated him to realize that he had to nip his current situation in the bud with force of arms. I actually approved very much of his actions, especially because it seemed like it was the only thing that stopped me from being interrogated at the leisure of, I assume, the Chancellor. The fact that they were currently engaged in what was likely in semi-open conflict means I was very low on the priority list. That was good. That could be what saves my life. I was a wizard, and I had a lot of things with me in my hammer space. Spell components. If they gave me enough time to prepare, then I could pull this entire place down upon their ears, higher cultivation or not. My first step was to hide a casting of magic aura to conceal the magical nature of everything in the room except me. I was pretty sure that my captor would periodically use his spiritual sense to look through the walls and verify I was still inside this room. I had already detected formations on the outside of the door that I assumed would alert him if it was opened. It was pretty simple, but I didn't know enough about the magical system or its circuitry to feel like I could bypass it. Any preparation I did would involve casting spells, mostly continual type until dispelled spells, which he might detect with his spiritual sense. I wasn't sure what that might look like from his perspective, but it might look like I was attempting to create formations in here, which I was sure wasn't allowed. I wasn't entirely sure if magic aura could hide all traces of chi from spiritual sense, but I had used it before to do so from regular human senses, so I was hopeful. Even if it just dampened it, it would hopefully be enough. The spells I was going to be using were subtle, anyway. I managed to cast it as an ongoing ritual on the small little nightstand next to the bed, and after that, I just waited. The rest of my preparations would take a fairly good amount of time, and I needed to know the servant's schedule first. A couple of hours later, a servant girl opened the door, presented me with a tray of plain food, and told me that she would return in the morning with my breakfast and take the previous day's dinner tray. I just nodded and set it aside. I still had quite a bit of meat in my hammer space, so I would eat that first on the chance that this was drugged. I then got to work, pulling handfuls of diamond dust out of my hammer space. The third level was when spells really got useful, and this included a number of spells that players almost never used. One of them was Glyph of Warding. You could use this spell to do either one of two things, explode or cast another spell. The triggering element could be as simple as someone approaching the glyph, or as complicated as triggering when a certain word is said, or even an action is taken, so long as it was a visible action. It was almost as broad as the triggering conditions for the magic mouth spell, and I already thought it would be possible to make a computer using thousands of casts of that illusion spell. The main reason players never used this spell was because this was the traditional way to guard a location as a wizard, and players in a campaign were notorious wandering murder hobos who never stayed in one place for long. Also, it costs resources for every casting 200 gold pieces worth of diamond dust, which were used up. It was like Arcane Lock, Dream, Mirage Arcana, or Simulacrum. They were the consummate game master spells that players hardly ever used. Well, Simulacrum could be useful to a murder hobo, I supposed. As for Glyph, I wouldn't be using the default option of explosions. Explosions were good, but explosions in this room were not. I might be able to hide in the bathroom, but even then, I thought repeated castings would tend to bring the mansion down on my head. I knew I said that was what I was going to do, but I wasn't being literal. I got to work. I wouldn't be sleeping tonight. I'd use a casting of catnap to get a small rest, but I had no idea when I would be remembered, so the more I got accomplished, the better. It had been 2.5 days, and I was starting to think that I might have been forgotten. Perhaps my chess companion had already helped this chess tart out by executing the guy who took me prisoner, or not. The door was slammed open, bouncing off the wall in a way that would lose you your security deposit if you rented this place, and 2 men entered. One was the guy who had kidnapped me, and the other was a slightly pudgy middle-aged man in elaborate court robes. He was a cultivator, but despite his age, he only seemed to be in the 8th level of chi gathering. From the way the stronger guy showed deference to the weaker, this must be his boss. The pudgy man growled, "Just who is this whore, anyway? The brat has been looking for her for the past day. Bitch, you're coming with us." The last was directed to me, I assumed. I casually got off the bed but made no effort to move towards them. I felt nice that the young master was searching for me, but how did he know I was even missing? Shaoli, maybe? If Shaoli want to find me at the frolics, then I hope Fei Fei didn't need him. He's getting close, but he's young and sentimental. We can use her as a hostage? The Foundation establishment cultivator queried. I didn't think he was as sentimental as they hoped. Although I appreciated the fact that the young master was searching for me, I didn't put out any hope that he'd let this existential threat leave the cordon he created for him just for me. The brat seemed sharper than that. Still, the fact that they were talking about hostages meant their positions wasn't tenable long-term. The cultivator then motioned to me to come to them. I ignored him again. I definitely couldn't leave this room voluntarily. I hadn't set up a manual trigger for the spells. He growled, took several steps over to me, and backhanded me in the face, causing me to slump down and see stars. I didn't try to dodge at all because the triggering condition for all of the glyphs of warding that I had cast over the past 2 days involved the same triggering event, someone assaulting me. Instantly, 3 glyphs cast Bestow Curse on the cultivator. You couldn't double up with multiple curses, or I would have used it 10 times, but I wanted to ensure that it was given the best chance to go through in case he resisted it once or twice. Then, less than 1/10 of a second later, the second set of slightly delayed glyphs cast Blindness, Deafness, Ray of Enfeeblement, Mind Whip, Hold Person, and Slow. The latter was cast with me on the exclusionary list, as it was an AoE. The initial curse was designed to cripple his ability to withstand the follow-on debuffs, ideally reducing what amounted to his spell saving throw. Then, another 1/10 of a second after that, glyphs that I had concealed in paper pasted to the ceiling cast 5 instances of Ray of Sickness, upcast to the 3rd level, 5 instances of Magic Missile, also upcast to the 3rd level, 5 casts of Mind Whip, and finally 5 instances of Toll the Dead. I couldn't upcast the cantrip and make it any more powerful, but I was going for a variety of damage types here, with Poison, Force, Psionic, and Necrotic. I picked things that I was sure most normal humans wouldn't be immune to, even if they were in a higher cultivation realm than I was. It was a cacophony of noise and blinding lights as rays of sick green energy smashed into the man's head, followed by 25 glowing red darts riddling him like a machine gun and a series of rapid gongs. The debuffs were insurance to give me time to deal with him after this series of spells, and while I thought all of the debuffs landed, I honestly would never know because the guy was dead as a doornail before I finished falling down. That was obvious when I opened my eyes, and I just let the momentum of the dead man's slap carry me forward into a roll, and I jumped to my feet. The pudgy Chancellor's first instinct was to flee, despite being significantly higher cultivation than me, so I fired off a snap casting of Eldritch Blast, with 2 lances of force striking out. One hit him, and the other hit in the direction he was trying to go, namely the door. He was also under the effect of slow while I was not, so he was moving even slower than I was capable of even when he moved at his max speed. However, that changed when he pulled out a talisman, slapped it against himself, and began running as fast as the Flash. Well, no, not the Flash, but maybe a generic third-rate speedster. He was already outside the door by the time I growled and cast Misty Step, appearing in front of him, out in the hallway. Colliding with me was very painful, and he threw a punch into my side at the same time. He might have been taught martial arts a long time ago, but it was clear that he was rusty. It hurt, but he should have been able to break my ribs and rupture my kidneys with a good punch at his level. I grabbed his hand and started casting Vampiric Touch, seeing him start to slowly dehydrate right in front of me, just like the last guy. God, I love this spell. His eyes went wide, and before he was completely pruned, he shoved me off and turned to continue running down the hallway. He wasn't trying to fight at all, which I thought was insane. His super speed was gone, too, so I hit him with a hold person as he attempted to make his escape. Watching him freeze in position, although he seemed to be fighting it, gave me a lot of cheer. I grinned, got to my feet, and with a sickly green glow to my left hand, called for another, and I hoped, final Vampiric Touch while saying, "Hey, fat boy, where are you going?" I might make a quip as I approached him, but I wasn't one to gloat as that would just prolong things and possibly open an avenue for him to escape or turn the tables, so I just grabbed him by the back of his neck and let the full course of Vampiric Touch do its job. It was enough, and the dead pruned man slumped over on the floor with a thud. Normally, I would probably sit here and pant from the conclusion of a successful battle as the adrenaline wore off, but I was fired up. I'd been on random drug tests since I was 18, so I never got to experiment with anything, not even with devil's lettuce, but Merildwin had taken some stimulant-type potions before, and this felt a lot like that, so I made a note not to get addicted to draining men's lives with my magic. I pulled out my Athame and secured the soul of the big guy, as well as the other cultivator in the bedroom, and then searched them both. Each of them had a spatial pouch, which was a serious score. Who? I yelled and did a continuous series of celebratory cartwheels down the hallway until I got into the main room of the small villa, and I started to get dizzy. It was at this time that the front door exploded in a series of splinters as several dangerous men and women in uniforms almost flew into the building, looking like a cultivator SWAT team. They all were at least as strong as the guy who kidnapped me, so they kind of had me dead to rights, so I just held up my hands in surrender. I didn't particularly like experiencing such things again, especially so soon after I justifiably murdered the last people who captured me. Still, the uniforms were Imperial colors, which was a good sign. A better sign was both the young master as well as Xiaoli entered the room after the area was secured. Xiaoli was carrying my cat crow, who was pointing a paw in my direction. I blinked several times and suddenly realized that I was the damsel being rescued. Seized the means of chi production. I was briefly held under close confinement until the Imperial Guard people searched the premises and found the dead Chancellor and his cultivator guard/stooge. Once it became clear I wasn't a threat and was, in fact, the person they were coming to rescue, I was let go by the SWAT team who had been guarding the young master and Xiaoli. The 3 men and 2 women that comprised this attack force had the steely eyes of people who didn't fuck around. I saw the same sort of eyes in really experienced infantry and special forces in my last life. My grandpa had an idiom to describe these sorts of people well, that they were sudden death in both hands. They were all in the Foundation establishment realm, as well, although I couldn't tell what stage. "You're alive," Xiaoli yelled, grinning and holding up my cat, who looked none too pleased. Finally, he dropped him, and Crow wandered up to me and allowed me to rub his head once before he wandered off to investigate the villa. I know the man was dead, but I still hoped he took a crap in the Chancellor's slippers. I'd noticed he had started acting a lot more cat-like. He even had a haughty attitude now. The young emperor took a look at me and smiled. "I'm glad to see you are alive, and hopefully they didn't hurt you, did they?" Even I was a bit amused. As far as the brat knew, I was a ringer that his brothel called in. I didn't expect him to care. He continued, "I have to apologize. I didn't realize that some of my enemies were aware of our chess lessons. I realized that he was concerned that I had suffered some indignities and might be a bit worried he was responsible for it. I took that to mean that the Chancellor didn't have a good reputation with the ladies as a gentleman. I tried to copy Lu Rushue and caused a small fold-out fan to appear in my hand, covering half of my face. I then copied the best Heimlauf that I had heard from watching anime in my past life. I did it pretty well, almost being ashamed that I didn't have the drill hair to go with it. Oh ho ho ho. I appreciate your concern, and I assure you I have the exact same amount of virtue now as I did when they kidnapped me." This caused Xiaoli to visibly smirk, but the young emperor looked very relieved. How cute. I suppose he was indirectly responsible, but I didn't really blame him. I had tried using invisibility to sneak out of the brothel, but I could have used magic aura on top of it. I was almost certain it was at least partially and possibly fully effective against a cultivator's spiritual sense now. I just didn't want to waste 2 spell slots at the time. I wasn't the type of person who blamed others for what happened to me, except if they were the ones to actually do it. I resented it, in fact, as I felt it reduced my own agency. I could have even stayed in the frolics, proverbially underneath the skirts of Fei Fei, but I decided against that, too. Still, I appreciated that he seemed to care, at least. The young emperor, whose name I still didn't know, kind of chuckled and said, "It appears we were a bit superfluous in the end, though. You even did me a favor in doing away with Chancellor Wang." His name was Wang? Will not make a dick joke. Will not make a dick joke, especially since I would be the only one to get it. He seemed a little regretful and said, I would have liked to ask him a couple of questions. I perked up and hummed, "Well, if it's only a couple of questions, then I might be able to help you. There's no guarantee, though. Sometimes it is a bit finicky." He raised an eyebrow, and the guard right behind him stared at me. The emperor asked jokingly, "What, do you have his soul in your pocket?" "Ahaha. No, of course not," I said with a smile. After all, I had already put his soul back in my dimensional storage, and I wasn't revealing my special athame to him. If it was confiscated, then I would be up the shit creek until I was at least as good a necromancer as Meryl's mom was. But I have a secret technique that can interpret and interrogate the residual memories located in the spirit which remains in an individual's corpse after they pass on. That is a very interesting ability for a young lady that follows the Tao of charm and illusion, he said mildly. I flipped the fan in front of my face again and giggled in an attempt to be coquettish from behind it. Hee hee. By the way, I didn't mean what I said when I said all that stupid emperor stuff a few days ago. That caused him to grin, and he just said, hee hee, just like I did. Right back at me without any indication he wasn't going to have me forcibly shortened for the slight. Finally, he said, actually, that would be a real help if you could do so. We need to go see the body, then? I nodded, and we walked together into the hallway where the Chancellor's desiccated corpse lay. I noticed the Emperor's personal bodyguard nudging him with a shoulder and indicating the body with a quiet, ma'am. While the young Emperor peered at the body closely, Xiaoli spared only a brief glance at the dead man before nodding. He then pulled out a small notebook, licked a finger, and flipped through 24 or so pages before producing a charcoal pencil and making 2 thick, solid lines on the paper, seemingly striking something through that he wrote in the past. Miss May 1. Did you cast an illusion on him that he was a raisin so strong that his body tried to convert itself into one? The Emperor asked very amusedly. Hee hee, I deflected. I then got out the things necessary to cast Speak with the Dead as a ritual, as I was out of spell slots due to my aforementioned raisoning of this gentleman. Wait, he said raisins. That meant that they had grapes around here somewhere. I would love to have grapes and maybe actual wine that wasn't 100 proof and mostly gross. Okay, after I cast the spell, you only get 5 questions. They can't be too obscure or indirect, either. Direct questions work best. If you only really need a couple of questions asked, feel free to use one of them on an answer you already know, but you know that I don't know for peace of mind that I'm not just casting an illusion on you and making up the answers, I explained to him. He looked like he was about to discount this possibility, but then nodded and said, That's a good idea. I don't think you do that, but depending on what he says, I'll need to tell others, and it will make things easier. I cast the spell, and then hid behind my fan again. Sometimes, the spirit would refuse to answer a question if their murderer asked questions or was even recognizable, but they weren't exactly thinking. Just obscuring my face would make me impossible to recognize, though. I could force them to answer too, but it would waste a minimum of 1, and occasionally 2 questions to do it, so it was better just to stay out of the way. Even I had to admit that Speak with the Dead was rather cinematic. As the Raisin Man floated up off the ground and opened his lifeless eyes, glowing green, the Emperor, bodyguard, and Xiaoli looked a bit icked out, and even Xiaoli said, ew. The first question was used to ask some verifying information, and it was something about his first wife. He was lucky. Necromancers had already researched these types of spells, and these spirits could only answer questions they actually remembered. If he had asked his first wife's birth date, he might have gotten an in response if he wasn't a particularly attentive husband. His next question was pertinent, and it wasn't that I enjoyed eavesdropping, but I couldn't move away. Haha. Actually, I loved eavesdropping. The Emperor asked, Where did you hide the Grand Seal of the Exchequer? Yenner's house, hidden, safe. He said. Yen could be a fairly feminine name, as one of the meanings was pretty jade, and that, combined with the diminutive, made me sure that this lady was either his daughter or mistress. Probably the latter, since the Imperial forces would be sure to detain and investigate all of his family. Speaking of, I was a little curious about what the Emperor intended to do with the families of his defeated opponents. In a lot of ways, the sure knowledge of reincarnation made people a bit bloodthirsty with this sort of thing, I thought, and it wasn't uncommon in the histories I read for a strategy I'd call pulling up the grass by its roots to be utilized. I wouldn't be surprised if they were put to death. Cersei Lannister would fit right in here. The only other interesting question was the last one, and he asked, Who else were you conspiring with? There was a pause long enough that I thought the question was too broad and it wouldn't work, but then the corpse said, Abyssal, serpent, cult, and then the spell ended, and the corpse flopped back down on the ground and closed its eyes. This got a hiss from everyone present except Xiaoli and me. Xiaoli just frowned and muttered quietly, Why do they always have sinister names? If I was going to start an evil sect, I'd call it the Sunlight Happiness Society. Nobody would suspect us until it was too late. He made a good point there, but I was a little worried my way of thinking had started contaminating him, as I would have said that. The Emperor said, I'll have to ask you to keep what you heard here to yourself. This sect is really just the catspaw of one of our neighbors when they want to do deniable things. Ooh, interesting. I started imagining a Tom Clancy novel in my head, but in Magic Chinaland, where the cutouts get cut out. Swish swish. I imagined sabers were involved. I shook my head, realizing I was still a bit in an altered mental state, and calmed down. At least I wasn't doing cartwheels anymore. One of the cultivators dragged, by the ankle, the dead Foundation establishment guy out of the room where I had been interned. I was a little disappointed I wasn't going to get his bones, but his skull had exploded along with his head, so I wouldn't be able to make a complete set skeleton anyway, and I did prefer not to mix and match, even if it was possible. It upset my sense of elegance to do it if there wasn't an emergency situation. Plus, I'd have to dig out all of the shards of his skull from wherever they went so I could use mend bone over and over. Since they were no doubt covered in bits of brain and scattered across the entire room, I didn't think it was worth it even if these people would let me and not look at me like an insane person while I did it. I wanted a Foundation establishment skeleton, but I didn't want one that badly. The guard next to the Emperor nudged him again and said quietly, "See, this Foundation establishment cultivator saw how harmless she was, and it surprised him so much that his head exploded." The Emperor scowled at him, and I narrowed my eyes. I knew when I was being made fun of, but I didn't precisely know why. Although, perhaps if this was the Emperor's regular bodyguard, he might have been lurking every time I met the young master, and I could see him, perhaps, calling me harmless or something along those lines. I smirked. I bet that his bodyguard was probably one of his family members, too, or he knew him very well, at the very least, as they were dealing with each other in a very familiar fashion. "Well, I am glad that you survived this unpleasantness," I said genuinely to the youngster. He rubbed the back of his head. "Well, truthfully, I wasn't in any danger. My Imperial mother has given me many protective treasures, and she's at the peak of the Golden Core realm, just waiting for the right time for her to transcend her tribulation and form her nascent soul. I suppose this was kind of a test for me. If things had gone poorly, she told me she would have just saved me, and we would have left to go somewhere else." I stared at him, aghast. I was all right in thinking of him as a comrade when he was just some emperor, but being the son of a peak Golden Core cultivator? Was it really all right that this bourgeois brat was here slumming amongst the rest of us workers? It also made me believe that this woman may have taken over this nation solely as a training ground for her son, which was extravagant beyond what I could even consider. She was called the Dowager Empress, but nobody really knew anything about her husband, just like I didn't know about the identity of the young emperor here. The histories of the nation were written in a way that implied that the current imperial family went back many, many generations, but perhaps they didn't. Or maybe she married the last emperor and then bumped him off after he performed his stud duties. I decided to be impertinent and ask, is your mother from this part of the world, or did she just move here recently?" He chuckled. "She was the youngest daughter of the previous emperor's grandfather and left the nation instead of being married off or murdered by her siblings. She returned many years later when she had reached her current cultivation realm. That she may have done away with at least some of her siblings, if they were still alive, went without saying. That experience also might explain why she only had one son, too, although that was just a guess on my part as the young master had a strong only-child energy. I thought it would be insane to have multiple children and expect them to live some battle royale-style childhood where only the strongest survived to claim the throne, but that wasn't uncommon here. It wasn't even uncommon back on Earth a few hundred years ago, really. The son of the core formation powerhouse was still busy nipping things and, I suspect, people in the bud, but he did detail one of his guards to escort us back to our rental home and even said he would have our place watched for our protection until we left in 6 weeks. That didn't really please me, but we were already under their power here. The only way we were getting on that airship was if they let us at this point, but at least there was no talk of us remaining here or offers to join his army or harem. After we returned to the villa, Shally told me his side of things. He noticed something was wrong when my butler Skellington tried to murder him the next day. He claimed that he knew something was wrong immediately since, no matter what, I was very religious about recasting the spells keeping him under control. He did end up going to pay Fei a visit, but they were all very polite to him. That didn't get him anywhere, but eventually, he had the idea that since I could detect the direction Crow was, then the reverse should also be the case. He had to wait until Crow wandered back into the villa, and then he bullied the cat into finding me, eventually narrowing my location down to an area that was something akin to a gated residential community that he couldn't easily penetrate. That was where the little Emperor's men found him, as he was very suspicious and lurking about, and after that, it was Bob's your uncle. Thank you for tracking me down, I told him, a little touched at his concern. He chuckled, no problem. By the way, I may have, totally broken the skeleton. I waved him off. I still had the other 2 skeletons, including one from the higher level 7 cultivation guy. Plus, unless he went total Hulk smash on him, I could fix him up again with a couple of hours of effort. After stir-frying some thunderfowl meat, I grabbed Crow by the scruff and retreated into my bedroom. Crow had gotten a taste for souls, for some reason, and had often been bugging me about eating more. He didn't even eat them so much as act as a portal, but still, it wasn't as though I was an avenging angel. I'd get them when I got them. I wasn't about to go out and seek out evildoers to smite. There were enough around that I felt pretty confident about settling this illegitimate debt eventually. I had already examined myself in depth again, and the familiar hooks that surrounded my soul and spirit from Oriella's magical contract were gone. I took that to mean that I had fulfilled the conditions, and there was no legitimate way I was on the hook for a number of souls equivalent to 4,500 karmic units. If Judge Wu had added a similar hook to my soul, it was at a level that I could not detect. That reveal made me feel better about my situation, actually. I was just being bullied because he was stronger than me. I could actually accept that a lot better than the alternative, surprisingly. It made me want to get a notebook and start writing down names like Shaoli did, though. I pulled my athame out and fished out the soul of the foundation-level cultivator first and held it out in my glowing hands to Crow, who pounced at it and gobbled it up. However, almost instantly, he sneezed 3 times and threw the soul back up, and an automated message was delivered to me through our familiar bond. It was telling me that this soul was only worth 0.15 units, which was below the cutoff of 0.5 units, and therefore wasn't accepted. It reminded me that if I continued to submit unacceptable souls, I would be charged a fee for assessing them, and it advised me to thoroughly inspect the sin balance of a soul prior to submitting it. I was shocked that Judge Wu didn't charge me this fee on a first infraction. It was listed as 1 unit per soul, so I guess my tentative plans to go find a huge battle and use invisibility to collect as many mortal souls as I could and rapidly feed them to my cat was out of the question. I was hoping to make up my business in volume, sure in the cynical conclusion that the average person was at least a little bad. I stopped to consider why there was a minimum at all. If I thought about it like a business, though, it was clear that there would be a fixed per-head cost in what was ultimately a private prison. I was sure that if prisons in my old life were paid on a sliding scale based on the crime, then they wouldn't want to house jaywalkers either. And this was before possible capacity issues. I didn't know if his private hell had an upper capacity, but if it did, he would lose a lot of revenue if he filled it up with only mildly evil people. Or would he? I didn't know if the time dilation worked in his favor, or if that was only on the official hell. Perhaps it became somewhat difficult to fill up due to that factor, though. I guess it didn't matter, though. I was only a bit surprised that the cultivator wasn't that much of an evildoer, but I suppose he was just a mercenary then? Unlucky. I had grabbed the free-floating soul again. My athame was a magical device, and while I was using it, my hands had a kind of spiritual heft, and I could hold souls, although they felt kind of like that slime toy that Nickelodeon sold and would drop on people's heads, so the soul could slip through your fingers if you weren't careful. What to do with him? I thought about it for a short time, and finally came to the conclusion that there was only one thing I could do. Let him go, so I did. It wasn't that I didn't hold a grudge, but he was already dead. I wasn't about to go Sith Lord on his ass and keep his soul in my pocket until I could level up enough to torture him just for being my enemy. Besides, I had no present way to identify the karmic balance of a soul, so it would be really easy to go too far, and then I would be committing sins myself. I wanted to try to stay in the straight and narrow with a positive balance in this weird fucking sin cosmology, if only to keep my options open. I pulled out the Chancellor's soul, and Crow peered at it, suspicious, as the last one clearly didn't taste good to him. Finally, he shrugged and grabbed it with his paws. He didn't eat this one right away. For a moment, he rolled around with it, even bunny kicking it with his back legs before finally swallowing it. He looked content this time. I got the message that the soul was worth 392 units, and I hummed, a little conflicted. I had to admit, I was hopeful that this guy would be worth the whole balance, but sin was difficult to understand here. I didn't know for sure, but I was pretty sure that killing people in war wasn't considered especially heinous. Plus, it was a trickle-up economy. If a superior ordered that a village of innocents be put to the sword, I thought that most of the sin would accumulate on the individual soldiers doing the murdering. Like the Nuremberg trials, the excuse that I was following orders wasn't an excuse. Then, it would trickle up, with some being deposited on every person in the chain of command until it landed on the one who issued the orders. That meant, paradoxically, that those highest up didn't actually accumulate a lot of sin, even for depraved activities they ordered their men to do, if there was a sufficient number of people in the chain to go along with it and become sinners, too. Also, the karmic merits of nations worked the same way. Surprisingly, there actually was something akin to a basic level of health care provided to citizens here, as well as alms provided by the state to the truly indigent, a lot of which was intentionally directly paid for by the imperial family, especially orphanages, children's clinics, and food provided to families with children. I think children were emphasized because children had yet to sin at all, themselves. If helping evil people was a sin, then blanket charity would likely help a lot of slightly evil people if my cynical assumption about mankind was correct. That was a bit of a difficult conclusion to accept for my previous life. I had volunteered at homeless shelters and soup kitchens. Would that be a net negative here in Magic Chinaland? No, I just didn't believe it. In any event, this empire-wide charity was a pragmatic decision to attempt to balance out the evil that any head of state would have to do to stay in power. Magic Chinaland Machiavelli would add a second clause to the famous line where he wrote that it was necessary for a prince wishing to hold his own to know how to do wrong. He'd add a caution to make sure to balance out the wrongs you did, so you didn't go to hell after you died. I also suspected the more the people were satisfied and content with their government, the better the dragon chi of the place would be, but I didn't really know anything about that. Well, almost 400 was still nearly 400. It was better than one at a timing with a soul that was only worth 0.7 or 1.5. I only needed something like 10 more ridiculously stereotypical Jaffer-like villains, and I would be square. The loot I got was a bit underwhelming, while at the same time, I was totally stoked. I had been hoping for a flying treasure from the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, like maybe a flying shuttle, if not an entire flying boat. These vehicles could be shrunk down and put in your pocket, and then they'd expand to full size when you used them. I was also hoping for an Earth-grade spirit tool. However, the cultivator was a bit destitute. Still, he still had over 100 middle-grade spirit stones, which was an incredible amount of wealth to me. He only had a P-quality mortal-grade spirit tool, though, so he was using a tool from his chi-gathering days, or he just never got the money for a better one. On the plus side, it was a sword. I think he sold my cursed sword or got rid of it. He might have been able to tell it was cursed, but this green bamboo sword was better, anyway. The Chancellor's smaller pouch, however, was more disappointing. I suppose he had reached the stage where he didn't carry his wealth upon his person, which made me a bit upset that the young Emperor and Shaoli had rescued me so quickly. I had planned on looting the safe house down to the bedrock, after all. Still, there were about a dozen small pill bottles made out of jade that were designed to contain the medicinal power of alchemical pills. My identify spell was a bit unreliable on alchemical products, so I would just ask Shaoli to tell me what they were later. I was in no rush. I hadn't slept in the past few days. I just used repeated castings of the 3rd level enchantment spell Catnap to get rest in 10-minute increments. This was a tragedy because sleeping had always been one of my great joys. Dreaming was and always has been a hobby of mine, and it was a little sad that I needed less and less sleep as I have grown stronger. I didn't know what I would do if and when I didn't need to sleep at all anymore. Still, for now, it wasn't an issue. The pep I had received from draining the Chancellor had finally worn off, so I stripped and climbed underneath the silk sheets in my bed, fell asleep quickly, and dreamed. Somewhat surprisingly, we had no more excitement for the rest of our time in the Qin Empire. I smoothly stepped into the 4th stage of the Qi gathering realm a few days after the rescue from my durance vial, and I had to admit that I was moving quickly up the stages, at least from what I could tell from other cultivators I talked to. The young Emperor Hongli, who had finally told me his name, still called for me to play chess with him, but only once a week or so as he was still putting out fires. Xiaoli went out on a small trip to nearby forests to hunt demonic beasts for 3 weeks after he found out how much the trip on the airship would cost, and I had the idea that he either didn't have enough spirit stones or would have been completely beggared if he had to pay the full fare. Although I could cast Tiny Hut now, I declined to go on his hunting expedition if it involved staying out in the wilderness for so long. But I did lend him my 2 spatial pouches so he could bring back more game in exchange for a small share of the meat, which I would either cook myself or possibly pay one of the trainee immortal chefs in the frolics to cook for me, then I could store it in my hammer space. Spatial pouches didn't stop time, so my storage still had significant advantages. My last chess game with Hongli came the day before the airship was supposed to arrive, and he had a complicated look on his face. He had reached the point where I very rarely won against him, and I had to admit that he was really gifted at the game, compared to me, who was merely really gifted at the game for a hobbyist. What's the reason that you cultivate? Hongli asked randomly in the middle of the game. I blinked. That was a complicated question, and if you included Merildwin's previous life of studying magic as cultivation, then the only answer I could give was that I fell into it randomly. However, I took his question to mean why I continued to proceed down the path, as I could settle down in a random village and live a peaceful life if I wanted to. I didn't have any overarching goals of revenge like Xiaoli did. He finally told me that the main reason he cultivated was to kill a certain man. He sounded totally like Sasuke Kuin when he said that. It almost made me snort with laughter. Still, he had a reason to demonstrate to his family that he wasn't trash, and also to kill the people behind his parents' deaths. As for me, I frowned. I finally opened my mouth and said, I have no real ambitions, young master. I am just unwilling to be a nobody, I suppose. I just want to live an exceptional life and be as free as possible. He grinned. I think you underestimate yourself, one. Wanting to be free from fetters of all kinds is one of the biggest ambitions of them all. Was that true? I couldn't detect any falsehood to it, especially given this world. I looked down at my general sitting in the palace on the board. He would be captured soon, so I just forfeited. I decided to learn carving just so I could carve chess-like pieces for Xianxia instead of these circular tiles with characters on them. I couldn't tip over my general in defeat if it was just a small tile on the board. I have one request, Hongli said seriously after accepting my forfeit. I tilted my head to the side and asked, What is it? Can I rub your ears? He asked. My ears twitched, and I shook my head and said firmly, No. When I saw that he had a face full of unwillingness, I sighed and elaborated. It's an erogenous zone. That caused him to blush. I hoped I hadn't awoken an ear fetish in the young monarch. Still he sighed and nodded. Very well. Perhaps we'll see each other again. I frowned. The world was so large that I didn't see myself going backwards when there were still new parts to explore. He saw this on my face and waved a hand, saying, Don't worry. I won't be emperor forever. I blinked. Wasn't that the idea, though, when you became emperor? My mom has a specific cultivation method in mind for me, but for best results, I have to use a different one that highly involves karma and the dragon chi of a nation, up until the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. After I reach that level, I will abdicate and let one of my grandnephews or grandnieces take over, he said mildly. I stared at him with a face that looked like I had taken a bite out of a lemon. I was right. This entire place was merely a training ground for him. Oh! I felt the sting of the lack of generational chi wealth that this brat had at his fingertips. Did he even have a spatial pouch? I bet he had one of the legendary spatial rings, full to the brim from hand-me-down treasures his capitalist mom had given him. It was almost enough to make me join the Green Party on the spot. What? He asked. I shook my head and said, I was just overcome with envy for a moment, young master. That caused him to grin, and I nodded. Standing up, perhaps we'll meet again. I intend to settle down, at least for a little while, at the Silver Serenity's sword school, assuming they don't tell me to take a hike. Hongli stood as well. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, I agreed. All the world's monsters together become one family. The airship that we traveled on was a marvel, something that almost took my breath away in wonder when I first laid my eyes on it. It looked like a floating, lacquered wooden or ceramic ship, but its size dwarfed even the largest cruise liners of my last life while being completely covered in glyphs of various sizes. It hummed with power in my magical senses as it hovered leisurely and confidently near the imperial capital of Qian while passengers were ferried on and off. It was run by an immortal family, which was generally considered smaller and more tightly knit than a clan like Shaoli's. They were roamers, rarely returning to the places they had been to in the past, as they were open about the fact that most of them cultivated methods that emphasized the need to travel and/or trade. It made me shake my head, realizing that what Mrs. May had said was likely accurate, that there were innumerable Daos to follow, with them all allegedly leading to the same place. Longevity? I think it might even be possible for someone like Eminem to actually become a rap god here. I assumed that some family members traveled far ahead to the places it was likely to visit, or they had some way to communicate over a long distance, like sending, or probably both. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult to plan their business while at the same time not often revisiting former locations. Did that mean that there were many of these types of groups? Shaoli implied that airships were pretty common, enough that we'd probably be able to get one going in our direction in only a few months. However, perhaps some people ran scheduled air service too, and not just this type of one-off system. It might seem likely that due to the price of a ticket, all passengers would be cultivators, and while most were, I also saw a lot of cultivators with mortal family members and the like as well. For one ticket, you could stay on the airship for a year, so we were quite overpaying since we only needed to stay a week and a half to get to our destination. I think most of the singleton cultivators were similar. However, I imagine if your destination wasn't a specific location so much as far away from where you started, then it might seem cheap to get on and wait the whole year before getting off. I bet these sorts of exile passengers didn't start scouting locations to get off for at least 9 months. I was shocked to notice that several such families got on the ship when we did, escorted by the dour-faced Imperial Guard. Not all the grass got pulled up here in the Qian, I suppose, but close to a year of travel on this airship that very rarely double-backed might be as good as being in another realm or dead. Even if they had a grudge, could they even find the Qian Empire when they got stronger? It wasn't like that it was uniquely named. Qian literally meant money, so it was a popular surname, and I imagined a prevalent name for nations founded by those people with such surnames. Also, I imagine that most of these people were just caught on the periphery and wouldn't have huge resentments, aside from being exiled. I carefully eavesdropped and didn't notice anyone from the Chancellor's family, for example. I bet these were some of his nominal allies who just went along with him for the sake of politics. In any case, they saw both Shaoli and me get on at the same time, and one and all, they studiously tried to avoid us. They saw us not escorted by the Imperial Guard, and even if they didn't figure us agents of the state sent to make sure they didn't jump off at the next stop, we were still reminders of a life they'd never return to. The family that ran the ship provided food and shops on board, but unlike a cruise liner that it resembled, the ship was not all-inclusive. The food was cheap for the most part, though. However, the shops were not. At least, not usually. Some things seemed reasonable, but a lot did not. I bought several more books on beginner talismans, including over 100 new talismans for the Qi gathering stage, but when I looked at the price for a beginner book on formations, I balked. They wanted 25 mid-grade spirit stones, which was a fortune that someone on my level didn't usually have. It was true that most people didn't study formations until the Foundation establishment, but that was mainly a function of them not being able to understand the complicated magical system and circuitry involved. I was positive I could. Moreover, there were beginner-level formations that would be suitable for my level, and this book detailed about a dozen of them in good detail. I finally shook my head. I wanted to buy it, but they admitted that the book was fairly widely distributed. Shaoli seemed to think that both of us would get into the Silver Serenity's sword school fairly easily, and if so, I am sure that the school had such tomes available to be borrowed or purchased by their students for a much smaller price, as it was in their benefit to nurture talents. The area we were headed to was much more advanced from a cultivation perspective than the Qian Empire. It was almost as though I was leaving the tutorial zone in a game. I thought wryly. The ship didn't head directly to Cloudsource City, where the Sect was located. If it had, It could have made the trip in only a couple of days. It made several brief stops in seemingly random directions, even a dizzying jaunt at its maximum speed out to one of the huge lakes that made the Great Lakes look like my childhood swimming hole. The day the ship was supposed to approach Cloudsoar City, both Xiao Li and I were out on the deck watching the city seem to approach. We weren't the only ones either, as this might be the largest city they'd see in a whole year of travel. I thought that I wouldn't be as shocked as I had when I saw the ship I was standing on, but watching the city get larger in the distance, I realized I was wrong. It was large. Enormous and gigantic would also be a word. I had seen the largest cities in the world back on Earth, as I flew quite often, and it wasn't uncommon to connect in large cities like New York or Chicago. I had even seen Mexico City from the air. This dwarfed all of those. I asked what our altitude was, and one of the ship's company glanced over the side and estimated it at roughly 50 to 60 li. My eyes boggled as I hadn't entirely realized what scale we were operating on. My vision had gotten a lot better, so it didn't appear as though we were so high. Back on Earth, this would have made me an astronaut, or at least close to it, yet we could breathe with no problems. I wondered at what altitude would the air appreciably thin, and at what altitude could a curvature be detected, assuming we weren't on a flat Earth type of situation, which actually seemed more likely. And even at this altitude, I couldn't see the far edge of the city. Part of that was because there was a huge plateau in the middle of the city that partially blocked the far end of the city, but the city continued around it, and I couldn't quite make out the far ends on the edges, which were unobscured, either. It was easily at least 1.5 orders of magnitude larger than the capital of the Qin dynasty, and it had been a large city by Earth standards. I let out a breath in a long exhale and smiled. This was so far outside my expectations that it was like seeing an alien planet for the first time. The massive airship descended down to and slowed to a halt a bit away from the city, along the highway. It pulled in neatly next to about a dozen other large airships, each of them appearing different enough that it was clear that none of them were of a class. As to why they weren't pulling directly next to the city, I got my answer when a member of the ship's complement started yelling reminders. To our guests departing, we remind you that it is against the law to fly in Cloudsoar City. Ah, that made a bit of sense. Cultivators could fly with treasures when they reached the Foundation establishment, and sometimes earlier than that if they had special constitutions or abilities. It would be a bit hectic if there were no rules about restricted airspace, to say nothing of the loss of life that would be caused if a ship as big as the moment of contemplation that we were standing on fell onto part of the city. We were still several thousand meters above the ground, high enough that we would have needed supplemental oxygen if this world was Earth and ran on the physics that I understood about gas fluid dynamics. The crew was getting ready to ferry people down to the ground, but I nudged Xiao Li and said, "I have a spell called Featherfall. Want to try it?" His eyes lit up, and he grinned. That was enough, and I cast the spell. We timed our leaps together, and then took a long-running jump off the gunnel. A number of people saw us, and few gasped, mainly some mortals and low-level cultivators. The ship people didn't seem to mind. From their perspective, whether we lived or died, it was just 2 fewer people to ferry to the ground. We had already paid. After all, I had upcast it to the 2nd level, which would give us 5 minutes of the transmutation because I figured we were high enough that our freefall would be over the standard duration. Durations with spells weren't exact, anyway, like in the tabletop game. It would be 1 minute-ish, usually plus or minus 10%. I'd be able to recast Featherfall on myself if we suddenly found ourselves in freefall after floating half the way down, but there was no guarantee I'd be able to get Xiao Li on the casting too if he had drifted too far away, and I'd rather not kill my best friend. Although I had bought a couple of diamonds for emergencies, I don't think he'd be all that chipper about the oversight even if I could revivify him. Even if I had to admit, it might be hilarious. As we cleared the gunnel and started floating down with nothing in between us and the earth so far below, Xiao Li yelled, "Whoa, KO! Holy shit!" I laughed as I felt the rushing wind on my face, while Crow was yowling pitifully in his little carrier on my back. This was a lot like free-falling with a parachute. If I were by myself, I would consider leaping off without casting it and trying to do a halo, but that would be reckless unless we could ensure we were both close together for the entire freefall. The floating down was longer than I remembered from parachuting, but only a couple of minutes before our feet gently touched the ground. not too far from the large group of buildings and tents that I thought must be used as a cargo transshipment area for this airship aerodrome. Xiaoli turned around, grabbed me by the shoulders, and shook me, grinning widely, yelling, "That was awesome. Don't shake me to death." I complained, and he coughed and let go, but I grinned too. I had parachuted in the past, not in the Navy, of course. I was a glorified mechanic, not a SEAL, but where there were military bases, there was always civilian skydiving around. I remember the first time I did so was right after finishing the Navy's nuclear field, a school. I had gone with a buddy to Charleston, and we had skydived to celebrate before going to power school. We had to jump tandem with an instructor, and I remember, for some reason, my buddy's instructor was a busty redhead while I got to be the little spoon to a 6'3" Puerto Rican amateur bodybuilder. Talk about injustice. Still, no matter how scared I was, I refused to call him Poppy on the free fall down. "All right, let's go," I told him, and we ran off at my max speed, which was really quite fast now, especially now that I had reached some attainment on the footwork technique that I had practiced. Once we got to the immense city, we waited. Although we often got to cut in lines in the past, now we were back to being nobodies. Perhaps they would have let us cut if we were both in the Foundation establishment realm, though. Even so, the line moved quite quickly, and it was only a couple of hours before we were standing in front of a giant portcullis. There were many guards here, and the entire wall itself thrummed with power. The guard in charge didn't even ask us any questions, but he did glance down in a way that I suspected meant we were being examined by some kind of automated system. Finally, he said, "Entry fee is 250 taels of gold each." I gaped. That was a huge amount. Usually, it was just a couple of taels of silver in small cities. I didn't even know if I had that much, so I fished out a low-grade spirit stone and asked, "Can you make change?" I wasn't sure because there often wasn't any real exchange rate between the two currencies. He nodded as if this was a common request. It must be because he just reached down and grabbed a bag of gold and tossed it at me after taking the spirit stone. I doubted very much I was getting a good exchange rate just judging on the feel of the weight of the metal in the sack, but at least I had a little change. One? I don't know if I have enough gold on me, either," Xiaoli said. I chuckled. I didn't think I would ever say this in my life, but what's 8 or 9 kilos of gold between friends, eh? I tossed him the sack, and he fished out the gold quickly. The guard looked a little put out, and I suspected that his usurious money changing might be a personal side gig instead of something arranged by the city itself. Clever. After Xiaoli paid, we were both handed a small, blue embossed book and ushered through quickly. There were multiple lines, like a modern customs checkpoint, but they aimed to keep the line outside moving quickly, and they did. Before we proceeded any further, we found a place to sit briefly and glanced at the book we were given. 3 characters were painted in intriguing dark violet ink: Cloud, Soar, and City. Flipping through it, it appeared to be a guide to new people. I raised an eyebrow. Cloudsoar City was approximately 430 kilometers in diameter and was separated into 2 main sections. The lower city was created at ground level surrounding the plateau, and the upper city, which was on top of the flat area of the plateau. The plateau itself was over 10 kilometers tall, which was easily higher than Mt. Everest on Earth, which was utterly ridiculous. The name of the city was due to the fact that high-level clouds would often blanket the upper city as though it were fog. Not surprisingly, the upper city was the nicest part of the city, and any fighting there was prohibited. The same wasn't true in the lower city. Although fighting on the streets was banned, fighting inside various villas, buildings, and properties was not. This obviously made the lower city much more lively. I finished reading a portion and frowned, shocked. Wait, the city is a democracy? Such things existed? Xiaoli must have already read ahead of me because he made a waffling gesture. I'm not sure if that word really applies. He giggled. You're still not eligible to vote, you see? I am, though. Don't worry, one. I will look out for your interests. I nodded and continued reading. It was a system of restricted voting, like the Roman Republic, and it also had features of plural voting. Taken together, it probably wouldn't meet the definitions of even democracy-ish back home. However, it wasn't my sex that prevented me from voting but my cultivation level. Regular people could not vote, and you only got a vote when you reached the 5th level of the Qi Gathering Realm. Then, you got 10 votes when you reached the Foundation Establishment and 100 when you reached Core Formation. It didn't mention nascent soul cultivators at all, and we both knew there were a number of such powerhouses here, so I suspected they just considered it insulting to be offered 1,000 votes. If such people were interested in the secular running of the city, I had no doubt that they had a ton of influence in Guanxi networks across the city. Anyway, I grinned. You're wrong. See? I get 1 vote, as I would definitely meet the basic qualification of a low-level master talisman artist. You get more votes for any skilled professions you have. I could create talismans for the 6th grade, 2 higher grades than my actual cultivation. Making 6th grade talismans was the basic cutoff for a basic mastery. Xiaoli pouted. I still have more than you since I'm an alchemist, too, then? Yes, I allowed gracefully. Do you have an idea of where we should stay until the 12th lunar month? Sects generally opened admissions once per year, he told me, and we still had several months until then. He shrugged. Not really. There is no local branch of the Hidden Flowers Fairyland in this city, but Fei recommended I take her token to a place called the Carefree Grotto. She'd say they'd offer free advice anyway, I suggested. He raised an eyebrow but nodded, so we headed off. With as large of a city, transportation was a non-trivial problem. There was actually a legitimate magical train system, similar to the lightning rails in the Eberron setting, although I wasn't sure what powered them. The streets were very wide and segregated into different color-coded lanes, with the other side of the street mirrored, except the direction of travel was opposite, just like a highway on Earth. Regular people could only walk or use carriages on the far right lane, Qi Gathering cultivators in the middle lane, and Foundation Establishment in the left lane. This was mainly so that each lane could move at its fastest speed. This did work very well but ended up in situations where regular people could only make right turns and could only cross the street at special overhead bridges that were spaced every half-kilometer or so. Otherwise, they'd be taking their lives into their own hands. A situation like where the speedster character A-Train disintegrated a woman by running through her on the TV show The Boys was a real concern, although generally, cultivators could usually avoid mortals if they really tried, even if they were running flat out. According to the booklet, core formation cultivators were allowed to fly, so they didn't need to bother with this. I was curious about the train, especially when I saw that it was how you got to the upper city, but we decided to just run after getting directions on where the Carefree Grotto was. I could easily run 100 kilometers an hour now, which was well into the low-level speedster realm if I were a superhero. It also was way faster than all but the most powerful physical classes could move back into Merildwin's old world. After we arrived, we were greeted by an enchantingly beautiful fox girl, complete with red hair, a bushy red tail and fox ears on her head. I wanted to pet those ears but was shocked. What was going on? Was this an anime, after all? But then I realized that she was actually a transformed monster. Animals could be categorized into several categories, with regular animals that I would recognize at the very bottom and monsters at the top. As regular animals got more chi, they would turn into so-called demonic beasts, the kind that me and Xiaoli tended to eat. Although these beasts had the strength of a cultivator, they didn't actually cultivate. They were just really strong, and occasionally had fey abilities like the ability to shoot lightning out of there, but like the thunderfowl. However, when a demonic beast opened their spirituality and started to cultivate, they were reclassified as dire monsters. At this point, they gained an intellect at least comparable to the average human, and when a dire monster reached the Foundation Establishment realm, they could transform into a human shape. However, some monsters could transform even before that, like the fox girl in front of us. Foxes were known for their ability to transform, so they could do it a little bit before everyone else. I wasn't sure about the cultural taboos, but I decided never to eat meat from dire monsters, even if they couldn't transform. That was the point, that they'd have a similar intellect to a human, so it kind of felt a little bit like cannibalism to do so, even if I suspected that nobody else around, even Xiaoli or the dire monsters themselves, would think so. Back where we were from, not only were there not many dire monsters, but they'd never be allowed inside human cities. Even I was questioned pretty thoroughly at first after I stopped using disguise self religiously, with many people thinking I might be a dire monster. Paradoxically, my low cultivation helped convince most people, as they didn't think a low-level monster could transform. Also, there were plenty of unique constitutions and even cultivation methods that tended to alter the way you looked, which was why I decided to stop using illusion to hide myself in the first place. There were enough weird-looking people that I was just one more in a crowd. In this city, dire monsters were just one more type of citizen, and they could even vote, although only those who could transform would generally come inside the city limits unescorted. The fox girl took us into a small room and seemed to be pleased to offer us newcomers advice about where to go, what to do and the like after seeing Fei Fei's jade token. She spent a fair bit of time talking to us about our options, and when we had finally settled on a place to rent a villa, she took me aside, produced a small booklet about the size of a manga, took my hand and placed the book in it and nodded at me, saying, "This is from us, sister. Remember, you're always welcome." I blinked but nodded and left the grotto. In my hands, the book was labeled 200 Skills of the Tenaciously Surviving Monster Spirit. Wait, did the fox girl think I was a dire monster too? Tisk, I said and looked down at the book. Xiaoli blinked and asked, "What did she give you?" Still, 200 skills that only monsters pass down to each other in secret? This should be awesome and powerful. I suddenly didn't care that the fox girl thought I was a monster, too. In fact, didn't I just say that the reason I wouldn't eat dire monsters was I thought they were no different from me? I nodded. Thank you for the powerful skills, senior monster. I hid the book away in my hammer space and said, "Nothing for you." These were the secret techniques of us monsters. After all, we had to run a fair distance to get to the company that managed short-term villas that were recommended by the fox girl, but the process for renting one was simple. After we got settled, Xiaoli ran off to get some meat from a market for us to eat dinner, and I pulled out the book of secret techniques and grinned in anticipation. Would I be able to cultivate these techniques, or did they require monster chi? I frowned, flipping through to the first page, Sacred Stealing Technique. I blinked, reading it. Wasn't this just normal thievery and pickpocketing? The next skill was how to successfully form a team to rob a human cultivator.
Ultimate béguin technique.
500 ways to make a human cultivator surrender without fighting. I flipped through it, growing more and more disturbed. Towards the back of the book were 2 ultimate techniques, unique skill of charming and seduction for beautiful female monsters, and how to win the mistress heart for the male monster. The last technique in the book was simply called surrender. I angrily threw the book across the room. The bro code. The next few months proceeded peacefully, with me continuing to cultivate and study magic and my various techniques, which surprisingly included at least a couple of the ones for tenaciously surviving monsters. After I had thrown it across the room, I recovered the book and read it cover to cover. Sure, something was hidden in the pages. A literal fox monster gave it to me, so I inspected it very closely for illusions, but couldn't find anything. If something was encoded in the actual text of the book, then I might never decode it, as I wasn't a cryptologist. I was smart, but was never great with that sort of puzzle. Still, it wasn't as entirely useless as I first suspected. I had initially flipped through the first technique, the Sacred Stealing Technique, too quickly after reading the words. Just because the human has turned its back on an item doesn't mean it has forgotten it exists. Wait for your chance, and don't immediately grab and eat it as soon as they turn their back. However, much to my surprise, it actually had a chi-based physical technique, similar to my footwork skill, several more pages in. It was a kind of magical pickpocketing technique. It wasn't an easy technique for me to learn, but I made a bit of progress and practiced on Xiaoli, much to his annoyance. It wasn't as magical as Kazuma's steal, so I would be unlikely to steal a maiden's undergarments while she was wearing them, but it was pretty useful. It was not only useful for the obvious reasons of stealing, but also for my present circumstances when I just noticed an incredibly brazen kid who looked about the young emperor's age attempt to use a similar technique on me when it was my turn to buy food at the market. The kid wasn't quite a cultivator yet, but he obviously was aware of chi and had several wisps of it in his spiritual body. Attempting to steal from a cultivator when you weren't one was pretty stupid. It wouldn't be weird if I violently lashed out at him. However, I didn't want to hurt the kid, but I wanted to make sure he realized he had done fucked up, if only to make him less likely to repeat it so that he stayed focused on prey that couldn't literally crush his skull with their hands. So, I casually cast the first-level necromancy spell Cause Fear. It was like a lower-leveled, nerfed version of fear that could only target a single person instead of an AoE. I instantly winced. The boy ran off crying and screaming, and I kind of felt bad. I had tried to limit the effects of the spell by limiting the amount of magical energy that went into the spell form, but I think my inherent affinity for necromantic spells increased the efficiency, so it was probably only a little less powerful than normal. Still, the effects of the spell would quickly wear off, and it wasn't generally traumatizing. I had used it on myself, and Xiaoli for training often enough. After all, I patted myself down and blinked. Wait, the little fuck had managed to steal the half-dozen golden tails I kept in my pockets, mostly as bait for thieves. I narrowed my eyes, irrationally wanting to chase him down and recast the spell on him. That was impressive, though. He kept his hands on the goods, even as he ran away in fright. Certainly, people were looking at me oddly now, so I just got the demonic beast meat from the stalls of a few independent hunters and left. You might think that with such an immense city, there just wouldn't be any wilderness around it, or the resources there would be overhunted to satisfy the demand, but that wasn't the case. Not only would demonic beasts be much more prolific around large human settlements, almost as a kind of immune reaction from the world, but attempts, intentional or not, to overhunt the wilderness would draw in very powerful dire monsters for some reason, and the outdoors would suddenly become highly perilous. As such, there was significant effort spent on what I would call wilderness conservation. In other words, freshly hunted meat was actually pretty expensive. It was expensive enough that I had to change in some spirit stones for gold, or rather banknotes for larger denominations, but it wasn't so expensive that I actually needed to pay spirit stones for every meal, thankfully. Tomorrow was the first day that sects that operated in the city opened their doors to new disciples. It continued on for 5 days, traditionally, but coming along on the 5th day was an obvious admission that that student didn't have a particular school or sect as their first or even second choice. So people made great efforts to only use the first 3 days if at all possible. The Silver Serenity's Sword School was one of the top 3 sects in the city, and the other 2 were a Buddhist temple that I immediately discarded and the Radiant Starlight College. The latter didn't have very many members, so joining it would be a really nice achievement, but they only accepted new disciples that were at the beginning of the Foundation establishment realm, not before or after, so it just wasn't meant to be. I did have a couple of second-line options, including a second-tier sect that focused on illusions named the Mirage Moon Sect. If I had just wandered into this city on my own, this might have been my first choice. After all, I didn't really have a fate with the sword, but I quite liked having a friend, even if it was one as silly as Xiaoli was at times. As I got back to the villa, I began dinner. I had gotten some new spices while I was out, including a number of spices like cumin and cinnamon that gave me the idea to recreate garam masala. I was going to try to create a curry and make butter thunderfowl tonight. I could salvage it with prestidigitation if I made it inedible, but I had discovered it wasn't a good idea to do so, as the chi and demonic beast meat tended to degrade in the presence of that transmutation cantrip, and it would make it little better than chicken meat. Ha ha ha, are you ready for tomorrow? Asked Xiaoli as I peered at the simmering sauce suspiciously. I had never attempted to make Indian food in my last life, but I did have an Indian-American girlfriend for a year and a half in the Navy, so I had memories of watching her make us dinner several times. It didn't end up working out with her, but that was the story of my life. I nodded. Of course. I kind of wished I had managed to make it to the 5th level, but I'm still not quite there yet. I groused. I even suspended most of my recreation, focusing almost entirely on cultivation and magic research, and yet I still hadn't quite reached it yet. I was pretty sure that they'd accept me if I was at the 5th level. Yes, I've noticed that you haven't even found the nearest brothel. But you needn't worry. Grandma May says that with the combination of your constitution, cultivation method, and the fact that you're a talisman artist, you're a shoe-in, Xiaoli said wryly, and then tried to reassure me. Mrs. May wasn't active all the time. She was asleep, the vast majority of the time in an attempt to recover the damage done to her soul. Also, we were in a place where she couldn't easily speak aloud as we used to do, in case higher cultivators were listening in on us, so I hadn't spoken with her in some time. Xiaoli had mentioned that she would probably have to stay dormant for most of the time he was in the Silver Serenity School, perhaps only speaking with him often while he was out of the sect on missions or adventures. I sniffed delicately, ignoring the slander, but decided he was probably right. I then nodded. Come, I made quite a lot. This is a bit of an experiment. He looked uneasy as he noticed the simmering sauce bubbling a bit like a witch's brew, too. Ugh, what is this? Make the rice and I'll show you, I demanded, and he nodded and got the pot out that he used to make rice. He wasn't as terrible at cooking anymore, but I had gotten better, so it still made sense for me to do it if I wanted the most delicious meals possible, and I did. I served the chicken curry in the traditional way, and we sat down to eat. I took a bite first and frowned before nodding. It didn't have 100% fidelity to what I remembered, but it was quite good. Spicy. Xiaoli complained, but continued to eat bite after bite. Back on Earth, when I went to an Indian restaurant and they asked if I wanted it spicy or mild, I first asked what part of India the chef was from. If they were from the southern part of India, then I always picked mild. In this case, I was kind of guessing on what level of spice to add because we were both cultivators. A normal level of spiciness wouldn't do anything to us, so I was using ground spiritual peppers that, even fresh, had the dehydrated look of seriously dangerous peppers, like the Carolina Reaper and ghost pepper. I used that to make my own chili powder from scratch. It was on the spicier side, but it wasn't too bad to my calibrated taste buds, so I considered it a win. If there was one thing about cultivation that I loved more than any other, it wasn't the power and strength so much as the fact that it made me brighter. Not like hyper-intelligent AI smarter, where I became a paperclip min-maxer, but smarter in the sense that it was really easy to learn new skills and notice things that I might have missed before. Just the idea of trying to recreate a recipe from scratch based on a few memories, including recreating the spice blend garam masala based only on smell, would have been an insane idea before. Power and strength were nice, but I was entirely of the mind that with sufficient smarties, the rest would follow naturally from that. It's spicy, but do you like it? I asked. It wasn't as though there weren't tons of spicy food around, as I had detected what I might consider both Sichuan and Hunan-style food, but there wasn't Indian food, at least as I knew of it, despite the same spices and seasonings being available. He glanced down at his plate, which was empty now, and made a dad joke. No, I hated it. I snorted and gave him seconds. I thought I had put enough on his oversized plate at first, but he ate even more than I did and could easily eat enough for 3 or 4 regular people his size. All right, I'm going to get some sleep before the morning, I said with a nod. He looked at me weirdly. You don't have an issue falling asleep before an important day? I shook my head smugly. I never had issues falling asleep. I'd always been able to dream as soon as my head hit the pillow, which a lot of people were envious of. It wasn't a big deal if Xiaoli couldn't sleep, though. He could probably stay up for days at a time with no ill effects, as could I. However, I'd never go without sleep if I could avoid it. We took the train up into the upper city. I had traveled in the train before, and I always found the passenger cars a little unusual, in the sense that they seemed so familiar. I suppose form followed function to some extent, but it seemed exactly like pictures I've seen of passenger cars from the age of steam locomotives. The train tracks entered a tunnel in the side of the plateau's cliff and spiraled upwards until we exited the tunnel a few minutes later. I said as we stepped out of the train station. Looking around, things looked fairly swanky up here. This wasn't the first time I came to the upper city, so it wasn't as though I didn't recognize it, but this was the first time that I had walked through it for any length of time. It wasn't that we were too poor to live up here. Well, I wasn't, at least. It was just that there was no good reason to pay the extra expense, amounting to at least double what we were paying for food and rent down below. Theoretically, someone could come into our villa and murder us in the middle of the night and be perfectly fine with the city authorities, but they wouldn't be fine with the entity that owned the villa, as fights between cultivators tended to destroy buildings, and I suspected most large businesses had backing from strong people. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist in the lower city at all. Also, I had already used a combination of arcane lock and glyphs of warding to provide a nasty surprise for anyone who just kicked our door in. I glanced down at the map and up at the property at the corner, frowning. It was a big lot and a huge building, but are you sure this is the place? How can thousands of disciples live and cultivate in here? I asked, quizzical. Xiaoli squinted and frowned. I can't see in the dark as well as you can just yet, but yes. The actual sect is several thousand li away. It's on a mountaintop with high chi density to the northeast. This is just the office they keep in the city. Oh, that made a lot more sense. We had started out early this morning, more like late last evening, but as we approached the gate, it appeared as though we weren't the first to get there. It was staked out like the GameStops used to be before digital delivery became common, like GTA 3 or Black Ops back in the 2000s. There must be 1,000 people here, and I could see about 100 disciples wearing the distinctive silver robes of the school setting up next to the gates. This was the first time I saw so many cultivators in one place, and most of them were about my level, so I didn't feel quite as bad for not reaching the 5th level. The vast majority were human, but the Silver Serenities accepted dire monsters as disciples as well, so I saw a few people with what I would consider animal features. There were others that I considered anomalies who I believe must have practiced some really strange methods. For example, there was one man whose skin appeared indistinguishable from brass. That wasn't a particularly strong metal for cultivators, so I wondered if, as he practiced this ability, his skin would shift to stronger metals? Or was he stuck with brass? Another odd sight was a gentleman who was black, and I didn't mean African, or that he had a lot of melanin either. He was clearly Chinese, just his skin looked like Vanna Black, one of those super black paints from my last life. He just absorbed light, I suppose, except for his eyeballs. It was quite interesting. Almost everyone had a sword, too. I guess that wasn't surprising. I was wearing my peak-grade sword treasure on my hip as well. I mean, even if you were following the Tao of the Brick and just liked smashing people with bricks, if you wanted to join a sword sect, you'd at least put one on your hip decoratively. I did notice that it was a sausage party, though, but that wasn't particularly unusual in the cultivation world, including a couple of men who catcalled me. I ignored it, thinking it was pretty stupid. The members of the sect were right here, and I'm sure they had some junior or senior sisters they looked up to or protected. Making it obvious what kind of Duchicano you were before you even got admitted was silly. Also, the level of catcalling was below par. I had obviously never experienced it in my past life, but Merildwin had, and a good bard made these attempts look sad and amateurish. Not to mention, I was much stronger than the man doing the catcalling myself. I was sure there were rules in place. Otherwise, this many unaffiliated cultivators would have already resulted in a dozen duels, at least, so I controlled my desire to cast a spell at him. We waited there, with at least as many people arriving after us. About 30 minutes into our wait, a loud booming voice shouted, "All right, each one of you, orderly queue up in front of a station. Answer the questions asked."
No arguments.
Ahead of me, I saw the line start moving, with the people funneling into one of the about 24 lanes that were set up with members of the Silver Serenities sect manning them. It appeared that they were conducting some filtering. The line moved surprisingly quickly, but I saw a lot of people leaving each of the lanes and walking away, looking dejected. When I got closer to the front of the line, I started to hear what some of the people were saying in each lane. "Your meridians are damaged. Did you use some sort of forbidden technique? Get out. Chi density too low. Scram. There's no future with the current method you use, leave." Shaoli went ahead of me, and I followed to one of the newly open lanes and walked up to a man in silver robes. He was in the Foundation establishment realm, and he nodded in the direction of a small orb on a table. It kind of looked like a crystal ball used to tell fortunes. He said tersely, "Insert your chi into the sphere." I blinked and held out my hand, placed it on the sphere, and inserted some of my chi, not exactly sure when I should stop. However, after a couple of seconds, I could feel it vibrate, and it stopped accepting more energy. Haptic feedback, how interesting. I put my hand back at my side and looked up at the man. He had a small jade sheet in his hand and peered at it before finally nodding, "Acceptable." He produced a small sheet of paper, a bona fide form, and handed it to me. "Fill this out. If you pass the next step, turn it in." I walked forward and met Shaoli, who was grinning, giving me a thumbs up. I asked him, "Do you know what's next?" He shook his head. "I hear that usually there is a tournament at the end to decide who amongst the new disciples gets to join the inner sect and who has to remain in the outer sect, for now. Are you going to try?" I shook my head. Probably not. Besides, that's putting the cart before the horse. From what I could tell, the main difference, no matter where you were, between the inner and outer sects was that the inner one got more cultivation resources and didn't have to perform chores. But with the good came the bad, and at the same time, these bright stars of the sect were overseen quite a bit. If I just joined the outer sect and later decided to leave, I didn't think anyone would care. It might be different if they had already invested a lot of resources into me. Besides, I could always enter it later.
Xiauli nudda.
It took another hour for the rest of the line outside to be filtered through, and less than half of the people that were waiting were here, perhaps 900 people. I used that time to fill out the form with a pencil. It was obvious things: name, age, name of your cultivation method, that sort of thing. However, one block asked if I had ever used any of a long list of techniques, including demonic cultivation methods, ghost cultivation, and the like. If so, I had to provide a brief explanation. Mrs. May, through Xiaoli, already told me to expect this and that I should be as honest as possible. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but she said that these things weren't actually disqualifying for almost any sect. After all, some of them were very effective. Moreover, since they often had enemies that were from demonic sects, it would put them at a severe disadvantage if they didn't know how any of it worked. They would likely use a karmic method to check my sin-virtue balance and just make sure I wasn't a psychopath, though. Suddenly, a man wearing elaborate dark silver robes appeared. I couldn't see how he arrived, just one moment he was there. I wanted to laugh because he looked exactly like the Pai Mei from the Kill Bill films, but I felt a huge threat from him, almost taking a step back in surprise. It wasn't that I thought he was going to do me any harm. It was just that I had the feeling that if he decided to, then I wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Was he higher than the Foundation establishment, then? He said, "Listen up. The next step will have to be conducted at the sect itself. I will open the permanent portal we keep here, and you'll go through it.
No dawdling.
You'll arrive at the base of the mountain, and the goal is just to walk up the stairs." He frowned and added as an aside, "Do not sabotage anyone. Just mind your own business. You'll be ejected if you do." I suddenly was paying close attention.
À permanence spatiale portal?
How intriguing. That was on the level of highly legendary items back in Merildwin's world, even if it had a limited range. I opened my senses to him, as he seemed to fiddle with something with a directed probe of chi intangibly. All of a sudden, a large portal opened up in the center of the courtyard. It looked something like the magic portals Dr. Strange could make using sling rings, and also like what the gate spell was supposed to look like, although Merildwin had never seen that spell, just read about it. However, it was much larger, the aperture being an oval about 10 meters wide and 5 high. "Quickly now, step through. Time is money," he yelled, and we all obeyed, moving with prudent haste through the portal. Did it cost spirit stones for every second it was activated? Maybe, but I didn't know enough. The energy to fold space, or however it worked, had to come from somewhere. Xiaoli and I walked through in the middle of the pack, and less than a minute later, the portal behind us winked out of existence. I tried to learn as much as possible through the process of stepping through the portal, but the fact was that the transportation seemed instantaneous, just like stepping through a door. It wasn't like Misty Step or Dimension Door that, while also immediate, had a distinct feeling of twistiness as the teleportation happened. There were a number of silver-robed people here too. One of them said, "Okay, just walk up the steps. No talking until you make it up to the top. The use of talismans or pills is prohibited. If you stop for more than a minute or leave the step in a way other than proceeding to the following step, you fail, and one of our disciples will remove you back to the bottom, and will transport you back to the city later today." Xiaoli glanced at me, and I nodded. There was clearly something not normal about these steps. For one, they were incredibly wide and tall. I'd have to jump to get over them instead of stepping, as the step height was over a meter. Still, we were in the first group to jump up to the first step. Some people held back a little bit, if only for space reasons, as while the steps were wide, they weren't hundreds of people wide. At most, maybe 10 people could be on one step at a time. As I touched the first step, I frowned and detected a pressure, as if my weight was slightly increased. I frowned, hoping that this wasn't solely a physical test, as I wasn't as strong physically as most others. Still, I internally shrugged and just jumped to the next, as did everyone else. The process repeated, with the pressure increasing at each step until about 30 steps later, I had to pause for a moment and kind of vault over the top. I was using a little bit more chi than I could passively regenerate now, but it still wasn't difficult. Xiaoli had already left me in the dust, but I was still amongst the first 5 or so people. It soon became apparent that this strategy of just using chi might not work. My chi was dense, so I might have enough to make it all the way up, but I'd rather not work on a maybe. So, I cast the enlarge spell on myself, instantly doubling in size and cubing in volume and mass. Thankfully, the spell works on your clothes and equipment, too. A cubed increase in mass might have been a bad thing if this actually was gravity, but I had long realized that it wasn't. It was just a pressure pushing down on me. The increased strength was instantly helpful. The people on my step gaped at me for a moment, but I just started taking the steps as if they were a normal staircase, running up them as fast as I could. I waved cheekily at Xiaoli as I passed him. About midway up the staircase, the pressure disappeared, and I frowned. I kept myself enlarged for a few more steps until I discovered the pressure was replaced with an increasing mental effect. I let the concentration go on my spell, shrunk back down to my original size, and took steps the old way, just hopping up. It took me a couple of more steps before I realized that I was feeling a bit anxious. It was a fear-type effect. Was this why Grandma May demanded such continuous training using my fear spells? She might not know the entry requirements for this particular school, but this might be a pretty common test. Also, it turned out I wouldn't have needed to use enlarge. I was assuming that all of the steps would be gradually increasing physical pressure, but apparently it was a half-and-half thing. So I had more than enough chi to make it up this far. Oh well. I had stopped to think about it long enough that Xiaoli had caught up with me, and he waved and passed me. Hey, I chased him. It was true he practiced under the fear effects a lot more than I did, but I did it enough that I barely took a step back when I cast fear these days. A few of the steps caused me to pause for a couple of seconds. The effect wasn't even quite as strong as my spells. After chasing Xiaoli to the top of the stairs, I suddenly realized that I had intended to slow down a little bit and not make waves, letting a few people pass me up. However, my first instinct was not to lose to him in a race, but now he was first, and I was second. I coughed a little, glancing around. Xiaoli gave me a thumbs up, and I just hung my head. There were about 200 steps, so it actually took close to 45 minutes for everyone to come up or get eliminated. Surprisingly, a good 10 females, including myself, had succeeded, but they were still outnumbered by 40 successful male cultivators. The young women all clustered around me, apparently taking me for a leader for some reason. We had a little small talk while waiting for everyone to finish. When everyone was either up here or eliminated, a stunningly beautiful young woman descended from the sky on a flying treasure that resembled a lotus flower, hopping off of it at the last minute. She was petite like I was, but I still had a little growing to go until I reached Merildwin's mom's height while she looked full-grown. Her hair was jet black, and her skin was as fair as mine, which was a bit unusual. She had the figure of a ballerina, rather than my own Kavya figure, but that was really nice, too. She also had an effortless grace with the way she moved, as well as a confidence that I was instantly attracted to. My small gathering of girls started buzzing, with one of them saying, "That's Ximeng Yao. She's well known in the entire city as one of the rising stars of the Silver Serenity's sword school." "Oh, I'd like to be her friend," one said. "I want her to help me study my sword forms," another said. "I want to be her," said a third, rather parasocially. But at least she was honest. "I want to sit on her face," I thought, also honestly, but I had the emotional intelligence not to say it out loud, especially since she could definitely hear everything. However, I glanced to the side and frowned when I saw Xiaoli. He looked, well, smitten, I suppose. I could almost see the stars in his eyes. Well shit, did the bro code bind me here? I wasn't a bro anymore, precisely, but it felt binding. At least with Xiaoli, anyway. A firm part of the bro code was that if a bro was interested in a woman first, you had to cede the opportunity. It could be said that we saw her at the same time, but it was clear to me that his interest was romantic while mine was just lust, so he had the stronger claim. I sighed. The pretty girl smiled and said, "The only thing left is individual interviews. I'd like to congratulate everyone on passing thus far. Please follow me." So, were there any standout talents this year or anomalies? The Pai Mei lookalike asked in the middle of a large room as dinner was being placed in front of everyone. Cultivators at their level didn't really need to eat, so it was rare that they'd have an excuse to get together like this. An older woman said, "A few. I interviewed a young woman by the name of May 1. She finished second up the stairs and is in the 4th level at the age of 26. Someone interrupted her. That's not very good at all. She waved her hand. She claimed that she had to dissipate her entire cultivation not too long ago when she discovered her present cultivation method. It's not in our records, but it appears to be a very pure lunar typing method. Her Chi to True Chi ratio meets the definition of it being a top or peak-graded technique. She's also a talisman artist. Nice. What's the issue? The same person asked. The old lady stared daggers at the man for interrupting, but it was clear that there was no real malice behind it. She's a ghost cultivator. More than that, she may have a special ghost constitution. It bears some resemblance to the 9 nether spirit body recorded in our records. That is not likely, Pai Mei said definitively. I don't think the Netherworld Kingdom has misplaced any living princesses. The old lady sighed. She could also be the near descendant of a celestial ghost cat, possibly one that mated with a human, as an alternative. I ran follow-on tests, and she tests either as ambiguous or not human on the species tester orbs depending on which one I use. That's a lot more likely. Can she transform into her monster cat shape, or was she born a human? Did you test her sin levels? Pai Mei asked curiously. The woman shrugged. I didn't ask. It seemed impolite. I did ask her to show me some of her techniques, and she must have a fairly comprehensive ghost or death inheritance already, too, which is very unusual at her level. She has significant karmic merit but very few karmic ties. It's fine, then. Make sure she's aware of our policy about the study of what might be considered demonic techniques or cultivation methods, but as long as she is discreet and doesn't commit vast amounts of evil, I think we'd be fools not to admit her, Pai Mei said. The old lady nodded. I agree, which is why I already did. Anything else? Pai Mei grinned. I found a genius of the sword Dao. You say that every year, the old lady cried, exasperated. Pai Mei sniffed. It's true this time. He was first on the stairway this year, and he said he plans to challenge for a spot in the inner sect. He's only 16 and has already reached the one with the sword level and is on the threshold of understanding the one with the world stage. If he wins, I may take him as a personal disciple. The old woman looked skeptical, but taking a sip of her wine distracted her from her perennial feud with the old fuddy-duddy, and she said, Oh, this is excellent. Did this come out of your latest batch, Jingwei? Arafu no more. I pulled on the sleeves of the silver Taoist robe, marking my position as a junior outer sect disciple, frowning. I had gotten used to wearing gowns and dresses, even training in how to move fast in them, and this seemed a bit underwhelming. Boring, even. Still, it was a genuine magical robe, with protections a lot higher than just regular silk. I wasn't sure if it was strong enough that it would nullify the mage armor spell that I had begun religiously casting every morning since that fat bastard managed to crack my ribs with a punch. That had been an oversight. I had also been practicing snap-casting shield when Shaoli and I sparred, but I was still rusty in casting it instantly. It was harder, as there was significantly less reaction time in cultivator fights than what Merildwin remembered in regular fights in her world. A bunch of the other young women who joined the sect had similar expressions on their faces until one of the disciples who was issuing us our starting gear said, Junior sisters, you can get customized robes, of course, but they generally will cost contribution points. Yes, awesome. Another currency. Was this my third? Well, fourth, if I counted the rewards program points at the frolics of the Lunar Bunny. One of the other girls asked him to elaborate, and he explained that there were a number of disciples who studied the art of refining devices, including magical robes. They might be willing to customize the standard robes for remuneration. From reading the sect guidebook, contribution points were an attempt to both equalize the status of fellow disciples as well as to ensure that disciples had the incentive to perform missions and chores. They weren't generally transferable but could be used to buy things from the sect or issue missions to other disciples. The latter would be how we would need to get better robes. It wasn't impossible to out-and-out pay spirit stones or other valuables to get these services done, of course, but contribution points were what every disciple wanted, so it would be more costly. The vast majority of the sect were outer sect disciples. After all, not only did you need to pay contribution points for basically everything, from techniques you wanted to learn to most cultivation resources beyond a small pittance, but you also had a built-in deficit every year. This was your debt to the sect for providing everything else. The traditional way to pay this off was to either go adventuring, taking missions from the sect along the way, take a job in the sect, or have a profession like alchemy or, in my case, talisman artistry. Actually, it was generally a combination of all of the above, as people's desire for more points was generally insatiable. Even inner sect disciples who didn't have a deficit and had more generous resources provided would do all of the above, especially adventuring out to temper themselves. From what I could tell, missions acted similarly to a famous hidden village of ninjas that I was familiar with in my past life. Anyone could go to the mission hall and put a mission up, and whatever payment they offered would be converted into an equivalent amount of contribution points, and the mission would be provided to the sect as a whole. Even outsiders could arrange for missions to be offered, with some restrictions. As much as I detested more signs of how basic the economy was in the sense that it required multiple types of currencies that were never entirely convertible between one another, I suppose that this system was better for me than the alternative. Otherwise, rich disciples could come in and just buy everything. They'd already be able to come in with huge advantages in cultivation resources that they could buy outside the sect, so a little leveling of the field worked in my favor. Xiaoli ran up to me and said, "Did you see the, housing accommodations?" Something about the way he said that made me feel some dread, and I shook my head, no. He walked with me to the area we were assigned, and I gaped at my assigned dwelling. It was just a hut. Actually, it was more like one of those conical teepees that the Lakota and Apache tribes used in antiquity. I glared at him. What the fuck, Xiaoli? He rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled. Well, apparently, there are 3 ways to get a better residence if you're in the outer sect. I already knew what one of them would be. Contribution points, of course. I sighed. What are the ways that don't involve contribution points? He pointed to a long line of different dwellings that slowly increased in quality. Firstly, you're invited to join one of the 8 peaks. Then you can live there. Otherwise, you have to challenge the occupant of a dwelling you want to spar. And win, of course. I sighed. I ignored the invitation to one of the peaks part for now. The 8 peaks were each led by a peak master or mistress who was at least in the middle of the core formation realm, and they were kind of like sects within a sect. Mostly, only inner sect disciples, or those who were the personal or nominal disciples of the peak mistress, were invited up to the various peaks. So, ignoring that option, you could either pay for a better domicile, or if you didn't want to, there were a lot of free options available, but you had to fight for the better ones. Well, this was a sword sect, after all, so I wasn't sure why I was surprised. I flipped through to the appropriate place in the guidebook about this practice and nodded. A person could only be challenged once a week, and you could only make 1 challenge a week, too. I could already see a number of our fellow new disciples knocking politely on doors to challenge their occupants. I nodded and walked past them. I continued past the swanky teepees, past the single-room apartments, and kept going until I found the highest quality accommodations, which was a villa somewhat similar to what we had rented, if smaller. Xiaoli grinned as he saw what I intended to do and nodded. I picked the first villa in a row, and Xiaoli picked the one ahead of me. Apparently, these villas came with servants, which surprised me, but I coughed and said delicately, "If you'd please inform the master or mistress of the house that junior sister May 1 is here and hopes to challenge them to a spar for ownership of this dwelling." The servant looked amused but inclined his head, and he left back into the house. Shortly after, a large man who looked close to 2 meters in height appeared in front of me, looking down at me with a smirk. "Junior martial sister, I am Jiaozi Lu. I admire your confidence, but perhaps you should consider challenging one of the second-tier dwellings. When I beat you, you'll be stuck in that beginner teepee for a week." I peered at him. Although he looked huge and muscular, he was still in the 7th level of Qi gathering, so I thought I could take him. Perhaps not with a fair fight, but I didn't intend to fight fair anyway. I cupped my hands in salute and said, "I appreciate your attempts to dissuade me, senior brother, but I have my mind set on your house." He laughed uproariously and thumped me genially on the back, causing me to involuntarily take a step forward. Rather than upset, he seemed fired up. "All right. Good. Let's go now before all your fellows use up all of the sparring circles nearby." I nodded and followed along with him. It occurred to me that I had changed somewhat. I had almost become citified. I noticed this first when I had no desire to go with Xiaoli on his weeks-long hunting expedition months ago, and now I had unerringly walked towards the most luxurious of housing options available. In the past, I would have been stoked to spend a week in a genuine-looking teepee. I wonder what my grandpa would say if he was looking down on me from heaven. Well, I think he would be pretty confused, actually. Still, I had zero desire to spend even a single night in a teepee, no matter how large. While the cold and draftiness wouldn't bother me at all, it just didn't suit me anymore. I could do so and even thrive there if I had to, but if I didn't have to, then I didn't want to. I wondered if Merildwyn had also changed similarly back on Earth. I had already noticed that she was a lot more open to different ideas when we were briefly connected. Where I had discounted romance with the opposite sex almost immediately, she seemed immediately interested in trying sexual things with women and men. I tried not to think about the things she was doing with my body. I just had to let it go. When we got to one of the locations set aside for sparring, I noticed that it was more involved than I thought. Lu nodded at me. So, the rules of sparring between disciples are that we each use a provided weapon, not our spirit tools. The idea is that we're having a debate with our sword skills, not the strength of our treasures. I nodded. That favored me, so I liked it. He continued, fatal and crippling attacks are prohibited, obviously. Basically, anything that would cause lasting or very lingering harm is prohibited. Each spar has to be supervised by someone in a higher cultivation realm. In our case, it will be the Foundation Establishment senior brother here, as well as staff from the spiritual doctor's wing. This is one of the main ways that they get practice, after all. He then grinned evilly. Oh, and also, to prevent spurious challenges, there has to be a bet of at minimum 100 contribution points and 5 low-grade spirit stones. I only got 2,000 contribution points from joining the sect. They provided this initial amount with the assumption that new disciples would use it to get new techniques or cultivation methods. Still, I shrugged. Fair enough. I hoped to win the fight immediately, but now I started to consider backup plans if that didn't work. We each sat our personal swords to the side and picked up a provided sword. They were sharp, so some amount of spilt blood was expected, I supposed. A lot of my spells would be considered prohibited, too. Vampiric Touch was straight out. I could cast Fireball and Lightning Bolt now, but their performance was a bit lackluster, and they might be considered out of bounds, too. I suppose it would depend on the durability of the person I was sparring with. The referee nodded at us as we took positions and said, May 1, Jiaozi Lu begin. I didn't move my sword from the guard position, but immediately cast the spell suggestion, saying, Senior brother, would you kindly turn around and continue walking forward? Suggestion was a powerful spell. You could force someone to do something continuously for the spell's 8-hour duration, or as long as you maintained concentration. You couldn't order them to commit seppuku or anything that would harm them, and the suggestion had to sound at least a little reasonable to them. He froze, blinking rapidly, before making a perfect 180-degree turn and walking forward. The sparring circles for Chi-gathering disciples were pretty large, about 50 meters in diameter, so it took him a fair bit of time to walk out of the circle with the referee gaping. After Jiaozi Lu stepped outside the ring and disqualified himself, I let the concentration of the spell go. The referee yelled, Throwing a match is prohibited, Jiaozi Lu. No matter how pretty your opponent is. The tall man bellowed, offended. As if I would. She used some kind of spell, and I just did it. I didn't even realize what was happening until I was almost out of the ring. He had turned around and walked back into the circle, shaking his head. It might not seem that a suggestion causing him to forfeit would be reasonable, but it really depended on how it was worded. If I had told him to leave the sparring circle, that might not have worked. But just to turn around and keep walking? That was fine. At least this first time. I think maybe it wouldn't work a second time on him, though. I hoped he wasn't going to have some sort of rage explosion on losing, as he was approaching me with a purpose. I readied a hold person casting just in case he attacked me. However, he sighed and shook his head ruefully. You win, junior martial sister. I'm not too fond of abilities like that. I had almost fought myself free of it, I think, but not soon enough. He asked, Do you mind using it on me again? I think it's good training. Get out of the fucking circle first, the referee yelled. and we both jumped a bit in startlement before we walked over and put our temporary swords back on a rack and reclaimed our weapons. That he noticed anything was off at all was interesting. By the strict text of the spell, you only got the one saving throw. After that, you should be considered kind of charmed, and you wouldn't really realize what happened until after the spell ended. I had noticed a lot of spells that had ongoing mental effects could be fought against, though, so I wasn't exactly surprised. I nodded and said, sure, but it might not work a second time. For example, my suggestion has to seem reasonable to you. I phrased it like I did, hoping you'd forget the connection between walking forward and forfeiting the match. He got a thoughtful expression on his face and nodded. I understand. Not as all-powerful as I thought then. I cast suggestion again. Would you kindly hop on one foot? He blinked and started hopping on one foot in place. He shrugged and tossed me 5 spirit stones, saying, well, if you can't, I guess. Here are the 5 spirit stones I owe you. The referee will transfer the contribution points directly. He seemed to forget that I cast a spell on him while he was under it. I wondered how long that would last. Would people pointing it out to him cause cognitive dissonance and break the spell? If he was a regular person, definitely not. But the combination of it being a weird suggestion along with him being a cultivator made me think it was possible. He said, well, I will go move my stuff out of your place. I've got to think about who to challenge myself, too. He hopped on 1 foot away. He was really strong, so he could hop a ridiculous amount of distance at one time, looking like a demented pogo stick departing the area. I'd try to keep concentration on the spell as long as possible. For his training, right? I smirked. Not because it was hilarious, of course. Ooh, Xiaoli was walking up with another man. This one was tall and lean, being a good head and a half over Xiaoli, and he had his sect robes customized to look similar to that of a scholar. Honestly, I wondered why Xiaoli was bothering with trying to get a better house. The tournament to get into the inner sect was only 5 days away, and if he joined, then he'd get a villa reserved for inner sect disciples, and he wouldn't have to bother with this nonsense. Still, I watched them get ready to spar. I raised an eyebrow when the scholar selected a slightly curved saber as a weapon from the rack, but I suppose that wasn't that unusual. I intended to study different weapons here, too. I didn't think that I would suddenly find that I was a battle maniac if only I could study the saber or the spear, but I had the idea that it would be easier to dodge and counter other people using these types of weapons if I knew at least the basics of each weapon. So I intended to study the saber, spear, axe, and halberd. Although, the idea of me swinging away with a giant axe was kind of funny. It reminded me of that anime where the Japanese self-defense forces got ice-skate and waged war on fantasy people or something. I couldn't remember what it was called, as the anime had been rather silly, and I never ever watched it aside from clips on the internet. There was a petite woman in a gothic Lolita outfit with a giant axe, though, that I thought had the hallmarks of Gap Mo. The fight started, and this one wasn't going to end in an instant. I intuitively understood. The scholar was at the 8th level, one higher than Xiaoli, but from the start, Xiaoli appeared to be controlling the fight. He used Fire Bolt a number of times, not so much as an attempt to incinerate his opponent, which might be against the rules, but to deny an area to him while the other man was maneuvering, which inevitably caused the scholar to leap away directly into a prepared set-piece attack. I raised my eyebrows as I watched Xiaoli systematically outclass the older man until, at last, Xiaoli finished the spar with a decisive thrust. He stopped with nothing more than a prick on the scholar, but it was obvious to everyone watching that Xiaoli could have just run him through. Winner, Xiaoli, declared the referee quickly. This guy was less of a good sport than my partner was, and he just threw the saber on the ground, along with the 5 spirit stone stakes and stalked off. Xiaoli didn't seem perturbed, and even returned his partner's saber back to the rack. I glanced at a small wound on his arm and said, "You're bleeding." He shook his head. "Nah, it already stopped. Look, these robes repair themselves, too. Awesome, right?" And sure enough, I saw that the small cut had already closed, and even the bloodstain was slowly disappearing. I sighed. There went my idea to abuse mending and prestidigitation to repair and clean these expensive magical robes. I figured in a sect with as much focus on combat as this one, it would have been an easy niche to make money or points without any effort. Oh well, you want to head to the Dao repository? I asked. This was the location where all cultivation methods, spells, techniques, manuals, and even divine abilities that the sect had were stored and could be exchanged if one had enough points, of course. The distinction between a divine ability and a spell or technique was pretty fine. They were mostly the same thing, with the main difference being that a divine ability was, originally, the self-developed ability of a human or monster that reached the celestial immortal realm. When this happened, and they taught the technique to others, it just turned out to be a bit better. For example, Zeus' divine ability would probably be throwing lightning bolts. For no other reason than it was the ability he trained when someone else used it. It would be somewhat better than an identical spell developed by someone else, too. The history of the myriad heavens was so long that there were actually quite a few of these freely available, although their quality was as varied as the quality of any spell or technique created by different people. The very, very strong ones were naturally kept as secret as possible, especially if the celestial immortal involved was still alive. Trying to train in the signature ability of someone who was still around without their permission wasn't, generally, wise. Xiaoli grinned and nodded. We probably don't need a new cultivation method, but I'm interested in seeing what sword arts manuals they have. The sect was so large that we had to travel a good 40 minutes at our top speed to reach the Dao repository, which was in the very well-protected part of the mountain. The Dao repository was an elaborate 5-sided pagoda of at least 20 floors, and an old man was seated leisurely by the only entrance. I had the sudden intrusive thought that this thing wouldn't meet fire codes back home, with only one way to enter and exit. The old man opened one eye before saying, "New disciples? Well, go on in. Listen to the directions of the librarians, or I'll kill you." Then, with that casual threat delivered, he closed his eyes and went, seemingly, back to sleep. Xiaoli and I shared a glance before we carefully walked by the old man and entered the building. Although I doubted that they had the Dewey Decimal System here, it was clearly a library, and it was set out in a similar way as to the other libraries that I had been to in this world. A librarian disciple spared a brief look at us before saying, "You can only go up to the 4th floor. When you have what you want, bring it down to me. The organization system is pretty obvious, but if you need help finding something, let me or another librarian know." "I'm going to go look at the sword arts," Xiaoli said excitedly, and I nodded and proceeded off in another direction. First, I looked around for the section on formations that were available on the first 4 floors, and then I found what might be considered the primers. I brightened when I found the exact tome that I was offered to buy for 25 mid-grade spirit stones. It was listed as only costing 100 contribution points. Quite amazing. I opened it and then frowned and realized that rather than the text itself, only a description, along with perhaps the first 10 or so pages, were there. I suppose that was how they prevented you from reading a whole book like I used to do in Barnes and Nobles when I was poor. I used to sit there in their comfy chairs and read an entire novel and then put it back on the shelves when I was a kid. I was saving a lot of points by not needing a better cultivation method, as I noticed a few high-ranked methods cost 1,500 points, and they only included the Qi Gathering and Foundation Establishment chapters. I got 3 books on formations and 4 more on talismans, and I still had 1,100 points left, so I wandered into the more practical skills area. I was admitted to the sect with them knowing my predilection for certain types of techniques. The old woman who explained things to me said I wouldn't find any of those types of techniques in the public area of the Dao repository, but that I'd be permitted to see them after I'd been in the sect for a while. However, I wasn't to make my practice of this type of technique widely known, nor was I to do especially evil things in order to further my understanding. I could do whatever I wanted with the bodies and souls of those who were my enemies, she'd said, but I couldn't descend into the depths of depravity and genocide villages for materials. I suppose that's what actually separated demonic sects from so-called righteous ones. The former had no bottom line. She also requested that, as part of being discreet, I emphasize my skills in another direction. Illusion was perfect, as many illusory techniques could be unearthly. I already had one illusory technique that was solely a Taoist technique, but I wasn't that great with it. It involved specific sounds, specifically songs being played on a zither or guqin, neither of which I would consider myself to have mastered. I could perform the techniques to a basic level of competence, but I would love a few other options if only to study the differences between my spells of the illusion school and the illusions that come from these Taoist spells and techniques. These were a bit more expensive, but I still got 2 large tomes on illusory techniques that claimed to remain useful even in the Foundation establishment realm for 600 points. I nodded, satisfied. That would leave me a buffer of 500 points for unexpected expenses. I found Xiaoli, and he only had 2 books, and he claimed both of them were sword arts. I looked at the top one and raised my eyes. It was 1,500 points, and it was called The Sword of the Carefree Immortal. That was a pretty frivolous-sounding name for an art that the school valued so highly. I asked him to read the introduction and snorted. It was a foreword written by the Carefree Immortal himself. A single day lived passionately and free is better than eons stifled as a slave. All I ask is for one thing: to kill all those who deserve death. Only then will I feel carefree. My sword is the sword to obliterate injustice. Kill, kill, kill. He used 3 different characters for kill there in the end, just in case you didn't recognize one of them, I guess. Okay, that went pretty hard, and considering this was the author's prerequisite to consider himself carefree, and his name was recorded as the Carefree Immortal, then I suspected the guy who wrote this killed a lot of people with his sword. I also suspected he was either dead now or existed in a realm beyond merely a celestial immortal. It was ridiculously protagonist-like sword art to study, I thought. This wasn't the first time that I kind of thought that Xiaoli acted like a story protagonist, but it was kind of hard to say since karma and good and bad luck were real physical things here. The only thing that would make it even more protagonist-like would be, no. I stopped myself from even thinking it, just in case. I'd see in a moment, anyway. We took our books back to the front desk, and I set mine down first. The attending librarian took a look at my stack of mini tomes and made a tisk sound, and I realized that he was probably in charge of both bringing me the actual books as well as reshelving these stand-ins, and I had annoyed him by getting a lot at one time. Wait a moment, he said and disappeared, taking the stack of books with him. Less than 5 minutes later, he returned, which shocked me. It had taken me a good hour to browse through all these. He had to have a special librarian-chi ability to move fast in here, as well as find the appropriate things. That made me think that I should have picked up a new footwork technique, too, but I decided against it for now. I hadn't reached perfection in my existing one yet, and from what I could tell, the footwork techniques at my level were all a little bit similar. I'd need a new one by the time I got to the peak of the chi-gathering realm, though, and definitely after that. The librarian stacked my books up and said, "Okay, that will be 1,600 points. If that's all right, please place your thumb here." He held up a thin jade slate, and I blinked. Did they have magi tech here? Perhaps. I had already seen some signs of it, but this seemed a straight-up database of some sort if this thing was connected to my disciple record and knew how many points I had. I pressed my thumb on the indicated portion, blinked, and stopped myself from yelping. Something stabbed my thumb. This wasn't the Dresden Files, but I still didn't like just giving people drops of my blood, but I suppose that's how it worked here. I pulled my thumb back and saw that it was already healing. Interesting. Did I heal that fast now? Or was that a separate enchantment on the jade slate? Obviously, every transaction didn't require blood, either, as senior brother Jiaozi had left without any such procedure. Perhaps just over a certain amount. Then? It was curious. He nodded and said, "Lastly, here is an oath you must swear in my presence." He slid a thin metal sheet that had characters etched into it. The oath was straightforward and prohibited me from disclosing these techniques to others unless certain conditions were met, like becoming authorized to do so by the school or finding or receiving a different copy from somewhere else while adventuring. For example, if I bought that copy of the formation book for 25 mid-grade spirit stones, then I wouldn't be bound by that portion of the oath and could then transmit the text to whomever I wished. I nodded as this made sense. Otherwise, you'd set your disciples up for dangling oaths that might trip them up hundreds of years later. I carefully spoke each word of the oath and then took possession of the books, grinning. Xiaoli sat down his 2 selections as well, and the librarian looked at the top one and frowned, saying, "This one, I urge you to reconsider. While this is the words and sword art of a genuine immortal, everyone that I have heard of that spent points on a copy of this regretted it and gained little from it." I frowned. That was what I had avoided even thinking about, that the librarian would urge Xiaoli to pick a different technique. I gave the young man a side eye. If he was the protagonist, then so long as I wasn't a fucking harem member, I'd be alright. Perhaps I'd be the plucky female sidekick. Shaoli smiled and said, I appreciate that, but my heart's been made up. Very well, that's 1,800 points. Thumb here and recite this oath, the librarian said with a sigh. We left and ran back to our villas, and each entered our own dwelling. Mine had a group of 4 servants, which was a new experience for me. The man in charge said, Mistress, the only belonging you had in your old domicile was the standard disciple jade slate. It's in your study. If you'd like, I can arrange a delivery of foodstuffs for you. I nodded, as that would be very useful. I'll need to go back to Cloudsource City to get a few things soon, namely my cat, as well as to dispel the arcane locks and explosive glyphs I had left on our old rented villa. I'd like to get our security deposit back. After all, I fished out the rest of the gold banknotes I had, as well as a small handful of spirit stones, and handed them to the man. I hope this will be enough for the time being? He eyed it and nodded. It should be enough for a few months. As far as returning to the city, it generally costs a few contribution points to activate the portal. However, if you go very early in the morning, you'll be able to travel for free these next few days, as many disciples will be transported to accommodate testing the new potentials. I frowned. That's a good idea. Thank you. I went into the study and sat down the copies of all the books I bought from the Dao repository and picked up the slate made of jade. As soon as I touched it, characters started to display on the stone. How very interesting. Just how was this accomplished? I had to know. It was just a letter telling me to review the information on my student record and correct any mistakes if there were any. My record included my name, physical description, a description of my cultivation method, and special techniques that I practiced. It was basically what I had written in myself on the form, so everything was correct. Wait a minute. Race, celestial ghost cat/humanoid? The old lady doing my interview had told me that a few tests involved a species testing device, and I was curious about the readings I was giving off. She had assured me that this school didn't discriminate by only admitting humans as many sects did. So I was a little curious why they bothered to check in the first place, then. But where did this come from? I murmured confusedly, no longer am I the Arafu. I am a catgirl, Naya. I couldn't help myself and stretched out the vowel sounds of now into Naya. I shook my head. I wasn't even sure how or if I could get this corrected. I wasn't about to say that they had gotten it wrong, and I was really an elf, because then I'd have to explain what an elf was, and how the fuck was I to do that? Sighing, I shook my head, picked up one of the books on formations, and sat down to read it. Frog eating swan meat. The annual Sect tournament started 5 days later, and when I learned more about it, I was more than glad that I wasn't participating. While it was true that it was a way for outer Sect disciples to earn a place in the inner Sect without being formally invited by an elder, it was open to the entire school and not just the new disciples, as I had thought. I did attend to watch, though, not only to provide moral support but to see many different ways of fighting in a controlled environment, especially of those of higher cultivation, like the 2 men fighting with literal flying swords in front of me right now. They each had multiples and moved them around telekinetically, like the way Magneto might fight with a sword, but each movement was still infused with a large understanding of the weapon. My intuition told me. I blinked and almost missed the thrilling conclusion to the fight, where a fancy sword moved in the blink of an eye, hiding a small group of swords in its shadow, and smashed into one of the competitors, obliterating the outer protective barrier but being stopped on the inner layer. That was how these fights were different, too. They were overseen by Golden Core Elders, who placed 2 barriers on each participant. If the outer barrier was breached, it was match over. You lost. The inner barrier was there to protect the competitors after the first outer barrier was breached, and was really strong. I couldn't tell if this was just a common spell that Golden Core level cultivators had, or if the barriers were coming from some sort of magical device or formation, though. I was quite curious because this was an area where a cultivator spell vastly exceeded the state-of-the-art for the Abjuration School. Although the power level of an average Golden Core cultivator was close to or equivalent to what Merildwin would consider a demigod to have, they might just be using a profligate amount of energy to get around certain abjuration limitations. It was through these preparations that you could go mostly ham on these fights, as opposed to the more civilized sparring sessions where you had to hold back. Incorporeal attacks, like psychic attacks and attacks of the soul, would still be effective and were somewhat restricted, but I might be one of the only ones who had those types of spells at this level, at least in a school that focused so much on the sword. There were 3 fights at a time, so I switched to watching the tail end of another bout featuring 2 cultivators closer to my level, one of which was familiar. One fighter performed a textbook beating of the enemy's blade back and riposting with a slash that destroyed the enemy's outer barrier at their neck. The invisible barrier briefly became visible as it shattered into translucent yellow fractals before the attacker's sword was held fast by the inner barrier, signaling a sure decapitation if there was no protection. "Winner, Jiaozi Lu," yelled the referee. I grinned, and a couple of the girls who had started gravitating around me smirked. Apparently, my goal of laying low was kind of impossible after I seized the dwelling of a long-time Outer Sect member. Being the center of a clique of young women was a new experience. All of the females in my clique that were inducted with me refused to call me anything but senior sister, despite having the same seniority. One of them was even 1 cultivation stage ahead of me, too. One of them asked, "Oh, you like the big and wild type? Then, huh? Oh, gag me with a spoon." I just liked that he was a good sport with me stealing his house and making him hop around on 1 foot for several hours until he broke free from the spell. He'd even approached Xiaoli and me to practice together a few times. He was actually pretty chill and, surprisingly, really strong. Stronger than his presence at the lowest of the nice villas suggested. He might be a couple of stages below the top of the outer sect, but his strength was right at the top. I had mistakenly picked a crouching tiger when I stole his house, as he had the same idea I had. He didn't care about the unofficial Outer Sect disciple rankings, so he just got the best class of dwelling possible and never challenged anyone above him. Exactly what I intended to do. "Ugh, no," I told the young woman. The idea was repulsive because that had been Meraldwin's type, and I had memories that I didn't enjoy remembering of her dalliances with a couple of these types of men. "Yes, I think senior sister one likes the younger type." Senior brother Xiaoli mentioned that they traveled and lived together for over a year. Another one teased me, and I narrowed my eyes at the young woman in question, which caused her to shrink back a little bit, thinking perhaps she had overstepped herself. I shook myself, shuddering a bit. "He's like a younger brother to me. Please cease your speculations about my romantic interests, especially since some of them were much more my type, and I thought I'd achieve a better closure rate if I attempted to seduce, speak to them one at a time. Not that I was even sure I would pursue a relationship with a fellow disciple. It sounded like it might lead to much drama, actually, so I probably would just recuse myself from periodic visits to the big city and its fleshpots if my teenage elven hormones went out of control. I frowned, thinking about that. I was close to full-grown, perhaps the equivalent of 17 or 18 years. I still was a little bit shorter than Meryl's mom had been, but not by too much. But how long was an elf considered the equivalent of a teen? The tabletop game suggested 100 years, but Meraldwin's memories suggested only half of that, or a little less. Elves weren't quite the same as what the tabletop games suggested, for one. Their lifespan was a bit shorter, only amounting to about 600 years, and they did sleep instead of meditate like I was expecting. That made me so glad because I really did love sleeping. Elves being auriculomotile or having movable ears was also a pretty big and obvious difference, them being much bigger than a traditional depiction of elvish ears, although not quite as bad as could sometimes be depicted in anime and other media. So, probably another 25 years of this, then? Oh well. It wasn't quite as bad as I recalled being a teenage boy. It just seemed like it might last longer. 600 years was 100 years longer than the average lifespan of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, though, so this gave me a huge advantage. One of the biggest issues with cultivation was running out of time once you ran out of talent and reached the point of diminishing returns. I didn't know if the longevity I received from cultivating would be a flat bonus or a percentage based on my base lifespan. I didn't know enough about biology to do a comparative analysis of the bodies of non-cultivators and cultivators to even understand the method by which cultivation increased one's longevity. If it was a percentage-based boost, then I would live a seriously long time absent violence, 6 or more times longer than a regular cultivator. There were no other elf cultivators to know, though, so I would assume that it would just give me a flat bonus. If it didn't, then it would just be a nice surprise. My eyes shifted sideways, and I glanced at my gaggle of girls. 2 girls in my clique were monster disciples. One even had been a disciple for a few years. She was the only one who followed me who was technically senior to me. So far, anyway. Dire monsters, which both the Sect and this girl thought I was, tended to have a lot longer lifespan than humans, but almost to balance that out, they tended to be a lot worse with their comprehension skills. They weren't unintelligent by any means, but they tended not to learn new skills at the same speed, which was a problem because I liked learning new things and didn't so much like hiding what I had learned. A monster's cultivation speed could be slow or fast, but always tended to slow down after they reached their species' cultivation ceiling for their current age. This was the second extra factor that limited them beyond merely their talent when compared to a human. I wouldn't draw too much attention to my cultivation speed until I'd reached the middle or late foundation establishment realm, I thought. I'd just be thought to be a talented monster until then, based on what little I could learn about the cat species I was supposed to be, which was quite a terrifyingly strong monster. I mentally shrugged while still staring at the matches going on. That girl spoke of the devil, and he would come. Xiaoli was setting up in the bullpen, it looked like. I had been worried I would be considered valuable property after learning that these ghost cats could be quite powerful, but the truth was talent was still the deciding factor. There were plenty of every monster species who never amounted to much, even with a fancy heritage. For example, most fox dire monsters were considered descended from various different nine-tailed fox breeds. The main difference was that these fancy monsters almost always were born with a human's intelligence and didn't have to scrabble up from being just demonic beasts or even regular animals. Still, very, very few ever reached the peak of their species. Monsters didn't grow more powerful just by growing up unless you were a genuinely mythical being like a golden crow or a xuanwu. The 2-meter-tall, broad-shouldered senior brother Lu walked through the crowd and stopped next to my clique. I congratulated him. Congratulations on your victory. I would have thought that you would rest afterwards. After I congratulated him, all of my friends copied me and did the same. He looked at me like I was daft and shook his head. No way. Your friend, Junior Martial Brother Xiaoli, is fighting next, and he's one of the only one of us outer sect disciples who is still in the main tournament. I'm doing well in the losers bracket for Qi Gathering Realm Cultivators, but he is fighting Senior Brother Chen next, a genuine Foundation Establishment Cultivator. I wouldn't miss seeing that, and you have a really good vantage point for his arena here. I hummed. I hadn't really been keeping track of how the tournament was laid out or progressing. I just watched fights and scrutinized the fighting abilities I saw displayed. I knew it wasn't single elimination, and it was structured so people started out fighting other people near their own cultivation levels, too. Once you lost, you dropped down into the losers brackets, which were separated by major cultivation realm. I hadn't really considered it, but that type of structure did mean that if you didn't lose right away, you would be fighting above your level. That was probably how most of the talented lower-level cultivators would be eliminated down into the losers brackets. I seem to recall some fights that ended instantly. I had mostly ignored them, but that might have been what was happening. I nodded slowly, scooted over, and gestured so that Lu could sit down next to me. Is anyone hungry? I asked, including Lu in my clique. The older dire monster girl flattened the tufts of feathers on her ears for a moment before offering, unsure. I could go get us something to eat? I twitched my own ears and shook my head. There's no need, Nolani. I baked a bunch of curry bread. There's enough for everyone. Cooking and baking was a lot less of a hassle when you had as many unseen servants as you wanted that could do the drudgery. I even had regular servants, too, who would cook me whatever I wanted. Or attempt to, anyway. The huge batch of curry bread was me, showing the regular servants how they were made. They still hadn't quite gotten the knack, though. I had taken some curry, cooked thunderfowl meat, and wrapped it in dough before lightly frying it enough that the dough cooked into bread. I had been hankering for some more Indian food, but this was the only way I knew where you could enjoy curry either on the go or with any reasonable hope of not getting it everywhere. Still, I glanced at the bird dire monster Nolani's offer before saying, however, if you want to be quick, you can go get us some refreshments. Get a few pitchers worth. I produced a couple of spirit stones and handed them to the girl. One downside to living in the school was that gold was basically worthless unless you used to import materials from outside the school, and that took a long time. Basic food was provided by the school, But if you wanted to sample the goods from the Immortal Chef division, which set up a number of concession stands for the tournament, including fancy drinks, it would cost you spirit stones. Still, 1 stone would be enough to buy quite a lot of beverages, I thought. The girl looked unsure about me paying for everything, but I didn't give her a choice. Finally, she nodded and literally leapt into the air, transforming into a large moonlit owl and flew off. She had exceptional control over her shape-shifting abilities, including the unusual ability to shift her clothes and anything she was wearing with her. That was a standard ability in transmutation magic, but it wasn't so standard in transformations here, unless you had quite expensive clothing that detected the transformation and shifted on its own. Nalani was an example of a dire monster that wasn't living up to her potential as the strongest moonlit owls could be in the spirit venerable stage, right before you transcended your tribulation and became immortal. I reached into my spatial pouch, but instead of pulling anything out, I pulled a number of curry breads out of my storage. I didn't have a spatial pouch that would freeze time. Only spatial rings could do that, but a number of spatial pouches did have enchantments on them to keep food at a certain temperature. "What is curry?" asked Senior Brother Lu as Nalani returned, gliding in soundlessly above us before flaring her wings widely for landing and transforming back into a girl, pulling about a half-dozen large pitchers of a beverage out of her own spatial pouch, including 2 small containers of ice. My clique seemed relieved that he had asked as they were looking at the pieces of bread in their hands nervously. It's a type of spice sauce that traditionally goes really well with rice and meat. In this case, there is thunderfowl meat, I explained, and then went into a bit further detail, explaining what was in the bread. Senior Brother Lu shrugged and bit into the bread first as Nalani made me a glass of whatever beverage she bought, including ice. I noticed that the ice boxes were pretty small and guessed that ice was a bit dear here. I wondered if I could twist Ray of Frost spell form enough while casting it to generate ice cubes. I didn't think so, but I think I could produce shaved ice, like a snow cone, and brighten with that idea. There was another cantrip that would work, too. Heat/cool. This spell could heat or cool anything and could heat water until it evaporated or cooled enough that it turned into ice. It was one of the first cantrips an apprentice learned when they studied transmutation, along with prestidigitation, to study the phase change caused by raising and lowering energy states. Prestidigitation itself could heat or cool liquids, but not to the same extent. But I didn't have an ice tray. Lu widened his eyes and said, "This is good. It's spicy." That caused the girls to nibble on the bread as well, and it seemed to be a universal opinion. Good, but spicy. Spicy enough that beverages were quickly poured, and all of the ice was used up in a jiffy. I sipped my beverage and gasped. This was lemonade. Not even magical Chinaland sort of lemonade, but actual, honest to goodness, just like your Nana made every summer lemonade. I must have been smiling because Nalani asked, "Do you like the drink?" I nodded. "What fruit is this beverage made from?" I didn't have the word for lemon in the dictionary that Mrs. May shoved in my head. Or maybe I did. Sometimes, I didn't remember a word until someone else said it first. "Lemons," the bird girl replied calmly, and then glanced down at the empty icebox and frowned, obviously wondering if she should go get some more ice. I shook my head at her unasked question and motioned her to hand me the ice boxes. For the first one, I pointed at it and only let the very smallest amounts of chi into the spell form, casting Ray of Snow Cone, continuously filling the box up with shaved ice. In the other box, I filled it with pure spiritual water and cast heat/cool until I was sure it was super chilled. It was still in its liquid state, though, as I had cooled it so quickly. I always liked this science experiment, and I carefully sat the icebox full of super cool water next to me, careful not to agitate it. I then produced a small knife and handed it to Nalani, hilt first, and grinned. "Stick it in the water and stir it around." She frowned but did so, the agitating intruder creating the first nucleation site, which quickly crystallized from there, transforming the entire tub of water into a solid ice cube. Nalani blinked, pulling the knife out and handing it back to me, and I sat it next to the ice cube. Anyone who wanted regular ice would have to chip their own out themselves. She asked, "Was that a special knife?" I shook my head, smiling. I wondered how much of this world ran on the physics and thermodynamics that I knew from Earth. I sat back, feeling satisfied and content. Just the familiar beverage and a simple science demonstration, even if I didn't explain the science behind it, was enough to make me feel pleasantly nostalgic. Nalani finally ate one of the curry bread and looked very surprised, asking seriously, "In your sister, would you be willing to share this recipe with me? If I can modify it to be a genuine immortal dish, I would definitely share with you the proceeds we could generate from adding the dish to the archives." I blinked and tilted my head and asked, "Proceeds? Also, you're an immortal chef?" I had a lackey who was a professional chef. I had to get her to cook for me and teach me how to cook better, too. Nalani nodded. "My cultivation might be slow, but I am one of the better chefs at the Immortal Food Pavilion. Recipes work like any new technique contributed to the sect. The contributor receives 40% of the contribution points that a disciple pays to learn it. I think your curry sauce is good, but not quite at the level of being a recipe that someone would pay for. But it is close, and more importantly, it is something new. New flavors are rare." I nodded, seeing no problem with it. Moreover, this gave me a lot of different ideas for earning contribution points. I already intended to try to create talismans for many of my spells, and if I could create a book of talismans based on that, I would likely get a lot of points if I contributed it to the Dao repository. I didn't think I would realistically be able to monopolize the production of the talismans I intended to make, as I had a feeling that some of them would be much better than the existing state-of-the-art in utility talismanry. Just sending as a talisman would probably be commercially worth a lot of money, not to mention as an honest-to-goodness strategic communications tool. There were other talismans and even spirit tools that could transmit messages, like the 1000 Li voice transmission talisman that I could almost make. But they generally had strict limits as to the distance involved and definitely couldn't send messages across different realms, and often used expensive components to create the ink necessary to draw them. I wasn't naive enough to think that one elf could maintain a monopoly on such useful things. Even our school itself might not be big enough to keep a monopoly on such a useful talisman, although I am sure that they will try. If I could, I would aim to produce them and start selling them. Eventually, I was sure the elders of the school would approach me and try to rope me in to contribute the way to manufacture them to the school. I was glad that there were already pre-existing methods to reward contributions like this. I would aim for more than the minimum, though. Yes, of course. That sounds like an excellent idea. How much do you think we can earn with this recipe? I asked Nalani. She seemed unsure for a moment before shrugging. "I think 5 to 10 points would be what the Immortal Food Pavilion would charge for the sauce recipe after I modify it into a true immortal dish, so that would net us about 1 to 2 points each time someone bought it. We might get a little more if a lot of derivative dishes are produced, but we only get a small fraction of the 40% on those. So probably not more than 100 points a year, but it adds up." I nodded. I was familiar with the concept of passive income, and this was apparently a lifetime patent. Xiao Li's fight was about to start, so I said, "Come with me to my house after we leave here, and I'll show you how I make it." I frowned, ears twitching and moving in an attempt to listen to the distant arena like little radar dishes. Finally, I said, "What is Xiao Li's opponent saying?" I had a lot better hearing than humans did, but not that much better. Nalani said quietly, "He recommended that senior brother Xiao Li forfeit. That way, he can keep his trump cards for his fights in the Chi-gathering losers bracket." Senior brother Xiao Li declined, which infuriated the other senior brother. I had been asking rhetorically, not expecting an answer, but I suppose an owl would have really good hearing, even when she was transformed into her human form. Oh, they started. It looked like the Foundation Establishment senior brother was not a close-in fighter. He had a flying sword and sent it streaking at Xiao Li telekinetically and combined that with a type of ranged shadow attack, snaking out to attack Xiao Li or his shadow. "Tisk," I said frustratedly. This type of attack reminded me of my poor, singular shadow trapped in my amulet. My only incorporeal undead left, and I was afraid to keep the poor thing living in my shadow as protection as I normally did because he might be irreplaceable in this world. I mean, it was true that he was a ravenously hateful mass of malevolently negative energy, but he might be the only one of his species left in the world. Well, species might be stretching things as he wasn't alive and never was. But it would still be a shame for him to disappear completely. Who knew what kind of research it might unlock when combining a negative energy entity of Merildwin's universe with spirits of this one? For example, I had never created a really strong cultivator or dire monster shadow yet. I just wasn't willing to risk him. Xiaoli dodged around the shadow and twisted the sword, darting towards him with a casual parry of his own blade. When the enemy's sword was parried, he performed a kind of twisting motion around the blade and then gracefully kicked it hard into the ground, driving the sword halfway into the arena floor. Grabbing someone's flying sword wasn't generally done, not for any kind of chivalry-related reason, but because it was coursing with the sword chi of the weapon's wielder. Even touching dull areas like the hilt or guard could cut. Even kicking the pommel as he did was risky, but I think he must have covered his foot and tournament barrier with his own sword chi as well, which was quite difficult. I could barely generate any sword chi at all, and even then, it was limited to a thin layer on the sharp edge of the blade, and only temporarily as I made cutting motions with the sword. Driving the other disciple's sword deep into the ground seemed to infuriate the man. He apparently wasn't quite strong enough to pull it out telekinetically, so the sword just wiggled a bit and stayed in place. Rather than wait for the man to attack at range, Xiaoli decided to do so himself and cast Firebolt repeatedly, causing the other cultivator to have to dodge, jumping around with a shocked expression on his face. I noticed an increase in the interest in the crowd, too. Normally, attacking at range like this with spells wasn't something most chi-gathering cultivators did. There were obviously ranged spells for our level, but most wouldn't casually throw them out like Xiaoli was doing, reserving them for a trump card. Xiaoli had a huge density of chi, though, due to his excellent cultivation method, which was even a little better than mine, possibly to the point where he had close to the same amount of chi as an average first-level foundation cultivator. Firebolt was also a lot more efficient in terms of how it used energy than any Doa spell I had seen, too. I think Xiaoli was annoyed with this man and decided to beat him at his own game. Suddenly, Xiaoli's other hand shot out, and he threw out lightning lure. Except, to my shock, the coil of lightning energy left contact with Xiaoli's body and traveled like a BOLO, wrapping itself up and around the other cultivator's body. What the fuck? How had he changed lightning lore? The only reason that spell worked was because it remained in contact with your body as the caster was feeding energy down the physical connection that holding one end of the lure provided. If you threw the lure, it should have dissipated instantly. Sitting up with a frown, I tried to pay closer attention. Cantrips were so optimized already that they weren't easy to modify unless the goal was to make them worse, like my Ray of Snow Cone. Speaking of which, the shaved ice was quite popular, combined with the lemonade, so I quickly refilled the container. I also handed out second servings of curry bread to anyone who wanted one. I'd have to interrogate Xiaoli as to how he modified the spell. The other cultivator was quickly untangling himself, the energy of the spell dissipating, but not quick enough. Xiaoli cast several overpowered firebolts at the man's head, the last causing the outer barrier to crack and disappear in fading fractals. Xiaoli's firebolts were at least 2 times the strength of mine, if not more, so I basically never used that spell anymore. Ha ha ha, get that asshole, cried Senior Brother Liu, but quietly enough that his voice wasn't likely to travel far. Clearly, Jiaozi Liu didn't appreciate this man that Xiaoli just defeated. Winner, Xiaoli, the referee yelled, his voice magically reaching all observers, and he seemed surprised. Down in the arena, there appeared to be a disturbance, where Xiaoli's opponent wasn't being very graceful in defeat. Nalani said, "The senior brother says that senior brother Xiaoli ruined his chance to fight senior sister Shi Mingyao in the next round, and he would remember it." Xiaoli obviously looked excited at the prospect of facing the beautiful inner Sect disciple. Even his opponent noticed, who raised his arms and gesticulated, and Nalani continued relaying what was said. He says that senior brother Xiaoli is like a frog trying to eat swan meat, and that senior sister Shi Mingyao will destroy him in an instant. I snorted. I was pretty sure it wasn't her meat that Xiaoli was interested in eating because he seemed to have similar taste as I did, but maybe I was just assuming lewd intentions when there were none, like a hustler who was always worried about getting scammed. The elder, who was acting as a referee, got involved and shooed them both off the arena so another match could start. I glanced next to me and asked, "Senior Brother Liu, do you not have another match today?" He shook his head. "Nope. Junior Marshal brother Xiaoli will have one more after this next one. Then, almost everyone is done for the day. With this victory, he might slip directly into the semifinals in our losers bracket tomorrow. I nodded and could even see people manning the concessions in the distance. They looked like they were closing up shop. Wait, you don't think Xiaoli has a chance to win his next round? I asked curiously. Jiaozi Lu snorted and shook his head. No. No way. No way in hell. Junior Marshal brother Li is gifted with the sword. Terrifyingly gifted. But, besides the fact that Senior Marshal's sister, she is in the middle to upper of the Foundation establishment, she is also rumored to be a reincarnated immortal. Her comprehension and skills are not small. I raised both eyebrows. A reincarnated immortal? How interesting. Due to the nature of how fights in the upper tiers of cultivation happened, very few people actually had a chance to reincarnate after they died because mostly their souls were destroyed right along with them. However, if a strong enough cultivator, at least in the spirit venerable realm, did die and go through the netherworld kingdom, it was somewhat common for them to regain some or all of the memories eventually. Sometimes, the reincarnated immortal soul became so strong that the methods to erase their memories didn't work completely, but other times, they just bribed the netherworld kingdom officials. I was sure that this was a service that Judge Wu would offer for sufficient karma merit points. Although they were collectively called reincarnated immortals, the truth was that almost none of them were actually celestial immortals. Most were either spirit venerables or earth immortals. These were sometimes called false immortals, but never to their face. They were cultivators who attempted to transcend to become a celestial immortal and failed, yet survived for one reason or another. That was probably the largest group, as their path to future cultivation was shattered irrevocably, but they could have a new shot if they reincarnated. So, while they seemed to be a mythical existence to us at the low levels, the true powers of the realms weren't intimidated by them at all. After all, if you failed the tribulation once, you would fail it again, they guessed. I watched the next 3 fights, switching with a glance between them, but my heart wasn't in it, and they seemed boring. Finally, Xiao Li and the beautiful lotus riding girl appeared. Then, they each saluted each other. Nalani said, she says she is impressed by senior brother Xiao Li and hopes to see more of him when he joins the inner sect after the tournament, so she is not going to play around with him. That was a pretty good endorsement, I thought. Begin, the referee said. Xiao Li had a feral grin and looked like he was about to leap at Xi Mingyao. However, she just dropped her sword in a slashing motion. Simultaneously, a huge phoenix made out of fire appeared behind her, rushing around and through her, seemingly doing no harm to her, but crashing into Xiao Li. His outer barrier was destroyed instantly, and even then, he was picked up and smashed bodily into the side of the arena wall, slumping down onto the ground motionless. Holy shit. I had seen a couple of Xi Mengyao's previous fights, and she just kind of elegantly stabbed people, mostly, or used flying swords in the same way that other cultivators of her level used them. Had this bitch fucking killed Xiao Li? She smashed him against the wall. Barrier or no barrier, your brain had to decelerate pretty fast with that impact. But, no, thankfully, the dumbass leapt to his feet and, if anything, had an even more enormous grin on his face, gesticulating wildly and speaking. Nalani relayed, he said, that was awesome, and he wants to fight her again, especially when he gets stronger. She agreed. Senior brother Lu whistled and said, that had to be one of her trump cards to deal with the other Foundation establishment, inner sect disciples. She must have respected him pretty highly to show it off early. My ears twitched. I was annoyed but couldn't quite place why. I nodded at Nalani. All right, there might be a couple more matches, but I am heading out. Nalani, let's head back to my place, and I will show you how to make curry. I glanced at my clique and nodded. I'll see you guys tomorrow? See you tomorrow, senior sister, they replied in various ways, and I hummed as Nalani and I departed. What we've got here is failure to communicate. Xiao Li ferally laughed as he parried another strike from his enemy, but the movements of his sword were anything but out of control. This was the best fight he has had so far. They had been clashing with nothing but their swords at high speeds for the past few minutes, which was an eternity in terms of battle. Furthermore, this fight was just for the joy of it. While it was true that there was some minor award for being first compared to second, both of them had already secured a spot in the Sect. As much fun as he was having, it was time to end things. He attacked with the third part of his gentleman's sword, Poet's Grace. It wasn't a special move so much as a type of stance. It was his best all-around stance that sacrificed neither offense nor defense. He focused on wielding his sword with fluid, sweeping movements, creating an elegant and mesmerizing dance with his blade, combining precise strikes with graceful footwork. It allowed for both defense and offense in a seemingly effortless manner. Xiaoli let his enemy catch his blade, and at the moment the other man's sword was committed to deflecting his, he twisted his other hand into the complicated gesture required to cast one of the spells that Meiwen taught him, Sword Burst. Meiwen had said that the way he cast the spell was wrong, but considering the effect was better his way, he wasn't one to complain. She said it is supposed to cause spectral swords to appear and shoot out in all directions, but that indiscriminate attack wasn't the way his Dao of the sword worked. Instead, all of the spectral swords appeared behind him and shot forward at his one target. It was much more dangerous and deadly than even Firebolt was, but it had a shorter range. One couldn't argue with the results, even if it seemed to upset her anyway. It was his trump card for this tournament. It also made people think that he had mastered sword chi to a much greater extent than he actually had because it looked like the attacks that only masters of sword chi could make. That was just a little bonus, haha. He didn't mind if people thought he was more incredible. After all, the 6 spectral swords shot out, and his enemy went wide-eyed for an instant. Xiaoli tried to keep his blade occupied, but he beat his sword back and managed to deflect 2 of the spectral swords. However, the other 4 made him look like a pincushion, or at least, they would have if this was a real fight. Still, his opponent's outer barrier broke like the glass window of his father's house. He accidentally threw a small child-sized sword through it when he was practicing 10 years ago. "Winner, Xiaoli," cried out the referee. Jiaozi Lu slapped his own leg hard and complained, "And I was just getting fired up." "Well fucking done, Junior Marshal Brotherly." Then, the senior took a few steps towards him and slapped him on the back hard enough that Xiaoli had to take a step forward. Also, that hurt quite a bit. This was a nice change of pace. He thought senior brother Jiaozi Lu was a nice guy, as they had practiced together at Mei Wen's house, but he had been getting so used to everyone he defeated being really sour about the experience that it was almost a surprise that his opponent was acting with proper camaraderie for a brother-disciple. He grinned and nodded, "Thank you, senior brother Lu." Then he blinked and looked around, asking unsurely, Is there any kind of ceremony, or anything?" "Nope," grinned senior brother Lu as he led Xiaoli off the arena floor. "Not an official one, anyway. There is one for the overall winner, but this lower bracket was made because the outer sect got pissed that the higher cultivation inner sect disciples won every single year. Still, there is an unofficial one. Let's go have the last beers we'll drink as outer sect disciples, eh?" The Chi Gathering Realm losers bracket final match was between Xiaoli and senior brother Lu. It was pretty thrilling, and it lasted longer than I thought it would. Real battles just didn't last too long, I discovered. But this match lasted a good 3 or 4 minutes of constant violence, with the 2 fighters bouncing around the arena like Beyblades. I wasn't too surprised at the outcome. While I did think it was possible the fight could go either way at a couple of points, I wasn't exactly the best person to ask to judge the merits of 2 battle maniac sword cultivators fighting. The owl girl Nalani had somehow become something like an assistant to me. The other girls in my clique didn't seem to mind because she had been a disciple here at the Silver Serenity School for almost 5 years now. She asked, "Are you going to the celebration for senior brother Xiaoli?" I frowned and tilted my head to the side. A few of my clique seemed a bit confused, too. I asked, "I didn't think there was any celebration for the winners and the losers brackets." Nalani smiled, her experience being here for years being useful. Not anything official, no. But there is always a celebration in the outer sect for both the winner and those who got a position in the inner sect. It'll start tonight and go through the day after tomorrow. Wow, did cultivators party hard? Or was this to give people a way to dip in the party if they had been in seclusion or something? Perhaps a little of both. Also, shit, I wish I had known that. Although, Nalani probably assumed that I did know it. I clucked my tongue, thinking about what gift I could offer Xiaoli, and finally nodded. The blood inheritance. I pulled out of the arm of that demonic cultivator. I have reviewed it in depth by now. It was a cultivation method combined with some spells and techniques, including both a saber and a sword manual. It was quite amazing that it all fit on one small sheet of, well, it wasn't paper. I didn't know what it was made out of. It could made out of baby vellum for all I knew, given demonic cultivators' tendencies, but it wasn't paper. Every time you turned the paper over, the writing shifted into a new page, almost like an e-book reader, except the ink was darkened, congealed blood. There was a formation on the paper that caused this effect. To me, this was actually the most interesting part of what I had received by far. It was a method of encoding data and displaying it using nothing but a formation, which I found very interesting. I had never been a computer programmer beyond writing simple scripts when I was a teenager, but I was inquisitive about what kind of data structures this formation encoded data in and how. Even if it was just images of each page, what was the image coding solution? Somehow, I doubted it was PNG. The jade slates that the sect used to send messages and letters had to have similar technology, but their working principles were hidden on the inside, and I doubt they'd appreciate me breaking them. There also was nothing in the first 4 floors of the Dao repository that described how this magitech worked, although surprisingly, the closest was considered the most useless by the Dao repository, a book teaching formations to chi-gathering cultivators. The formations in this book were quite complicated but used almost no chi, so the author felt they were appropriate for beginners to practice, cheap and easy. The author was wrong. Well, they were cheap to practice, but they were not easy. They were too complicated for most beginners. It was only the fact that ritual spellcasting had a surprisingly large similarity to formations that I was able to decipher them. The cultivation method stored in the blood archive was average, and that was before you got into the requirements to kill a lot of people for blood essence. The spells were better, but almost all of them would turn me anemic if I tried to use them. I had no way beyond my dwindling stock of healing potions to restore blood essence to my body if I didn't want to steal it from others. The only one I found that was at all useful was a tracking spell that could find a person or animal if you had at least a drop of their blood. The 2 weapon manuals were different. While neither looked earth-defying, and I doubted they were outstanding, they were weird, feral, and bloodthirsty, and that was the draw. Shaoli loved crazy and weird sword manuals and techniques. They didn't have to be good either. The more wacky they were, the more he seemed to love studying them, giggling as he read them. I had meant to give this one to him already, but I got distracted with other things and only recently pulled it out again after I began studying formations. I smiled at the owl. Thank you for reminding me, Nalani. I need to go back to my place and prepare a suitable gift, I remarked, staring off into space and thought. If you girls like, we can all meet up at the party. Or we can go separately if you all would prefer. I had decided that trying to avoid my position amongst these girls was pointless. I would probably even accumulate more followers. It was because there was a level of bullying and exploitation that occurred in the outer sect. This wasn't surprising, given the housing system. In fact, that was the mechanism of a lot of bullying I discovered. A stronger cultivator could challenge a weaker one to a duel. Winning gave the right to force a house swap, not the obligation to take the loser's dwelling. But it also won the winner the stakes of the bet. The standard bet minimum was 5 spirit stones and 100 contribution points, and this dropped to 1 spirit stone and 10 points if the person you were challenging had a lower ranked dwelling than you did. That told me that the school understood precisely what the problem was, but instead of nipping it in the bud, they kept it around but lowered the damage that could be done. 5 stones and 100 points is more than most disciples would make in an average week, so you'd be able to beggar someone continually. 1 stone and 10 points were enough to be considered a tax. I felt stupid for discovering this so late. Apparently, this was a pretty well-known feature of this school, and almost everyone who applies knows to start following a stronger disciple for protection. It was like the outer sect was comprised of maybe 70 to 80 distinct gangs. Cultivation resources weren't overflowing in the outer sect, and it was even worse if you had to pay tribute almost every week. They expected me to protect them if another gang or strong individuals sought to prey on them. In return, they'd help me with minor matters or just fawn over me if I'd preferred. Or both in Nalani's case. If I had known this was the expected exchange at first, I might have pushed back some as I didn't really have any desire to do so, but I felt obligated now. Of course, we'd like to stay together, one of them said, and the rest mirrored this. We agreed to meet up at the celebratory site in a few hours, and I rushed back to my home. The head servant greeted me at the door, saying, "Greetings, mistress." I nodded at him and ordered, "Please arrange for some tea to be sent to my study." "Of course, mistress," he said affably. The servants were something new to me. In a way, they were disciples too, if of the most lowly type. They were classified as servant disciples, and it was one option to stay in the school if you were deemed unsuitable in the entry examinations. The sect would give you an above-average cultivation method suited to you and a small stipend, and in return, you were obligated to provide the school with 20 years of service in an indenture contract. You could cultivate, but only when you had free time from other duties. Surprisingly, it was considered a very good deal, and working as a servant was kind of competitive here as well, especially for the younger servants. The thought process was that if you could reach the second level of the chi-gathering realm, then you'd extend your life by about 20 years, and this was a pretty achievable goal even if you had to work most of the time, and by the end of it you'd be a genuine cultivator. If you reached the 5th level before your 10th year of service, then your contract was cancelled, and you had the option to join the school as a true disciple, although this very rarely happened. I rushed to my study and sat down, pulling the blood scroll out of my storage and flipping it around until I got to the correct spot. Then, I gathered a blank book of about 50 pages and a fine brush and ink and sat down and got to work. This sword arts manual wasn't so profound that I wouldn't be able to copy it and give it to Shaoli as a congratulatory gift. I had even practiced it a little bit, for lack of any actual sword arts to use, but decided it didn't suit me. It was just too wild and untrammeled. Not to mention I found it difficult to place my mind in the appropriate state of bloodlust that was necessary to really use it. Still, it might take a few hours, and I would have to be careful, or I could ruin my efforts. After I finished the 3rd page, the youngest of my servants, a girl of about 11, deposited a tea service next to me.
Thank you, Fongar, I replied.
I glanced at her and noticed that she hadn't started cultivating yet. That was expected. She'd only been working here for a few months, apparently. Sensing the energy of heaven and earth took a long time if you had to work a day job simultaneously. Perhaps I could combine my study of formations and create a similar formation to the illusion ritual I used to trick my calligraphy tutor's grandson into detecting chi. I knew that these types of formations did exist, and it could be a pretty good project to individually redevelop it and see how my solution differed from the standard. As a side effect, it could help the little girl Fong Fong. I did like helping people near me, if it wasn't too much trouble anyway. There was another pressing reason why I thought to do this. My grandparents raised me back in West Virginia, to the point where I considered my grandpa my dad. He was the best dad I ever had, at any rate, and my dad was a coal miner and, more importantly, a union man till the day he died. In the part of the country where I had been born, it had still been the case that you were either a union man or a stooge for the bosses. It wasn't Harlan County, Kentucky, but as the song went, there were still no neutrals there. Even if trade unionism nationally was, sadly, on its last gasps by the time I got ice skate. If he was looking down on me from heaven, he would be mighty disappointed seeing me taking advantage of what amounted to child labor. I actually think that he would be somewhat understanding of my situation, if baffled as to how I got here. Given the nature of Magic Chinaland, he wouldn't expect me to spread the good news of trade unionism nor set up a new chapter of the Wobblies here. But he damn well would expect that I give this girl something back. So I would, even if I had to resort to the same method I used last time, which would be of nil research value beyond confirming its efficacy. Speaking in Magicland China terms, I had sown karma with this girl now, and it would disrupt my cultivation if I didn't balance the scales, even if I was the only one who thought they were imbalanced. I took a sip of the tea. Bitter, I complained and reached for the honey.